Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for quote-unquote fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news, reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Tonight, the following content may be disturbing, graphic and highly unsettling, possibly. The use of flashing lights are also involved in complex, fast-moving images as well. This may affect some sensitive viewers. Viewer discretion is highly advised. If you or anyone else you know may have any information regarding lost or missing people or children, please contact law enforcement immediately at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and People. 24-hour call center is 1-800-843-5678. Once again, that 24-hour call center is 1-800-843-5678. Tonight, the Finders Cult, an FBI file. Cult of alleged kidnappers with ties to the CIA. My friends, we live in a world that seems unassuming in many ways. Yet our world is filled with unseen dangers and people that may not have their best interests at heart for us. We must be aware that these things and people exist. We must know where they come from. Which brings me to why I'm covering this story. My friends, in the research about MKUltra, Amanda Rabb, and others involved, seemingly, with programs that distort the mind and then leave tragic stories behind, I have come to this point. Aloha, Black Spy! I have not seen that news. I've been pretty involved for the past couple weeks. And been holding off this story for a minute, but I would love to see that. Make sure to send me a link in the Discord. I would definitely take a look at that. Today, though, I am bringing forth something that has been in the public sphere for quite some time, and it comes from a period of the 1980s we call, in the U.S., the Satanic Panic, a time where there was no internet. There was no mass media on your palm. There was only the news, if you got it, or paid attention. There was only the local news, and if the news wasn't spread, you would never know this happened. Now, many of us may have been aware at the time that this was going on for a minute, or maybe we saw the movie in the 90s. But I must admit that I could not expect the impact of reading this report, and now today finding the other side unexpectedly, as well as details of those who were in this cult as adults, and details of those who were in this cult as children, now adults. On top of that, I have the Border Control's report that details the other side of the story from the FBI, as it is not redacted. And as usual, the news, the people involved, and the powers that be will cover up their tracks. As Black Spy is pointing out, oftentimes the use of plausible deniability is raked over anything that may be seen by the public as inexcusable or true, simply because the powers that be, the powers that we have given the power, want to keep us in the dark for some reason. My friends, today I speak to you in no uncertain terms. It's very much time to look up. True, Black Spy, if we believe everything in the now, and we don't look at all the information or see where it comes from, we could very well be swamped by our own interests. By our own ideals. We might very well miss the truth. By the way, tonight I'm trying something new. As I'm about to start publishing and remixing my own music, I'm trying to support other creators by using the YouTube music library. So all of this music you'll hear tonight is available on YouTube. And soon mine will be as well. As well as in a reputable library. So if you choose to use it, it likely will be available. More about that to come. But more importantly, I want you to know, it's taken me a month or more to cover this. I take this very seriously. I'm no hero. I'm just a normal person who found some information. It has shocked me to my core. It relates to the MK Ultra project in some offset way that I can't shake. After studying Amanda Rabb, after studying the processes of MK Ultra's 136 active programs, including one called MK Monarch, the utilization of torture to develop DID in its subjects so that they are more easily controlled, directed, and brainwashed. This is the premise of why I read this. This is the premise of why I'm interested, and I hope you would be too. The message is very clear. We must pay attention. Rebecca, what's happening? How are you feeling? And Black Spy, the DAW I tend to use is my SSL. Tried and true. Plays with everything nicely. And it's the SSL2 in this case. Inexpensive if it falls apart. Throw it in my backpack and take it on the go. It's been around the world a couple times with me now. I'm actually not using my larger system for this ever because it actually takes too much processing. Motu. Well, folks, before we head into the story, I want to thank you for being here and being interested, because this is dark. This is hurtful in some ways. This is painful to read. It's painful to think about, and I've been spending a lot of time thinking about why I'm covering this why it's interesting to me, why I think it should be interesting to you, and why we need to be aware that this has not gone away. See, I've read all 650 pages now. I've looked at all the evidence. I've looked at several hundred pages of other evidence over the past month, and I keep finding more. And this is not the end of the barrel. This is not the bottom. This is just the biggest story I found that we aren't paying attention to. My friends, lookup isn't just an idea. It's a call to action. That we bury our heads in the sand, so it's time to pull them out. This stuff has been existing for 40, 50, 60 years. And in the case of this story, since the late 1970s. Hello, everybody. My name is AronMSound, and this is the show known as Lookup, where I interject myself into a conversation and take it someplace most people do not want it to go. And tonight, I'm going to share with you a story of unexpected proportions. Tonight, I'm going where I don't want to go. But I feel that it's important to share, because holding on to this information and not making it available to the public again in its complete totality, which it is not so far. I think it's important so that it's here on the record somewhere. So if somebody feels like or thinks that they know something about this, or the people involved long term, that they will be moved to action. And I want to remind you, if you are aware of crime, if you see it go down, if you see or know of something happening, please contact the Missing Persons Hotline at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. There's a 24-hour call center, 1-800-843-5678. Jack, I'm so glad you could join us. Thank you for being here, and welcome to the Mod Squad. Finally get to give Jack his mod. Pixel T, so good to see you. Black Spy, we have our differences, but man, thank you for being here. I know this is interesting to you as well. I can't wait to get into the VR stuff sometime. Rebecca, thank you. Let's start in. Tonight, I'm going to read you first the articles to give some background. I'm going to start on February 6, 1987, with a report in the Washington Post, whose moniker is Democracy Dies in Darkness. The title of this is 2 men were arrested traveling in a van with 6 children. Turn the music a little bit further down for me. Hello, Moby, and welcome on in. Jack, thank you so much for being here. I hope you find this as interesting and important as I do. Moby, good evening. TJ Fruit Loops, thanks for coming on in. Welcome to the Mod Squad. Great channel, by the way. And I'm so glad for the love here today, because this is not easy. What I'm about to read you is as serious as it gets. Here we go. And mind you, I'm going to also try to keep my personal ideas to a minimum. I want you to get the information. I want this information to just be in the public record, because what I've seen so far is a lot of editorial about this and a lot of salaciousness, but I'm going to read it directly to you so that you understand the whole story as much as I can give it to you. Once again, this is from the Washington Post, 1987, February 6th, written by John Ward Anderson and Victoria Churchville. 2 men arrested traveling in a van with 6 children, where the story begins. Two men believed to have Washington area ties were traveling with 6 hungry and disheveled children in a van with Virginia license plates were arrested in Tallahassee, Florida, and charged with child abuse. Police in the Florida capital reported last night. That would be February 6, 1987. D.C. police armed with search warrants seized documents, records from 2 locations in the city last night as part of the investigation of the incident, which involves 6 children, 2 girls, 4 boys, whose ages ranged from 2 to 6, they believed at the time, I must add. The children have not identified themselves. Based on information obtained from Tallahassee authorities, a D.C. police spokesman told a news conference last night that the children are in doubt to who they are. However, D.C. police said last night that no children of the ages listed are missing from the district, in fact. Police in Tallahassee said the 2 men picked up in a city park there Wednesday carried homemade identification cards that listed them as Doug Ammerman and Michael Houlihan. These 2 men. Michael and Doug. These 2 men are pivotal in this story as far as us following it to its root. Little other information was available about the men. Tallahassee Police Lieutenant George Kramer said the 2 have refused to talk to police. They were ordered held under $100,000 bond in 1982, each after their hearing. An Associated Press report said that no record of the Virginia tags on the van could be found. In addition to being unable to identify themselves, the children apparently were able to provide little or no background or other background data on themselves to police in Tallahassee. They answered no questions about the men with whom they apparently have been traveling, Kramer said. Kramer said the children were filthy, they obviously hadn't had a bath for a while, and they were covered with bug bites. They were very hungry. One of the children, a 6-year-old boy, told police that they were traveling from Washington to Mexico to start a school for brilliant children, quote unquote. The children were placed in foster care homes, Kramer said. He said they were scheduled to undergo medical exams. At the news conference at police headquarters last night, D.C. Police Department spokesman Captain William White III said that based on information developed by Tallahassee authorities, the district police were contacted as part of an effort to find whether the suspects or the children had ties there at all. Early yesterday evening, he said search warrants issued by the Superior Court were executed at 2 places, one in Northeast Washington, the other in the Northwest. All the way across the country, folks. White described one location as a warehouse and the other as a house, but would not be more specific. Another police source reported that the 2 men had definitely been tied to the 2 D.C. addresses. In executing the warrants, police from the Intelligence Division and the Youth Division seized a number of documents and records. We'll talk about that at length later, White said. The spokesman and the items, which he declined to describe in detail, were being evaluated and analyzed. White said, however, that police have not been able to determine whether the 2 suspects were from, where they were from, and have not been able to tell whether they are from the Washington metropolitan area. That is the first report we get. The next day, the AP reports. The Justice Department said Friday it's investigating allegations the CIA used a front company run by a commune to train agency employees, and that the CIA blocked investigation into the group. The CIA denies any ties to the commune, called the Finders. Justice Department spokesman John Russell said the department is looking into the allegations contained in Customs Service documents sent to some members of Congress. This is the first government paperwork we will be reading today, is the Customs Department report. Once again, this is from the AP, and I believe the writers are at the bottom. CIA spokesman David Christian called the charges ridiculous. He said the alleged facts are wrong, and any implication that the CIA obstructed justice is outrageous. Conspiracy theories abound, and they often grab headlines in the tabloid press. But this is one of the weirdest we've heard. The Washington Times reported Friday that the CIA had ties to the finders. A Washington-based group once accused of engaging in satanic rituals, child abuse, and pornography. The charges were raised in the 1980s by law enforcement officials, but none resulted in prosecution. Christian said Friday, the CIA sent some employees to a company called Future Enterprises, Inc., still operating till to this day, by the way, for computer training in the 1980s. But the spokesman said the CIA did not know about any connections between the company and the finders, and added that the company was in no sense a CIA front or ever owned by or operated by anyone from the CIA. Joseph Marinich, vice president of Future Enterprises, said that the company has, in fact, trained CIA employees in computer use and continues to do so. Let me shrink myself down so you guys can read this more readily. And added that the company was in no sense a CIA front or ever owned or operated by anyone for the CIA. Joseph Marinich, vice president of Future Enterprises, said the company has trained CIA employees in computer use and continues to do so, but that it has never been a front for anyone. I'm shocked and appalled at the allegations, he said. This stuff that I could never have imagined. Marinich said one Finders member, former Internal Revenue Service employee Robert Garter Terrell, worked for the company before he was let go in 1987, February of that year, specifically. Once again, Bob Garter Terrell. We'll hear this name come up later. That month, the Finders gained notoriety when two members were accused of child abuse in Tallahassee, Florida. The men spent 6 weeks in a jail before a judge dismissed the charges, by the way. They're referring to the first report article that I've given you. Police at one time had called the Finders a cult that may be practicing satanic rituals, child abuse, and pornography, but former District of Columbia Police Chief Maurice Turner said the department found no evidence of criminal wrongdoing. Once again, the police at one time had called the Finders a cult that might be practicing satanic rituals, child abuse, and pornography. But former District of Columbia Police Chief Maurice Turner said that the department found no evidence of criminal wrongdoing. Just like how the CIA didn't sell drugs, Moby, yes. After 6 weeks, they were dismissed despite their $100,000 per person bond. Metropolitan Police Officer Robert Garisto declined comment Friday. The Customs Service documents that have prompted attention to the alleged CIA Finders tie include an April 13, 1987 report by a customs agent who participated in raids on Finders properties in Washington and Virginia, and we will get to that. The agent sent the documents to members of Congress and has pushed for an investigation, officials said. The newspaper also said a police document of February 19th, 1987 quotes a CIA agent as confirming that his agency was sending its people to a Finders Corp, Future Enterprises, for training in computer operations. A later customs report said that the CIA admitted to owning the Finders organization as a front for domestic computer training operations, but that it had, quote-unquote, gone bad. Once again, a later customs report says the CIA admitted to owning the Finders organization as a front for domestic computer training operations, but that it had, quote-unquote, gone bad. Customs spokesman Bill Anthony and the Tallahassee police contacted Customs about the group during an anti-pornography crackdown led by then-attorney General Edwin Meese III. We were totally tangential to it all, and Customs dropped the matter when it found no customs violations, Anthony said. Nobody asked us to shut down the case, he claims. And that is the end of that AP article. Madison, Virginia. That same week. Photographs of 3 children and 3 white, by the way, this is from the AP at the time period, 1987, February. Photographs of 3 children and 3 white-robed men dismembering 2 goats were included in a state police affidavit seeking a search warrant for 2 farms linked to the Finders cult, court records show. Once again, photographs of 3 children and 3 white-robed men dismembering 2 goats were included in a state police affidavit seeking a search warrant for 2 farms linked to the Finders cult, court records show. But the ensuing search of the rural Madison County farms found no evidence of criminal wrongdoing. Virginia authorities said today. We haven't found any reason to seek anybody, State Police spokesman Charles Vaughn says. The affidavit said the photo album titled The Execution of Henrietta and Igor was found in an earlier search of Finder property in Washington, D.C. Among the pictures were those of a crying child looking at a decapitated goat. Another captioned, Ben finds Henrietta's womb. And 3 others showing children playing with goat fetuses. I don't know exactly how to interpret those photographs. I don't think anybody does. Authorities in Kentucky, California, and Washington, D.C., where the group had ties, also were trying to determine the finders' activity and whether or not they were improper. As long as we have existed, there have been allegations against us on many topics because people don't understand us and strike out against us, said Robert Gardner Terrell, a Finder spokesman, in an interview in Washington. Once again, remember that Bob Terrell was the employee at the computer company who was let go in February. We had 2 goats there in the summer, Bob says, and rather than just leave them to starve in the winter, we butchered them and ate them. Seemingly sensible, right? He says, we did it with the children present because we thought it would be a good learning experience for them. It turned out to be a delightful experience for them, Terrell says. We took pictures of the event and kept them for the children as keepsake, he says. That's what the police found. Tallahassee, Florida police were working with the FBI to locate the parents of the children. 4 boys and 2 girls, aged 2 to 7, found in a park last week with 2 men believed to be the finders' members. When they did find the parents, when they did find the mothers, this is who arrived. 4 women in pantsuits. Nothing wrong with the pantsuit, but it is something. Tallahassee, Florida police were working with the FBI to locate the parents of the children, 4 boys and 2 girls aged 2 to 7, found in a park last week with 2 men believed to be the finders' members. The children were dirty and insect-bitten, and more than one showed signs of sexual abuse, said Tallahassee police investigator Cheryl Wiegand. That assertion, however, was challenged Monday by an Illinois expert on child abuse called in by Florida authorities. If there's been sex abuse, it's not recent, Dr. Nathan Greenberg said. There's apparently no evidence of recent physical harm to the children of an abusive sexual type. Terrell Wellington. Terrell. Yeah. Yes. Also included in the Virginia affidavit were statements from the children made to Tallahassee authorities, which apparently referred to referred to G. Marion Petty. Who is G. Marion Petty? This man. Mr. Petty tells everyone what to do. He's in charge, the statement said. We kids slept outside and the mommies slept inside. Men come to visit the moms and slept inside. The moms dress up to go out and do money jobs, the children said. Mr. Petty weans the kids from the moms. Who is Mr. Petty? We'll come to find that out soon. Douglas Edward Emmerman, 27, and Michael Houlihan, 28, were being held in Florida, as we said before, in lieu of a $100,000 bond each on misdemeanor child abuse charges. In 1982 money, that is almost $1 million bond. The children remained in temporary shelters in Florida and were doing fine as officials attempted to identify them and locate their parents. District of Columbia Police said Monday that the earlier investigation of the Finders group also turned up no evidence of criminal wrongdoing. An anonymous informant, let me read that again, I apologize. An anonymous informant's allegations that the Finders are a cult and that its activities involve satanic rituals were not substantiated by stakeouts in December or by evidence seized at two finders' homes last week. Police Chief Maurice Turner Jr. told a news conference Monday. However, Turner said, "We want to assure ourselves that the children were not abused. We have not assured ourselves at this point in time." District of Columbia police last week seized boxes of documents, computer disks, and photographs from a warehouse and a home used by the finders, and were continuing to sift through the materials and items taken from the finders. The lifestyles of these so-called finders organizations may differ from the societal norm, but so far the Metropolitan Police Department has not uncovered any evidence of criminal wrongdoing by any members of the group, Turner said. However, we are still involved in an extensive and detailed review process of the documents and records seized. Turner said of an investigation of the group that began last December with a complaint of child abuse, sexual abuse, that it was some kind of satanic cult, but we were never able to prove any of the allegations. Chief Turner said police had not yet identified the mothers, but Finders spokesman Terrell said Monday that the children's mothers are here in Washington. They're ready to have been conversations with police, he said. It's a relief. I'm exhilarated to hear we are not a satanic cult. Once again, the mothers. And we'll hear from one of these mothers later on in her own words in an article from last year, by the way. Terrell has indicated that the mothers had given permission for the children to be taken to a new planned community in Berea, Kentucky. Side note, that is not where the children said they were being taken to, in Mexico. And that the children were taken to Florida on a quote-unquote vacation camping trip. While rejecting Turner's description of the finders as a 1960s-style hippie commune, Terrell said children in the group are raised as part of the entire community. We believe in trying to create a danger-free environment for kids. We let them have a lot of experiences they can learn from at their own pace without ever giving orders, he said. That's the end of that article. And now, my friends, the first report. I take you directly to the Department of the Treasury, United States Customs Service. Report of investigation on the finders. And I want to say this before I read this. Hold your loved ones close. Hold your soul closer. Don't give in to the darkness. It exists, and it will cover itself by all means necessary. I cannot stress this enough. The reason I have taken so long to cover this is because in some ways, it touches home to me. And I'm going to tell this story really quickly so you understand. In the early 2000s, I received some junk mail at the guest house I lived at. And I was about to throw it away. It's just a card advertising like the penny saver or something. But when I flipped it over to throw it away, I happened to see a face. And this face was someone I knew. And it said they were missing. And this person had been a very close friend of mine through the 90s. And I hadn't seen her in some years because we grew apart and went our own ways. She was a musician. She was one of the first people I knew who took me in as an engineer, as a technician, as a creator, as an artist. She took me into her fold, introduced me to other musicians who I still know to this day. She introduced me to executives who I still work for to this day. She had a deal before most anybody else. And she lived in a very cared for bubble. She was a Norwegian girl. And she was mystical and esoteric and beautiful. and a great friendship. This card said that she and a baby whose face was also on this card were both missing. And I had never seen anybody I knew on anything like this. I really didn't know what to make of it. So I called friends that we had in common. And I was lucky to get someone on the phone who had been an ex of hers. And he explained to me exactly what happened. That she had been with an attorney and gotten pregnant and didn't want to marry him. And he had turned her life upside down and made intense problems for her immigration status. And at some point, she picked up everything and her child and left. Now, the information, as I tracked it then, took me to her hometown. And I spoke to somebody there who assured me she was safe and that they knew where she was, but that they couldn't tell me. And despite the fact that this person was very much my friend, I called the hotline and let them know. And I'll never be ashamed of that. I'll never be ashamed of doing the right thing. But I am sad and disappointed, and it will always hurt me because someone I know abducted their own child and left the country. And to this day, they're still on a list. And their child is still presumed missing in this country. So if you want to know why this touches me so, it's because it can happen right next door to you. It doesn't have to be a satanic cult covered by the CIA. It can be just normal affair. Black Spy says that he had a friend who vanished and the police knew who did it but could never find evidence. But somehow they finally searched in the right area and found her in a barrel. I'm sorry, man. Nobody deserves to find out that, or go like that, or be treated with such hostile inhumanity. It's why it's taken me so long to cover this, because it's weighed on me really deeply. I talked to Jack about this actually today, Jack Talcott, about how to best approach sincerely the topic without being salacious or playing into the worst of it. So I'm just reading it to you. And I share my own experience of a sort. And I hope that you find this as important as I do, because something that I'll give away as a spoiler is in the manifesto of the Finders. They said if they were ever caught, they would fall back into society and disappear and remain the Finders forever. This is organized. And these things do go on for too long because people can disappear. Report of investigation. The Finders. Data signed 02/12/1987. Class II. Internal Investigations. Program code 700. Report number 1. This office was contacted by the Tallahassee Police Department on February 5th, 1987, who requested assistance in attempting to identify 2 adult males and 6 minor children, all taken into custody the previous day. The men arrested and charged with the multiple counts of child abuse were being very evasive with police in the questioning asked of them pursuant to the children of their condition. This agent, SSA, Bob Harold, RAC, Reston, Virginia, and requested telephone numbers and names of police persons in the area, of police departments, in an attempt to follow up on 2 leads, which were a Virginia license plate number that the children had commented about living in a Washington, D.C. commune. Subsequently, this office received a telephone call from the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department inquiring about the men and children. This office put the MPD and the TPD in contact with each other. Walter F. Kretlow and Frederick D. Hyduck, resident agent in charge and special agent, Office of Enforcement. An original copy. Continuation of the details of investigation. On Thursday, February 5th, 1987, this officer was contacted via telephone by Sergeant Joanne Van Meter, who was reported to be the specialist in child affairs at that office and abuse affairs of the Tallahassee Police Department Juvenile Division. Sergeant Van Meter requested assistance in identifying 2 adult males and 6 minor children, ages 7 to 2 years old. The adult males were tentatively identified by TPD as Michael Houlihan and Douglas Ammerman, both of Washington, D.C., who were arrested the previous day on charges of child abuse. The police had received an anonymous telephone call relative to 2 well-dressed white men wearing suits and ties in Myers Park, Tallahassee, apparently watching 6 dirty and unkept children in the playground. Houlihan and Ammerman were near a 1980 blue Dodge van bearing Virginia license plate number XHW 557, the inside of which was later described as foul-smelling, filled with maps, books, letters, with a mattress situated in the rear of the van, which appeared as if it were used as a bed, and the overall appearance of the van gave the impression that all 8 persons were living in it. The children were covered with insect bites, were very dirty, most of the children were not wearing underwear, and all the children had not been bathed in many days. The men were arrested and charged with multiple counts of child abuse and lodges in the Leon County Jail. Once in custody, the men were somewhat evasive in their answers to the police regarding the children and stated only that they both were the children's teachers. Remember that they were only the children's teachers and that they were all en route to Mexico to establish a school for brilliant children, they said. The children tentatively were identified as Mary Lou Houlihan, white female age 7, Max Livingston, white male age 6, Benjamin Franklin, white male age 4, Honeybee Evans, white female age 3, BB, white male age 2, and John Paul Houlihan, white male age 2. The children initially indicated that they lived in tents in a commune in the Washington, D.C. area and were going to Mexico to go to a school for smart kids. The adults are saying Kentucky. The children are saying Mexico. The parents, the adults are saying teachers. One of the children has the same name as the quote-unquote teachers. This office contacted the office of the RACDC and spoke with Special Services Agent Bob Harold. This agent requested telephone numbers and the names of police persons in the area departments that might be aware of said activities described by the children and to follow up on the leads, which were the Virginia license number, and a check on the man's names with local law enforcement. A short time later, this office was contacted by Detective Jim Bradley of the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department. Bradley indicated that the case here in Tallahassee appeared to be strongly related to a case he was currently working on in the Washington, D.C. area. So another case was happening as well. He stated that the actions of the 2 men in custody in Tallahassee relative to the children just might give his case enough probable cause for search warrants to search premises occupied by a cult group called the Finders. This agent directed Bradley to telephone TPD and discuss with police directly any activities forthcoming relative the instant case. At this time, it was determined that there was no customs violations found to exist, and therefore this case is being closed pending receipt of additional information. Action to be taken, LASD, TECS, create a permanent DRR and TECS record, identifying data and TECS FIN queries. If you're interested in searching this in the databases, this is how you would do this. Memo to file from the special agent in charge. Customs Cooperation Interest in Tallahassee, Washington, MPD Child Abuse Investigation. On Thursday, February 5th, 1987, the duty agent SSA Bob Harold received a call from SSA Walter Critlow, USCS, Tallahassee, Florida. SSA Critlow was seeking assistance and contacting an appropriate local police agency to coordinate a child abuse investigation in with the Tallahassee Police Department. SSA Critlow further requested assistance in checking some names, addresses, and a vehicle through the Customs Child Pornography Unit database, and stated that there was some suspicion of the subjects being involved in supplying children for the production of child pornography. Further, he was informed by the Tallahassee Police Department that the children may have possibility of customs interest in the investigation due to the possible violations of the Child Protection Act of 1984, and the alleged nexus with the U.S.-Mexican border were discussed and agreed upon. SSA Critlow related the following background information. SSA Critlow was contacted by the Tallahassee Police Department for assistance in identifying 6 children and 2 adults taken into custody in the Tallahassee area. U.S. Customs were contacted because the police officers involved suspected the adults of being involved in child pornography and knew the Customs Service to have a network of child pornography investigators and of the existence of the Child Pornography and Protection Unit. SSA Critlow stated that 2 adults were well-dressed white males. They had custody of 6 white children, boys and girls, ages 3 to 6 years. The children were observed to be poorly dressed, bruised, dirty, and behaving like animals in a public park in Tallahassee. The police were notified by a concerned citizen, and all 8 persons were taken into custody. The subjects were living out of the white 1979, otherwise described as 1980, Dodge van, Virginia license plate number. Upon being taken into custody, the adult white males refused to cooperate, one of whom produced a quote-unquote business card with a name on one side and a statement on the other. The statement indicated that the bearer knew his constitutional rights to remain silent and that he intended to do so. Upon interviewing the children, the police officers found that they could not adequately identify themselves or the custodians. Furthermore, they stated that they were en route to Mexico to attend a school for quote-unquote smart kids. SSA Critlow was further advised the children were unaware of the function and purpose of the telephones, televisions, and toilets, and that the children had stated that they were not allowed to live indoors and were only given food as a reward. After receiving the request from Tallahassee, SSA Harold contacted me while I was on official business at Customs headquarters. He requested that I conduct computer checks on the Customs Child Pornography Unit database. The checks were to be conducted on the names, addresses, and vehicles provided by the SSA Critlow. After conducting the computer checks, I made direct contact with SSA Critlow to inform him that all the checks were negative, meaning they did not find anything. At that point in time, I was informed by SSA Critlow that the Tallahassee police had discovered large quantities of records, to include computer disks, a U.S. passport in the van. From some of these records, the police had obtained tentative identification of the 2 adults and partial identification of the children. Furthermore, the 2 Washington, D.C. addresses had been discovered through these documents, one of which was verified through the vehicle registration. I advised SSA Critlow I was leaving headquarters and he would be receiving the response to the remaining of his request from SSA Harold. I then left as stated and proceeded to conduct other business in the district. A short time later, at approximately 11:30 a.m., SSA Harold contacted me by radio and advised me that a Detective Jim Bradley of the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, MPD, was interested in the information provided by SSA Critlow, was in contact with Tallahassee, and would very probably be conducting search warrants in the area later in the day. He also informed me that the U.S. Customs was invited to participate due to the continuing possibility of violations of law enforced by the Customs Service. As I was already in Washington, I terminated my other business and proceeded to make contact with the Detective Bradley, Intelligence Division, MPD. So he said, whatever else I'm doing, it's not as important as this. Hello, Song Wang, and welcome back. Good to see you. Upon contacting Detective Bradley, I learned that he had initiated an investigation on 2 addresses provided by the Tallahassee Police Department, December of 1986. An informant had given him information regarding a cult known as, quote-unquote, the Finders, operating various businesses out of a warehouse located at 1307 4th Street Northeast, and were supposed to be housing children at 3918 and 3920 West Street Northwest. This is downtown Washington, D.C., folks. The information was specific in describing blood rituals, sex orgies involving children, an as yet unsolved murder in which the finders may be involved. With the information provided by the informant, Detective Bradley was able to match some of the children in Tallahassee with names of children known alleged to be in the custody of the finders. Furthermore, Bradley was able to match the tentative ID of the adults with known members of the finders. I stood by while Bradley consulted with AUSA Harry Benner and obtained search warrants for the two premises. That's Attorney General's Office, USA. I advised acting RAAC SSA Tim Holleran of my intention to accompany MPD on the execution of the warrants received by his permission, and was joined by SSA Harold. SSA Harold accompanied the team when we went to 1307 4th Street, and I went to 391 820 West Street. During the execution of the warrants, I was able to observe and access the entire building. I saw large quantities, and this is where it gets problematic. If you're sensitive, this is where you might want to tune out. I saw large quantities of children's clothing and toys. Oh. Sorry. Something left with a vocal. I saw large quantities of children's clothing and toys, the clothing consisting of diapers and clothes in the toddler to preschool range. No children were found on the premises. There were several subjects on the premises, only one deemed to be connected with the finders. The rest were renting living space from the individual. He was identified as Stuart Miles Silverstone, date of birth 06/19/1941, U.S. passport. Silverstone was located in a room equipped with several computers, printers, and in numerous documents. Cursory examination of the documents revealed detailed instructions for obtaining children for unspecified purposes. Once again, cursory examination of the documents revealed detailed instructions for obtaining children for unspecified purposes. The instructions included the impregnation of female members of the community known as finders, purchasing children, trading, and kidnapping. There were telex messages using MCI account numbers between a computer terminal believed to be located in the same room and others located across the country and in foreign locations. One such telex specifically ordered the purchase of 2 children in Hong Kong to be arranged through a contact in the Chinese embassy there. Another telex expressed an interest in bank secrecy situations. Other documents identified interest in high-tech transfers to the United Kingdom, numerous properties under the control of the finders, a keen interest in terrorism, explosives, and the evasion of law enforcement. Also found in the computer room was a detailed summary of the events surrounding the arrest and taking into custody of the 2 adults and 6 children in Tallahassee, Florida, the previous night. There were also a set of instructions which appeared to be broadcast via a computer network which advised participants to move the children and keep them moving through different jurisdictions, and instructions on how to avoid police investigations. One of the residents was identified as a Chinese national due to the telex discovery referenced the Chinese embassy in Hong Kong. He was fully identified for future references. Gengxin Wang, date of birth 09/27/1947, place of birth Tianjin, People's Republic of China. Entered into the U.S. on January 22nd, 1987, 1 month earlier. Admitted until December 31st, 1987. He's in the U.S. as a graduate student in the anatomy department of Georgetown University. His visa was issued on November 10th, 1986 in London, England. During the course of this evening, I contacted Sector 4 to initiate a text check on Silverstone and initiate an archives check on him for the last 4 years. I also contacted SSA Holleran to keep him advised of the proceedings and asked for and received permission to contact SSA John Sullivan of the CPPU to query some names through the CPPU database. Well, I would say my pleasure, no scam. But it's I don't know what to call it. There's a lot of words that run through my mind. I also contacted SSA Holleran to keep him advised of the proceedings and asked for and received permission to contact SSA John Sullivan of the CPPU to query some names through the CPPU database. SSA Holleran told me he would call Southeast Region Headquarters to keep them posted on the proceedings as well. I later contacted SSA Sullivan for the stated purpose and the discussion that followed. I gave him some background on the purpose of the request. I advised him that the information was not for dissemination at headquarters. Once again, he was advised that the information was not for dissemination at headquarters. The region was being notified. And that region would probably contact headquarters later if deemed necessary. SSA Sullivan assured me that the information would go no further until an official notification was made by region. No positive matches were obtained from the CPPU database. I was later joined at the W Street address, and No Scam Zone, welcome to the mod squad. I welcome you and appreciate you being here. It's been not easy reading this alone, and it's. I'm not gonna hide it. This is one of the worst things I've ever read in my life. The entirety of it. And we haven't gotten to the FBI report or the manifesto. That'll be in another episode completely, the manifesto itself, but no positive matches were obtained from the CPPU database. I was later joined by the W Street address by SSA Herald. SSA Herald advised me that there were extremely large quantities of documents and computer equipment at the warehouse, and that the MPD was posting officers inside the building there and sealing the building until morning, in which a second warrant for the premises could be obtained and executed. SSA Herald also advised me that the news media had been notified and had been waiting for the execution of the warrant at the 4th Street address. Detective Bradley later stated that the MPD public information officer had been contacted by a Tallahassee reporter. When it became apparent that the PIO had no information on the search warrants, the reporter contacted local media representatives, and a check of public records containing the affidavits for the search warrants disclosed the locations and the purpose of the warrants. Detective Bradley surmised that someone on the Tallahassee Police Department was the original source of the information for the press. I advised SSA Holleran of the involvement of the press, and he stated that he would, in turn, relay the information to Region. SSA Herald and I assisted in the transport of the evidence seized pursuant to the warrant and cleared MPD after the press left the area. On Friday, 2/6/87, I met Detective Bradley at the warehouse on 4th Street Northeast. I duly advised my acting group supervisor, SSA Don Bloodworth. I was again granted unlimited access to the premises. I was able to observe numerous documents which described explicit sexual conduct between the members of the community known as finders. I also saw a large collection of photographs of unidentified persons. Some of the photographs were nudes, believed to be of members of finders. There were numerous photographs of children, some nude, at least one of which was a photo of a child on display and appearing to accent the child's genitals. I was only able to examine a very small amount of the photos at this time. However, one of the officers presented me with a photo album for my review. The album contained a series of photos of adults and children dressed in white sheets, participating in a blood ritual, quote-unquote. The ritual centered around the execution of at least 2 goats. The photos portrayed in the execution disembowelment, skinning, and dismemberment of the goats at the hands of the children. This included the removal of the testes of a male goat, the discovery of a female goat's womb, and the baby goats inside the womb, and the presentation of a goat's head to one of the children. Further inspection of the premises disclosed numerous files related to activities of the organization in different parts of the world. Locations I observed are as follows: London, Germany, the Bahamas, Japan, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Africa, Costa Rica, and Europe. Excuse me. There was also a file identified as Palestinian. Other files were identified by member names of project name. The projects appearing to be operated for commercial purposes under front names for the finders. There was one file entitled Pentagon Break-In, and another which referred to members operating in foreign countries. Not observed by me, but related by an MPD officer, were intelligence files on private families not related to the finders. The process undertaken appears to have been a systematic response to local newspaper advertisements for babysitters, tutors, etc. Once again, the process undertaken appears to have been a systematic response to local newspaper advertisements for babysitters, tutors, etc. All information as possible about the habits, identity, occupation, etc. of the family, the use to which this information was to be put, is still unknown. There was also a large amount of data collected of various child care organizations. The warehouse contained a large library, 2 kitchens, a sauna, hot tub, and a quote-unquote video room. This video room seemed to be set up as an indoctrination center. It also appeared that the organization had the capability to produce its own videos. There were what appeared to be training areas for children, and what appeared to be an altar set up in a residential area of the warehouse. Many jars of urine and feces were located in this area. I should also mention that both premises were equipped with satellite dish antennas. I discussed this course of action to be taken with MPD with Detective Bradley. He stated that he was only interested in making the child abuse cases. I was assured that all the evidence would be available to the U.S. Customs in furtherance of any investigation or criminal action pursued. MPD personnel were to begin around the clock review and sorting of the evidence until completed. Customs will have access after this is accomplished. This will include several U.S. passports, including during the search. Discovered during the search, excuse me. Upon leaving the 4th Street premises, I encountered a news media representative and was asked the reason behind U.S. Customs involvement in the investigation. I advised the reporter that I could not discuss anything and referred her to the RSA DC. I left immediately thereafter. I may have actually found that news footage earlier, but it's exactly as described. Non-commentary. There's no further information available at this time. It should take 3 to 5 days for all the information to be resorted, reviewed, logged by the MPD. I will maintain contact with Detective Bradley until the evidence is again accessible. 2587. On Thursday, 5th, 1987, Senior Special Agent Harold and I assisted the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department with 2 search warrants involving the possible sexual exploitation of children. During the course of the search warrants, numerous documents were discovered which appeared to be concerned with the international trafficking in children, high-tech transfer to the United Kingdom, and international transfer of currency. Ramon J. Martinez, Special Agent. Renee Linwood, Resident Agent in Charge. Details of the investigation from March 31st, 1987. I had contacted Detective James Bradley of the Washington, D.C. Sorry, why am I having such a problem with that word tonight? Metropolitan Police Department. I was to meet with the Detective Bradley to review the documents seized pursuant to the 2 search warrants executed in February 1987. The meeting was to take place on April 2nd or 3rd, 1987. On April 2nd, 1987, I arrived at MPD at approximately 9 a.m. Detective Bradley was not available. I spoke to a third party who was willing to discuss the case with me on a strictly off-the-record basis. I was advised that all passport data had been turned over to the State Department for their investigation. The State Department, in turn, advised MPD that all travel and use of the passports by the holders of the passports was within the law, and no action would be taken. This included what would have been considered illegal travel at the time to Moscow, North Korea, and North Vietnam from the late 1950s to the 1970s. Again, they were advised that all passport data had been turned over to the State Department for their investigation. The State Department in turn advised MPD that all the travel and use of the passports by the holders of the passports were within the law and no action would be taken. But the investigating officer here says this includes travel to Moscow, North Korea, and North Vietnam from the late 1950s to the mid-1970s. You're welcome, Long Gone. And welcome to the Mod Squad. The individual further advised me of circumstances which indicated that the investigation into the activity of the finders had become a CIA internal matter. I'm going to repeat this again so you know what this says. The individual further advised me of circumstances which indicated that the investigation into the activity of the finders had become a CIA internal matter. The MPD report has been classified secret. A non-international governmental piece of information from the local investigation became a CIA internal matter. Despite reports from just before then in the news media that the CIA rejected those accusations. The MPD report has been classified secret and was not available for review. I was advised that the FBI had withdrawn from the investigation several weeks prior. Once again, the investigator had been advised that the FBI had withdrawn from the investigation into the child abuse and pornography and indoctrination center, passports, information about child trafficking and sales to foreign countries via foreign governments, and that the FBI Foreign Counterintelligence Division had directed MPD not to advise the FBI Washington field office of anything that had transpired. I repeat, I was advised that the FBI had withdrawn from the investigation several weeks prior, and that the FBI Foreign Counterintelligence Division had directed MPD not to advise the FBI Washington field office of anything that had transpired. No further information will be available. No further action will be taken. At the bottom it says, action to be taken by the LESD TECS. No action to be taken on the basis of this report. These are the faces of the finders and their leader? Would you know them apart from someone else? Would you know or pay any attention to them? Two fairly well-dressed gentlemen. And the only reason they were ever noticed is because they were with 6 disheveled children playing in a park. Meanwhile, the CPS had not been notified when the children were playing in the park all day alone. To understand the impact, to understand perspective on this, I'm going to jump to last year before I read the report, so you can understand the differences in what the Customs Department was looking at and how the FBI handled this. No scam zone. I can only presume and speculate. I cannot disagree with you. When I have looked into the businesses associated to the finders, still operating to this day, they are involved in all sorts of activity that we would take as innocuous, including storage facilities. I don't want to cause any reactionary affair here. I urge the viewer at home to take this in stride and take the information as you would. This is a report from a long time ago, and what's important to know is that at least in the public eye, the finders are no longer. Now, this is contradictory to what they said they would do, as I've read a little piece of this in the description from Customs in that investigation, meaning that they hid the children. They notified worldwide the rest of their groups to hide the children and keep moving them through jurisdictions. Where they may be today, we can only wonder. And not positive, but I think you may, Long Gone says that they think they may have seen them mentioned in the 4,000 plus children who crossed the border and sent to New Mexico. No identification or paperwork has been done on those children. And this would fit the paradigm. This would fit the route they were taking to send children, seemingly. I could buy that. I could believe that. I don't know that, but I could believe that because of the way that these people moved them around. And despite the fact that we only literally see 6 in real life, there were bags, trash bags full of child pornography, naked children, and the evidence is not accessible to the public and still remains in the hands of Central Intelligence on an affair that is not international. So I ask you, why? Why? Why is something that is a federal or local case protected by the CIA? Before we go there, let's get perspective on what these people who, as adults and their parents, have to say in the now. And we shall now hear from this person. From the failed state update. Calendar, January 12th, 2022, less than 2 years ago. Children of the Finders speak. Were the Finders children victims of a satanic kidnapping cult? We asked them for you. Written by Joseph Flatley and Tyler Rabbit. Curious. January 12th, 2022. The Finders were an intentional community that had its heyday in the 1980s. After a brief run-in with law, a number of conspiracy theories about the group started circulating. These days, it's mostly known as a mind control cult and a CIA operation run amok. Labels that the former members scoff at. Jack says, the systems allow corruption to hide the evidence. Obedient employees and ignorant civilians enable the oppression of truth. CIA should be disassembled. They're no more than a corrupt, lawless group of criminals. Well, I think they do. They have done excellent work in some fashions outside of our country, but they should not be operating on federal soil. That is not their mandate. Marion D. Petty. A picture of the man in his later years. The man who started it all. This calls him a visionary. Who started it all, the founding finder, was a man with many names. The student, the stroller, the game caller. He was born Marion David Petty on December 12th, 1920. Petty enlisted in the Army at age 15 and transferred to the Air Force in 1947. He retired in 1955 and took his pension. He never worked again. When Petty joined the Army, the legal enlistment age was 16 years old. To leave home, he had to convince his parents to lie to the recruiter about his birthday. Petty did this through not too subtle intimidation. Yeah, kind of, right? Larry Minotti. True, it kind of has that vibe, right? Petty did this through not too subtle intimidation after coming across an article in the newspaper about a boy who killed his parents. He clipped it and left it on the kitchen table. I didn't say anything about the article, Petty said. I just cut it out of the paper and I left it on the dining room table so my father would find it. Psychological manipulation through intimidation, by the way, is what that's called. Suggestion. This tactic must have worked because Petty's parents acquiesced and soon he was in Panama, a lifeguard for the U.S. Army. The teenage soldier sat out by the base pool, reading books and working on his tan for 3 years. This created the template for how he would live his life, by learning as much and working as little as possible. By the late 60s, Petty was living with his wife and 2 sons in the Washington, D.C. area. It was around this time that he began assembling what they called the intentional community that became to be known as the Finders. He was definitely anti-bureaucratic and anti-institutional, former Finder Randolph Ranny Wynn says of his teacher. He did not want to be an institutional type of community. He always wanted to keep it flexible and experimental. The Finders try to lay low and avoid rankling the powers that be. Still, conflict was inevitable. In America, the land of the individual above all else, Henry Miller's air-conditioned nightmare, so to speak. I'm sorry, can you hear the bias in this reporting? Merely deciding to live in an intentional community in itself, a political act. Marion Petty, who wished to turn his back on society, despite doing this in Washington, D.C., inevitably made a lowercase p political statement by rejecting politics altogether, despite being housed in Washington, D.C. Central in the letters and numbers. Petty was a great visionary. Another ex-finder named Robert Toby Terrell, Bob Terrell, with a new nickname Toby, says, and he saw the decline of Western civilization. He forecast what we are living through right now. And the way that he advocated living was a preparation for new consciousness. Petty's goal was no less than the liberation of humanity from the shackles of quote-unquote progress. The illusory pseudo-progress that comes with the scientific advancements central to his philosophy was proper child-rearing. He believed that healing the planet began with raising healthy children. And I think we can all get behind that, right? Well, Petty saw his followers, not to mention the modern world in general, as supremely fucked up. hella biased reporting here, by the way. A great deal of their time was spent playing quote-unquote games. Psychodrama formulated by their guru with the specific goal of quote-unquote unfucking people. This is the original article, by the way, from the Washington Post. The first two finders' children were Mary, 6 months old when her mother joined in 1980, and Max, born to a community member in 1981. Houlihan. He was born to Houlihan. Eventually, there would be 7 finders' kids total that we know of. The word Mary uses to describe her childhood is quote-unquote free. Before I preface any of this, I want you to remember that when you experience trauma at a young age, those memories can be wiped. It's part of the process of MK Ultra. Project 136, MK Monarch. Torture to create systems of DID so that a personality can be retrained or memory can be wiped. And a new persona and aptitude can be built from the ground up. If in fact these children experienced as is described in the prior report, I have no doubt that this person neither has memory nor actually knows what really went on. And I hate to say this, but I must discount what I'm about to read. You may do so or not. It's up to you. It's your call. But that's how I feel about this. Because of my knowledge of how DIDs created in that trauma, where a personality cannot fuse later as an adult, and they are separated. And I know, and you can know as well by looking at some of my past work about MK Ultra, that this is definitely one of the processes they use to create human weapons. Not just human weapons, but creating those who have the aptitude for remote viewing or other. There were certain times it probably was not the safest environment for kids, Mary says. But it was definitely a very free environment for exploration and learning and feeling confident. That kind of confidence that comes with not having adults tell you you can't do something or you're too young to do it. One of Petty's games was the High Field Experiment, or Paradise. This was organized in the spring of 1984 for Max and Mary, ages 3 and 4 at the time, respectively. In his memoir, The Game Caller, which is available to this day, Toby sets the scene, a.k.a. the former spokesman for the organization. The high field, a former cow pasture, is pristine, tall, straight tulip poplars and tracts of a few acres, surrounded by open rolling hills where 2 streams run down from the Shenandoah National Park. The finder set aside 2 acres of the pasture for the experiment. An area was designated for the children by erecting a wall out of the tree limbs and brush. It was low enough for adults to easily hop over, but high enough to be serious obstacles to a toddler, according to Toby. They took care to make this look like a feature of the landscape. Inside the wall, they built a lean-to and placed bedding beneath it for the children. There was a small stream with fresh drinking water as well as ample shade and trees. Long gone, yes. My aunt suffered from that and was able to refuse her personalities in her adulthood and has since become a cognitive therapist. It's cool, Black Spy. There's lots of very interesting names. Terrell is definitely interesting that you pointed that out. I hadn't even put that one together, but boy, I wonder. I can only guess that the people with Mr. Robot were making an illusion there. Long Gone says that they have a friend with DID from horrific trauma as a child, SA, and physical abuse and more. It is a very, very real thing. After it was all put together, the finders called this area paradise. After it was all put together, the adults set the children down inside the walls. The kids, used to ignoring the odd behavior of the adults, began to play. Over the next several days, the adults stayed out of sight as the children create their own world of imagination. They were supervised around the clock from a distance. The adults brought food into the camp when the kids weren't paying attention and joined them when they slept to ensure they were safe at night, they claim. One of Petty's aphorisms was, never say anything rational to a child. They'll become rational soon enough, but let them evolve the thinking apparatus for themselves. Sounds hopeful. The Paradise Game was an opportunity to let the children be precisely who they were at that moment in time, without any adults imposing or ordered worldview on them. It was designed to be a surreal experience, developmentally appropriate for toddlers. Under the auspices of whose psychological oversight? Whose doctorate? Whose experiment, I ask? It seems extreme. I don't think that as much thinking goes into raising kids in straight society as went into raising us, Max says. He's 37 now. Rather than winging it, the finders were doing their best to be thoughtful, innovative parents, he says. They were all about putting the kids in charge, Mary says, or at least making the kids feel like they were in charge. I remember not being supervised a lot of the time. I remember having a very free childhood. I could do whatever I wanted and didn't really have to check in or ask if I could do something. The finders' children were, quote-unquote, free range in today's terms. Even compared to the much looser standards of the 1980s, the neighbors certainly noticed, but they never thought it rose to the level of neglect, so to speak. We were allowed to use adult things like Swiss Army knives, Mary says. I learned how to whittle a spoon with a Swiss Army knife when I was 4. Another frequent activity was fishing at an area creek. I was like 5 or something, and the river was far away from the house. I don't remember any adult following us there or watching us, and no one ever said, be careful, or watch what you're doing. We didn't have to let anyone know that we were leaving, or anything like that. A lot of that was done unintentionally, Max says. Just give the children as many opportunities and as much space to explore and really make our environments rich and full. Parenting duties were shared among the various adults in the group, of course. There were some who were more suited for it than others. It wasn't like Synanon, which is another cult, where children would be warehoused someplace while the parents lived their best lives. I find that comparison very interesting, as if, that cult isn't as good as this cult. Every day was so different, Mary says. I'm sure they'd read a lot of those developmental theorists like Piaget and Vygotsky. They definitely didn't read my great uncle, that's for sure. Because if he knew about this, he would have flipped out. And by the way, my great uncle is one of the more famous developmental theorists of the time period, who basically said, and great uncle Jerry Motto, you can find him, Dr. Jerry Motto, who basically said that children are like scientists, and everything that children do is an experiment, and that's how they learn, by repeating things and touching things and exploring things, and that if you tell kids not to play in the mud, they're never going to learn about mud. You know, that kind of thing. Sounds like a good way to raise a kid, but I'm sure it would look very strange to outsiders. Doug Ammerman and Michael Hallwell. Ammerman and Hallwell. Not Houlihan. Not Holleran. Hallwell. Mary. On February 4th, 1987, 6 of the finders' children were taken into custody while 2 of their adult caregivers were suspected of child abuse in Tallahassee, Florida Park. They claimed to be on a camping trip. All charges were eventually cleared, and that took the better part of a year. In the meantime, a conspiracy theory spread connecting the community to satanic rituals and CIA mind control operations. It's not a conspiracy when the evidence is clear in government paperwork, despite the case being dropped. This is whitewashing the affair, folks. in my opinion. And I would say this is alleged, but it sure doesn't match the investigation of the time period. It seems disconnected to it. Mary was 7 years old at the time. She thought she was 6. Here, she recalls what happened on February 4th. The following is edited for length and clarity. She says, I remember playing in the park for a long time. I think it was Michael who was babysitting us, and Doug had taken the van to go do errands. You know, probably laundry and grocery shopping or whatever. So we were playing in the park until he came back. We'd been playing there for God knows how many hours. I think we were probably relatively clean when we got there, but by the end of the day, we were pretty dirty. And there were no women, you know, it's just 2 guys with 6 kids. So I can see how that could look odd to someone. Someone in the neighborhood apparently called CPS, and a couple of police officers showed up. The adult finders did their usual thing of, you know, mum's the word. They don't say a word, you know. The police attempted to question them, but they wouldn't say anything. The police touched them, and they went all nudely, limp, no cooperation whatsoever, because that's what they were told to do by Petty, the group's leader. So we're hauled in the police station, and I remember being fingerprinted. Although it was kind of a cool thing to see my fingerprints on the paper, and the female cop was really nice. I want you to remember, by the way, that the police reported that these children didn't know what a toilet or a TV or a radio or what the paper was, basically. And you know, they're always asking you questions. They're showing me pictures of the guys and asking me what their names were, and I remember telling them that Michael was my dad. He didn't say that. She did. And I remember telling them that I was 6 years old because that's how old I thought I was at the time. She was actually 7. And I remember them taking us to a little house. I later learned that it was a cottage on the grounds of a mental asylum. And they had nurses around the clock in different shifts coming to take care of us. This is Mary and her brother Max and their mother, Paula Arico. John Paul and Mary. I'm sorry, that's not Max, that's John Paul. My apologies. He was also in the group, though. Paula Arico, Mary's mother, picks up the story from here. In addition to Mary, her son John Paul was put into state custody where the finders' men were arrested in Tallahassee. As a result of her run-in with the law, she left the finders, she says, and moved to Tallahassee. She says, I was in San Francisco at the time of the arrests, and I wasn't freaked out at first. I was concerned, but I was part of a group of people that would solve this together. You know, it's part of my wiring, cooperative living. They really know how we survived this. That's really how we survived this long as a species, she says. So I got this call on Friday morning, February 6th. I think it happened on a Wednesday, but it was actually a couple of days before I found out about it. We had a meeting, I think on Saturday, because Petty came up to San Francisco because federal charges were going to be applied for kidnapping. We needed to talk to the FBI in Washington, D.C. We wound up flying back that Sunday. Of course, by now, the press is all camped out in front of our home, W Street in Washington. Way outside the political world. W Street in Washington, right down the street from the White House. And we're trying to sneak in and out to do stuff, and it's not working. So Finder, Carolyn, gets in a van and drives in the front gates of the press, in front of the press, and takes them on a journey. And then the rest of us all take our little day bags and overnight bags and run out the back door and get in a different van. Because that seems totally what you do in that situation when the law is investigating you for child trafficking. We drive all night and all day, taking turns driving, and get down to the Florida line. This also coincides with the information being sent out of that compound to all of the other spaces that the finders owned to hide the children and move them through other jurisdictions, as reported in the Customs Department's report. We don't cross into Florida because we don't know what's going to happen if we go into Florida. You know, we've been hearing all kinds of stuff, tons of misinformation in the press. We can't get any real information out of anybody. We spent a day in a library and on a payphone, contacting people in Tallahassee, trying to find out what we could do. And we found a family of law attorney who agreed to meet with us. I think we met with her on a Friday. Of course, we still got to the press hounding on us, and now the stringers for the major papers are all down in Tallahassee. She says she went to a Catholic church on Sunday, even though she's pretty much a lapsed Catholic, a recovering Catholic, because that's what you do when you need help. I find that very interesting, that she sought God because of the situation, But I thought she was in a group that didn't follow those things, that was communal. This is where some of this stops making sense to me. And that set in motion finding housing for all of us. Oh, utilizing the church to hide, because we could not afford to stay in a hotel another night, despite the fact that the organization had several $1 million in the bank account at that time. In the meantime, the spokesman for the group, quote unquote, Toby, puts out his press release. It says, yes, we do have some bodies. They're buried over here, very near this creek. Because we've always wanted a pond over there. It's just, razzmatazz. Let's just see how much the news media can't take a joke. They thought that was a troll. They thought that was funny. What do you think? Because to us, wow, surprisingly, I just ran through all my music in the library. Damn, I'd have to add more tracks. In the meantime, let's see how much, because to us, it was really much more of a joke than a reality, they say, until the point where it looked like they were not going to give back our kids back to us. And then the call came from Petty to fire the attorney and just throw yourself on the mercy of the court. CIA, yeah, I have no sense of humor about this. CIA asset. I had a 2-year-old who, the minute he saw me, my blouse is up and he's nursing again. Mary, on the other hand, had a Valentine's Day card. She knew she would see me again and that she needed a Valentine's Day card for me. This is my lovely daughter who had total faith. A true finder, she says. In other words, she's saying she moved away from the finders, but she's still calling her daughter a true finder. Make it make sense. She knows everything's going to be fine, This is just the next game. It's a different group of adults, but it's always a different group of adults. Let me read that to you again. A true finder. She knows everything's going to be fine. This is just the next game. It's just a different group of adults. But it's always a different group of adults. That first visit with my children was maybe 10 days from the arrest. Within a week, my kids were living with me. That was in February, and by the end of 1987, I had a job in Tallahassee. I had the kids in school and preschool, and I was living in an okay place, and I started to make friends. This will get to this. This man in the Reagan mask that you've seen several times so far, this is our Robert Gardner Toby Terrell, the spokesman, wearing a mask backwards as he held that news conference. I, for the life of me, cannot find any film or other photographs from that moment, despite the fact that the AP and Reuters were there. There was definitely film had for the local news media. This no longer exists. So if you do know the whereabouts of this lost footage, please send it in and I will share it. Because the timbre and the experience in that interview could tell us a lot more than just the reports. One of the most prominent myths about the finders, they claim, is that they abused children as part of a CIA program to create Manchurian candidates. This is what Max says when asked point blank if this is true. It's just impossible to know until I'm activated. He laughs and then gets serious. Of course, I was never abused or anything like that, he says. As far as the intelligence community stories, there's so many things that are wrong with the hypothesis and that concept. Ultimately, the conspiracy theories about the finders persist because the group claims it was never really interested in setting the record straight. Well, that's interesting because it attempted to at the time period. Weird. To me. The finders were disdainful of the media perspective. No doubt. Knowing that the media could be fooled kind of give them a little power trip, you know? Because that makes sense. Counterintelligence. If somebody can be so easily fooled, why would you ever care about their opinion of you? Now, I know that feeling. But that's tradecraft. So that's one angle. And the other angle is that Marion Petty was puckish and playful in that kind of way. Oh, he gleefully led people astray in their assumptions. Tradecraft. AKA sorcery. And if you don't know what a sorcerer is, well, it's a character attribute. It's a personality. I would be considered a wizard. I build the magic from the truths and facts. I build it from the ground up with the dirt and the breeze and the wind and the sun, the water and the fire. That is not what a sorcerer does. A sorcerer manifests with manipulation, lies, fear, control, and then rejoices when it works. That is sorcery. Check it out. People misuse the words because they don't know what they mean. If somebody can be so easily fooled, why would you ever care about their opinion of you? So that's one angle. Huh. Yeah, I guess that's an angle. And the other angle is that Marion Petty was puckish, playful in that kind of way. Apparently, he gleefully led people astray in their assumptions. Besides, the finders had their own social network, their own social safety net, their own financial safety net, and they were self-sufficient, despite the fact that they had to hide in houses via the Catholic Church. So the societal perception of the community was of minor importance. These guys could support each other and support themselves. It was a tight-knit community. They didn't need society's approval. By the way, there's a Japanese version of this next statement. In the Netherlands, they say the wheat that stands tallest gets chopped. In Japan, they say the nail that sticks up gets hammered down. In the US, if we pay any attention to you, we're going to shame you for not believing what we do. Same scenario. Authoritarians will always authoritize. Sorry, that was terrible. Authority will always be misused by those who believe they truly have it, when authority is a shared function. Whereas authoritarianism is tyranny. Know the difference. Call it out where you see it too. I urge you to do so. Don't be afraid of the naysayers. Don't be afraid of the darkness in others. Intimidating because they want you to fear leaving for better pastures and experiences. But I digress. Society is immediately suspicious of things that are different. No society is immediately suspicious of things that are horrifying or incredibly standout. I see it as Darwinian. Societies that are not suspicious get overrun by other societies that are suspicious. I don't think that works that way, but I don't want to get pulled off by it. The finders eventually sorted out their legal problems. By the way, 4 of the 5 women who claim to be mothers of the children taken into custody nearly 2 weeks ago are shown in Tallahassee's law office on Saturday. From left to right are Kristen Nouth on the left, Judy Evans right here, in this second from the left, Paula Arico, who we are reading about right now, and Carolyn Said. Carolyn Said on the right is another questionable name, S-A-I-D. They say they want their children back and want to put the episode behind them. The finders eventually sorted out their legal problems. The media moved on to other things, and everybody went on with their lives. But good conspiracy theories really never die. Neither do honest stories about terrible happenings that never get solved fully. And the Finders CIA connection would find an eager audience on the internet, even though you can only find a handful of documentaries that cover portions of this. And a movie that came out in the 90s, but when you mention to people, they vaguely remember this from the Satanic Panic of the 80s. They vaguely remember this from somewhere else. And so far, nobody's covering the entirety of this. This has led to decades of harassment and lies. It's no surprise that most finders just want to be left alone at this point. They still exist. They still exist, and that is admission. Is this in frame, by the way? Let me make sure. Sorry, folks. My apologies. It's no surprise that most finders who claim that they don't exist want to be left alone at this point. Contradictory itself. The short article hasn't come close to answering all the conspiracy theories, questions about the children of the finders, nor does it try. The finders deserve more than that. Oh, I believe they do. They deserve to have the story honestly told. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, they do. Not to set the record straight, but because it's a damn good story. No, it's not a damn good story. It's the most horrifying fucking thing I've ever found. Well, not the most horrifying, but one of them. Story by Joseph L. Flatley, journalist, podcaster, author of New Age, grifter, and books on cults, conspiracies, and the culture of American decline. Publisher of Failed State Update. Lenny Flatley, I have to challenge your assertions and findings in this article. There's an incredible amount of bias that contradicts the actual findings of the investigations. Which brings us to, my friends, the FBI vault and part 1 of the finders. There are 4 parts to this. You can find this yourself. The link is in the chat. This is public information. And the reason I'm reading this to you tonight is because I do not believe that this is gone. I believe that we see these people in the public. I believe that they are around us. I believe that this system has been melded somewhere into the background, and that the stories, that the bullshit of QAnon and the subjugation of this story, the subversion of this story into other nebulous Pizzagates and things of the like, draw away from the truth, which is not unlike what they've already done to their own story, but they tripled down and covered up with something they knew the frothing, mouth-breathing, angry seekers of any validation for terrible happenings would jump at. Because they could include bigotry. They could include false ideas and premises that don't have anything to do with this group. My friends, do not believe the hype that is sold to you, but do believe the reports by earnest individuals whose lives are spent reporting facts. Not out of context, not in small snippets so that every moment is added on to with somebody's personal idea, despite the fact that that person is not sharing quantifiable investigative information. No, rather trust in the fact that this is from the FBI records. This has been vetted. This has been reviewed and redacted. And because of a FOIA Act, it was released in 2019, almost 40 years from the time of the events, despite the fact that the CIA closed the case on a case placed in federal American localized soil. Part 1. I want you first to notice Deleted page information sheet, meaning every reference to information redacted. Peep this. Two pages. 3 pages. Deleted pages represented. No duplication fee for this page. MRI. 00 FBI WMFO, as we know. Forward office. Two, FBI WMFO, immediate. FBI Miami, immediate. Unclassified, section 1 of 2. Supervisory Special Agent SSA, redacted. Squad C4. Well, that could be many people, actually. But let's assume that that's going to be Roberts. Or, let's see. Because this is the report that tells us who these people actually are from the redacted, by the way. And the only reason we know the CIA is Bob Harold. Or RAC. No, it would be Bob Harold, the SSA. Squad C4, Washington Metropolitan Field Office, WMFO. SSA, that's our other SSA. That would be RAC Reston from Virginia. And Senior Supervisor Resident Agent, West Palm Beach Resident Agency, Miami Division. Finders Group, White Slave Traffic Act, Sexual Exploitation of Children, Obstruction of Justice, Preliminary Inquiry, 00 WMFO. This right here, 71303, references the search warrant that you can see at the top in its stamp. November 3rd, 1993. So this was reviewed in the 90s. Somebody opened the case again to look at it in the FBI. Don't forget that. It was interesting enough to somebody to take a look again. 9 years. 11 years after the initial case. Unclassified, page 2. RE to FDIHQ. Facsimile to Miami SSA, redacted. Dated 10/27/1993. And to Miami SSRA, redacted. Date 10/28/93. And the FBI headquarters, SSA. So multiple headquarters and multiple FBI branches. Telephone call with WMFO SSA blank. Redacted on 10/29/93. So this is 11 years after this happened. Phone calls and reports were still being filed. The Department of Justice, DOJ, has requested the FBI conduct a preliminary inquiry into allegations 11 years later made by, this would have to be Menendez, or I'm sorry, I don't want to get his name wrong. Not Credlau, but the special agent in charge here, Ramon J. Martinez, Special Agent, USCS, since retired, by the way. And thank you for your service, sir. He went on. He had a pretty credited career, too, when I looked at it. Dude did a bunch of stuff. We need more heroes like that guy, and honest heroes. The Department of Justice has requested the FBI conduct a preliminary inquiry into the allegations by Detective Martinez concerning child sexual abuse by a group known as, quote-unquote, the Finders, and what role, if any, was played by the United States intelligence community. By separate communications, WMFO will be provided available documentation received to date from DOJ concerning the FBI's allegations, or Martinez's allegations, United States Customs, it would be Martinez, SA. That would be the FBI agent, USCS headquarters, Washington, D.C., redacted. Also possesses documentation concerning fighters, which is to be obtained by, so that would be the State Department, which is to be obtained by WMFO. The following information is being provided as background in this matter for WMFO and Miami. In 1987, redacted and redacted were convicted of sexually abusing children. Well, we know who that is. Why is their name redacted? That's only done if, in fact, they are assets or their personal beings are currently working for the government. One of the children who attended the school during the time of the alleged sexual abuse was one of the children we've talked about, Max or Mary, doing business as blank. We can assume the Finders Tech or the company covering the computer software and training for the CIA or one of the other companies. After the imposition of prison sentences on both the gentlemen that we talked about earlier, became convinced that numerous other children had been abused and that the abuse was part of a large, well-organized scheme. This is the FBI file once again. Subsequently, blank has attempted to interest congressional members and the USCS in his efforts to enhance efforts in the area of child sexual abuse and investigating claims of organized sexual abuse. So this is actually an interesting statement here because this suggests that the FBI was watching as the customs official reported to Congress. And it doesn't seem like a positive statement. The customs official became convinced that numerous other children had been abused and that the abuse was part of a large, well-organized scheme. Subsequently, that officer has attempted to interest congressional members and his USCS in his efforts to enhance efforts in the area of child sexual abuse and investigating claims of organized sexual abuse. During October of 1993, blank met with United States Congressman Rose Florida, that'd be the aforementioned investigator, to discuss allegations concerning a group known as the Finders. This is 11 years after the occurrence. Both Congressman Rose and blank, redacted, subsequently provided information concerning these allegations to DOJ. Now notice there is a question mark in the FBI file. And this is telling, folks, because that means those who looked at this file wanted to know what was shared, what was that about, and what was the follow-up. Clearly not had at this time publicly. An FBI HQ indices search reveals a reference to Finders in FBI HQ File 7, HQ 20191. That is searchable. Our review of this file indicated that FBI Jacksonville File 7, 1248, also searchable. And FBI WMFO File 7, 1635, also searchable, had conducted investigation results from an arrest of 2 individuals in Tallahassee, Florida in 1987. On 2487, the 2 men were arrested by the Tallahassee Police Department on misdemeanor child abuse charges resulting from a complaint that 6 children playing in a park were unkept and neglected. Redacted. The 2 subjects with the children could not initially provide sufficient information as to their legal custody of the children, were uncooperative regarding their identity during these arrests, and the TPD contacted the Metropolitan Police Department, Washington, D.C., and provided information concerning and their association with a group known as the Finders, based in Washington, D.C. On 2587, the MPD executed search warrants prepared by the United States Attorney's Office, District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., on 2 properties owned by the Finders in Washington, D.C. Special Agent S.A., redacted, USCS participated in these searches. We know who, Martinez. A joint investigation conducted by the MPD and the WMFO led to the identification and interview of the mothers of the 6 children, 2 of the fathers, and several other key members of the Finders group. On 2/18/87, WMFO presented the results of their investigation to Assistant United States Attorney. blank, redacted. United States Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. Washington, D.C., who declined prosecution for violation of Title 18 U.S. Code Section 1201, kidnapping, and 2251, sexual exploitation of a child. WMFO SA blank was the WMFO case agent in this matter. DOJ review of the USCS documents indicated that during the execution of the search warrants by the MPD at the two finders' properties, USCS SA Martinez claims to have observed a substantial amount of computer equipment and documents purportedly containing, I did not write this underline, by the way, that is FBI file, containing instructions for obtaining children for unspecified purposes. The FBI concurs with this. The instructions allegedly include the impregnation of female members of the community, purchasing children, trading children, and kidnapping them. Martinez's claims redacted. Redacted. Martinez has alleged the finders are involved in a well-organized child abuse scheme, and that Martinez is redacted in conjunction with the State Department and that CIA, in conjunction with the State Department and the FBI's Foreign Counterintelligence Section, conspired to cover up those abuses. USCS SA Martinez should be contacted by WMFO to obtain complete USCS documentation concerning finders, and he did, as he stated. Investigation by WMFO in this matter will also include the interview of Martinez, of the two men, and the review of the documentation in the possession of CIA, the State Department, Passport Office, and the Foreign Counterintelligence Division, FBI headquarters. Why is counterintelligence involved? Ask yourself that. From the Senior Supervisory Resident Agent SSRA, redacted, West Palm Beach Resident Agency, Miami Division. Subject Finders Group, white slave trafficking account, sexual exploitation of children, obstruction of justice. Preliminary inquiry. WMFO. It is noted that a member of Congress has indicated that to the DOJ that redacted due to the Finders investigation. Investigation should be conducted promptly in this matter, and WMFO will submit results by teletype to the Violent Crimes Fugitive Unit, Violent Crimes and Major Offenses Section, Criminal Investigation Division, Leeds, Miami Division, at Stewart, Florida. Will locate and interview redacted, doing business as redacted. We can guess that that's the computer business, and obtain any relevant material in his possession concerning finders, talking about Agent Martinez. Will locate and interview USCS SA Martinez, and will locate and interview USCS SA, his partner, and oversight. Washington, D.C., TPD, that would be Kretlau or Hajduk. Oh, no, he's the RAC. That would be Kretlau. Which, if we didn't have the other records, by the way, we wouldn't be able to ascertain that it's the CIA or any of these other people that they're talking about. So thank goodness for Martinez. The WMFO investigation pertaining to the finders. Number 4, will review available documentation concerning finders from State Department Office and the Foreign Counterintelligence Division. OLEA +1. I don't know what that means. But these are notes that are important. So if you understand, please let us know. The administrative note from the Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Communication Message Form. By memorandum dated 10/26/1993 from Acting Assistant Attorney General John C. Keeney, Criminal Division, Department of Justice, to Assistant Director Larry A. Potts, the Department of Justice requested that the FBI conduct a preliminary inquiry into allegations made by Martinez concerning child sexual abuse by a group known as the Finders, and what role, if any, was played by the United States intelligence community. This communication designates WMFO as Office of Origin and sets specific leads concerning the investigation of this preliminary inquiry. On 11/2/93, this matter was coordinated with Unit Chief Redacted, Office of Professional Responsibility, CVPR 7, FBI HQ, who's opined that absent additional facts being developed, there's no OPR issue involved in this matter. Drafted by DRW, RDT. Copy designation Mr. Cahoe, Mr. Tickler, and Mr. Ohe. Circled as one. I'm sorry, Olia is one of these names in the redacted next section. Plus one would be an unknown. These are the items forwarded to your office since files meets criteria for destruction. Miscellaneous documents. This is an evidence file. Notes files. The case number. These documents were expected to be destroyed. As you can see, to be returned, no. Receipt given, no. Grand jury disseminate only pursuant to federal rules of criminal procedure, no. Original notes. Intention of MPD. Original notes, RE interview of USCS. Serial of originating document, a date. To be returned, no. Receipt given, no. Federal rules of criminal procedure to be shared with the grand jury, no. Reference, none. No signature. Case files. Redacted. To returned, no answer, no signature, and redacted signature, retired, MPD. No mention of action. Redacted statement. Redacted. Redacted. Once again, redacted. Confidential classification removed. 5/27/1994. B3, per the CIA. Redacted. Returned is CIA. And I don't know what this, Langley. Officer of General Counsel. Retired 3rd of April, 1992. In February 1987, was acting Chief Special Active Division Officer of Searches. Sector handled impression of CIA employees, media leaks, and CI work. That's confidential informant. Intended investigations, allegations of CIA employee and friend, etc. Had regular let's just say it's interaction with Friday USDS DIA requests for informants like MPDs. Unreadable referred to his unreadable, not usual for MPD to call unreadable. Was this from 82 to 88? This or call in one from MPD? To contact to CIA. Oh, really? Something to contact to CIA plus finders. redacted, number 1. Worked for agency in COs, that's commanding officers. 2, was sent corporate tray at future enterprises. His assumption at his assertion at that unreadable, this fake entity has same one MPD labeled to finders. Does not really know I can't read that, was made. Assumption was low level. Oh, unassumed intro corporate training. Not sure how correct was mail. Could have been the address. Could have learned future enterprises hook to finders through newspaper. Not only how blank came up. Mostly locked on unreadable checks on finders from State Department and the DDO records. Things are gone. Don't to MPD to deny this. He's at least one phone conversation that he provided into a blank, unreadable, that Future Enterprises was very something by CIA for something TNG. No idea how MPD came to idea and or to step up to TOS. I'm sorry, toggle. Do not really derive travel redacted DOJ not. If finders can 1987, these notes, I apologize, are very disjointed. Media mentions CIA, thinks perhaps he saw about it in paper, read some things to see if angry or if agency was involved. No agency affiliation of blank. We're looking at this. MPD telephone. Oh, Sergeant Druzel is affiliated to be for response for SPT Druzel. One telephone conversation followed and visit to MPD. Left MPD until didn't leave an MPD until positive feelings. MPD offered several logical blank. News after the raffle, and it's unreadable. Sorry, folks. Finders definitely not a CIA front, it says. El Centro, California, 1394. Finders group. Redacted. These are to be destroyed. Photocopies of notes made by Redacted, 1987. Investigation of the Finders. Photocopies of Redacted. Memos to be filed on Finders. Original notes. FBI facsimile cover sheet. Finders Group, WSDAA, sexual exploitation of children, obstruction of justice. Please hand carry to SSA redacted. Attached is a memo located in the WMFO file on Finders, dealt with the statement, memo of Customs Agent Martinez, for your information. Originator's name, SA, secret agent, or special agent, sorry, redacted. These are all public information, by the way, so there's no doxing going on here. On 2/18/87, redacted, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, 1835 K Street, Northwest Washington, D.C., Suite 700, provided the writer with the attached memorandum. Redacted, related, she had received the memorandum from from Martinez at Customs WC. A review of the memorandum reflects obvious, redacted, observed, and what was in fact recovered by the Metropolitan Police Department, MPD, during the execution of the search warrants at, well, the W Street address and the 1209 address and the one next door, 120920, redacted. On 2/28/87, this memorandum was brought to the attention of the redacted. That would be Tallahassee MPD. The MPD handling captioned matter for MPD, or I'm sorry, the TPD would be handling matter for MPD. Redacted advised the writer that a thorough review of all the evidence obtained at the two aforementioned locations did not produce any of the items described in the examples cited above by Martinez. Advised no evidence of child sexual exploitation, kidnapping, or any related crimes was obtained, and that there were no computerized lists ordering children. A copy of the memorandum was provided to redacted. Redacted. SA redacted C4. We actually know who that is. And all of these people, we know who they are. They're in the other report. SSA redacted indicated that this investigation was to be a preliminary inquiry focusing primarily on the Finders Group. SSA redacted stated that he or another FBI HQ representative would arrange for review of files, documents in the possession of the redacted State Department and the Intelligence Division FBI HQ, and advise WMFO accordingly. November 4th, 1993. On 11/2/93, met with SSA redacted Division 5 Special Staff and SSA redacted Office of Liaison of the International Affairs, OLIA. There it is, OLIA +1. Office of Liaison of the International Affairs, FBI HQ. Why is International Affairs involved now? Years and years later. If it's nothing. FBI HQ, who's on the FBI HQ liaison with the State Department. I had previously provided redacted with a packet of documents concerning the Finders preliminary inquiry. The three of them were to determine the best manner to request the records checks by blank Department of State for Finders. Redacted will conduct a search of Division 5 records to determine if there's any documentation concerning the Finders. On 11/1/93, a representative from the Violent Crimes Unit, VCU, and Major Offender Section, Criminal Investigation Division, prepared a packet of documents received to date in this matter for review by WMFO. On 11/1/93, representative from the VCU contacted WMFO SSA redacted and scheduled a meeting between representatives of the Violent Crime Unit and the WMFO case agent on 11/2/93. On 11/1/93, representative from the VCU met with FBI HQ Office of Liaison International Affairs to discuss DOG's request to the FBI review documents from the State Department Passport Office and the redacted pertaining to Finders. It is noted that the DOJ requested that an FBI agent review relevant documents firsthand for the relevant intelligence agencies as opposed to having to rely on the agency's summaries of review. During a meeting at DOJ with Section Chief Burgasser and DOJ Attorney redacted on 10/28/93, it was pointed out that a written request from the FBI and DOJ would be required before records could be obtained from Department of State. Why would that be if no evidence was found? For review by the FBI. During that meeting, Mr. Burgasser requested that the FBI prepare a communication to redacted Department of State and let him review it before it was sent to those agencies. Once again, if there's nothing to be had, why does it require review from the Department of State? It should be a local matter, right? Or the FBI. On 10/28/93, a representative of the Violent Crimes Unit met with George Bergesser, Section Chief and Attorney, redacted, Child Exploitation and Obscenity Section, Department of Justice. Bergesser noted that DOJ had received a 3-ring binder from Special Agent, redacted, U.S. Customs Service, that would be Martinez. This binder contains USCS briefing material on finders. Mind you, what we read was the entirety of his Martinez's available report. It is about 6 pages long. None of his binder of information and evidence is available to the public. They requested that the FBI contact USCS to obtain a copy of the material contained in the 3-ring binder. Bergesser noted that in 1987 in Stuart, Florida, a redacted. Bergesser noted that during October 1993, Redacted met with the United States Congressman Rose, Florida, that'd be Martinez, to discuss allegations concerning a group known as the Finders. Both Congressman Rose and Martinez concerning these allegations to notified and concerning these allegations to DOJ. He's concerned that several congressional subcommittees may be looking at the Finders matter and that the TV documentary 48 Hours plans to air a segment on it. Why would anybody be concerned if there was nothing to it? If there was no evidence, as this report seems to infer in the preliminary report. An FBI HQ indices research revealed a reference to Finders in FBI HQ file 7HQ20191, which we've seen before this. A review of this file indicated that FBI Jacksonville and FBI WMFO had conducted an investigation resulting from an arrest of 2 individuals in Tallahassee, Florida in 1987. File review of 7HQ20191 indicated that a joint investigation conducted by the MPD and caffeine is necessary. Get yourself some. Led to the identification and the interview of the mothers of the 6 children, 2 of the fathers, and several other key members of the Finders group. Boo DJ, next step. United States Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., who declined prosecution for the violation of Title 18 U.S. Code Section 1201 and 2251, sexual exploitation of children. WMFO SA, redacted, said what was the WMFO case agent in this matter. On 10/29/93, the information obtained at DOJ as discussed with WMFO SSA redacted in Miami SSRA. That would be Frederick Heiduck, SSRAC. West Palm Beach RA, and a teletype was prepared designating WMFO as the office of origin in this matter. So they also found other files containing references to blank. There are no references to redacted. These files have been obtained and will be reviewed by the Violent Crimes Unit. 10/27/93, SIOC identified 16 articles in the LexisNexis database concerning Finders. In other words, this contradicts the earlier preliminary findings. These articles indicate that on 2/4/87, the Tallahassee Police Department, Tallahassee, Florida, conducted a traffic stop on a van containing 2 men and 6 small children. They were stopped before they were found in the park. The 2 men were arrested and were each charged with 1 count of child abuse. 10/27/93, a lead was sent to the Miami division to locate and interview their parents. The case agent has known blank for approximately 15 years and will contact him to schedule an interview with him. So there's a crossover of one of these people. There's no call in tonight, JC. Hey, Chris, how you feeling? Hey, and welcome, by the way. And welcome to the Mod Squad. Thanks for being here. JC, yeah, unfortunately tonight there's no call-in. When I do the manifesto, I'll have a call-in for that, but there's just too much information to get through. I'm sorry. The Correspondence Unit FBI, you can follow along, by the way. The file itself is tagged up at the top. My pleasure, Chris. It's also that when the trolls actually do show up, y'all can play with them like a cat and a toy. And I don't have to pay any attention. And the chat is yours. You are the chatters. I don't have to take any role. It's all you guys. And there's a secret main mod, and there's 3 current main mods. Secret main mod, she might not be back for a while. I don't know. Let's find out. We'll see. She mad at me. Anyways, correspondence unit. She's not mad at me. Anyway. Shit happens in life, folks. Called being a grown-up. The case agent has known for approximately 15 years and will contact him. Welcome to the mod. Oh, Bridget! Speaking of main mod. Bridget Moten, out of the clouds. Love you. Thanks for being here, Bridget. On 10/28/1993, the correspondence unit, FBI HQ, advised that they had no reference in their files concerning files in the finders, nor petty, is what they're saying. FBI HQ, Olia, was contacted concerning the review of petty State Department office files pertaining to the finders. A written request in LHM format will be prepared to obtain this information. Jacksonville SSA, redacted, advised that JK was involved in an investigation with the group known as the Finders in 1987. The case involved the recovery of 6 children in Tallahassee. The FBI had participated in the arrest of these 2 individuals who were each charged locally with 1 count of child abuse. SA advised that many allegations had been made regarding sexual abuse in this case, but none were proven, according to the FBI. It appears that there were parental consent for the children to travel with these individuals. The children were subsequently returned to their parents, and the subjects had spent 10 days in the local jail and released. This investigation was conducted primarily by local authorities. On 10/28/93, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children was interviewed concerning finders and the 2 searches conducted in 1987 at the 2 finders' properties in Washington, D.C. Oh, I'm sorry, Bridget, I missed it. I was reading. I think I saw you. Oh, yeah, you did say something. I apologize, Bridget. Yeah, legislative proposals to protect minors of organ trafficking. Oh, wow. True. Important topic tied to international organizations. Absolutely true. And this is something that did pop into my head in reading about this stuff, because further into this investigation, it gets much darker. And a lot of these, oh, it doesn't exist, go away. And they find a lot of material and evidence. Advised that the NCMEC has not developed any positive information that the Finders organization is involved in child sexual abuse. Redacted. Also advised that he had been told that the documentation had been located in the WMP. So, despite the fact that they had been told there was no proof of abuse, that this person, redacted, had been advised that he had been told the documentation had been located in the WMPD files to indicate that Sergeant John Stykor, deceased, who had been his sergeant during the finder search, had been recontacted by blank, who had told him to step away from the finder's case. Allegedly redacted. WMFO conducted an investigation in this matter, and this information will be subsequently reviewed a near decade later. On 10/28/93, George Bergasso, Section Chief Child Exploitation and Obscenity Section, Department of Justice, advised that the DOJ had a book of materials on the finders, despite rejections of that information previously. And additional material that will be made available for review by the FBI. Representatives of the Violent Crime Unit will meet with him on 10/28/93. By Tallahassee Police Department, redacted above. On misdemeanor, these 2 gentlemen that we spoke of earlier, why do they keep getting redacted? They were held on crimes. If they're just citizens, why are they being redacted? This is the action of active governmental positions. It's important to note this. The 2 subjects were arrested in parks seeming to be unkept and neglected. The 2 subjects with the children could not initially provide sufficient information. We know this story. After the subjects were arrested, TPD obtained information from the children that they were from the Washington, D.C. area. TPD and FBI Jacksonville contacted the Youth Services Division in Washington, D.C. in an effort to further identify the children. The FBI got involved in the investigation at this time due to the possibility that the children had been kidnapped. The vehicle registration records for a van the men had in their possession when arrested reflected that it was redacted. And what we know now from the other report is that it did not belong to that van. A joint investigation by the Washington Metropolitan Police Department and the Federal Bureau of Investigation led to the identification and interview of the mothers of the 6 children in question, 2 of the fathers, and several other key members of the Finders group. All persons interviewed claimed their group consisted of an alternate communal type lifestyle made up of their intellectuals who have chosen to live the way they do. The mothers were all aware that the children had been taken to Florida on a trip, and they were familiar with and thoroughly trusted the men in whose care the children had been placed, and all insisted that the children were cared for, despite the observations of the authorities and those making the report. The United States Attorney's Office, WDC, declined prosecution in this matter for the violation of U.S.C. Title 18, redacted for the reason. Photos of subjects and children, serial number 2. Teletype, redacted. RE redacted. Finders, allegedly a redacted. Teletype from JK to FBI HQ 2787. Synopsis of investigation to date. Teletype from FBI Richmond to FBI HQ dated 2787. RE results of search warrants on property owned by the Finders. Why is that redacted? Virginia by Virginia State Police. Search warrants did not produce evidence of federal or state violations of the law concerning sexual exploitation of children. However, it appears that the children found in Florida had lived at this location. Airtel from FBI HQ to Jacksonville dated 3/10/87, responding to indices check request, meaning double checking that information and finding where the information that was reported went to. RE interview of redacted provides info pertaining to Finders Group and explanation of incident in Florida. That would likely be one of the mothers or Petty. Airtel from WMFO to FBI HQ dated 4/1/87, advising that AUSA, that's the Attorney General's office, declined prosecution in the matter. No additional investigation in this case. So this repeats what we've heard before about the investigation and report about this. Congress of the United States, House of Representatives, Washington, D.C. This is the file 2515. Help End Child Pornography and Exploitation. Co-sponsor the Lewis Bill to reestablish Child Pornography Unit. Dear colleague, in February 1991, U.S. Customs integrated their Child Pornography and Protection Unit into the Smuggling Investigations Division, Office of Investigative Programs. At the time, Customs stated that these changes have in no way affected the manner in which child pornography investigations are being conducted by our field offices or the support that our headquarters staff provided. I asked Customs to provide me with arrests, convictions, and employee hours spent on the child pornography and protection. Customs' own numbers show a dramatic and inexcusable decline. So you can see here, between the years of 1988 and 1992, the arrests decline, the convictions remain fairly steady for 1 year, drop the next year, and then they incline a little and then decline. By 1992, the employee hours spent are increased at an exponential rate in 1990, and they drop by 1992. As you can see, since the unit's heyday in 1990, arrests and convictions have been nearly halved, and employee hours have been reduced to barely 1/4 of previous levels. Therefore, I am introducing a concurrent resolution calling on Customs to reestablish the Child Pornography and Protection Unit and to equal or exceed its 1990 efforts. It is clear Customs have given up most of their efforts to put an end to this reprehensible trade, and it's time to make a permanent commitment to stopping those who prey on the most vulnerable members of our society. If you would like to co-sponsor this resolution, contact me or blank or my staff. Tom Lewis, Member of Congress. This is a representation of the compound. Diagram of the preschool, which has been demolished. No tunnels have been connected. So there was a tunnel underneath the finder's home. And you see a 7-foot tunnel entrance. Subterranean entries. A formal report will be released when forensic tests are concluded. The tunnels found at the McMartin Preschool. A preliminary report. A 45-foot tunnel. Now, if you're not familiar with this leaps in a very strange way. And when I first found it, it didn't make very much sense. If you're not familiar with the McMartin Preschool story, you may not be aware that there was another case. And these people were charged and brought to court, although only one person was eventually charged for crimes. And it did change the way these things were covered. But when I found this in the same file, it shocked me to my core, because back when I was a child, it was believed that the McMartins were part of a cult as well, despite their disavowing that. A formal report will be released when forensics tests are concluded. 45-foot tunnel, 9-foot wide subterranean entrance found under west wall of the dog room, classroom 4. Avocado tree roots on both sides of the entrance. Disney bag, copyright 1982, found 4.5 feet below the classroom floor, 3 inches to 6 inches in from the entrance under the foundation of classroom 4. Tunnel proceeding south, then east 45 feet through classroom 4 and 3. Tunnels were 30 inches wide to 44 inches to 46 feet deep, with top of the tunnel being 30 inches under the classroom 4. The footing between classroom 3 and 4 was arched where the tunnel passed underneath the 12-inch shorter inch depth at this location, then same footing 12 feet to the north. 4 large upright containers were found in the tunnel under the arch, obviously hand-placed. A 9-foot wide chamber was found along the tunnel under classroom 4. Top of chamber and top of sections of the tunnel had layers of plywood covering with wax paper. It had apparently been supported by cinder blocks and 2 foot by 2 foot by 2 foot by 4 foot wooden posts. 2 inch by 2 inch by 2 inch by 4 inch wooden posts. Sorry. It's a strange measurement. Found underneath. It's probably a 2 by 2 and 2 by 4 wooden posts. Sorry about that. Tunnel features made it evident the tunnel was hand dug. 7-foot tunnel extending into the triplex next door. Other significant facts. A small white plastic plate with 3 pentagrams and hand drawn on top of light green paint was found by the archaeologists in stratified dirt in the play yard. Per historical archaeologists, pentagrams were hand drawn by an adult and not part of the manufacturer's design. Many other artifacts found, whose analysis will be released upon completion of tests. No doorknobs were on classroom 3 door, only deadbolt lock. Each classroom had on and off lights, switch labeled fire alarm. System did not connect to fire station. It was used in alert within the school. More than 2,000 artifacts were found under the school floor, including over 100 animal bones. Due to severe time constraints, our archaeology team was unable to further explore the extent of the tunnel networks. Above documented photographs, notes, and graphs, diagrams, and charts. For further details. At this time, folks, I'm going to give us all a break. I think I've gone pretty far into this. I find it weird that this is in the middle of the finder's report. I believe that it does. I believe that the FBI believed it did. And it does get deeply into this. And the reason I will tell you this is the spoiler, that they believed that it was associated, is because of the transmission of information and where that information went to and who received it. Which is why, right in the middle of this other report from Congress, from the FBI, we have the McMartin report. So this brief break, oh, just Frank, sorry. I believe that there must have been, and welcome on into the Mod Squad, Frank, there must have been members along the way in the local police, in the FBI, in the Secret Service, in the State Department, at every level. And Martinez was not one of them. Like the brownstone setups in England. Yes, no different. And that is one of the places they mention here. So I got to take the dog for a walk, folks. I will be back momentarily. And I'm going to give you some mental sherbet here. Because this has been pretty dark. And by mental sherbet, what I mean is that I'm going to play one of my videos that's a little more uplifting. And hopefully it can take our minds out of where we're at currently, for a minute at least. And look, this happens to be one of the strangest, most obvious cases of abuse and neglect of the story I think that there is. I can't think of another. I haven't found another. So I urge you to hang out. And in its place, for the next 13 minutes, I'm going to share with you something that has nothing to do with this. So if you would, for the moment, hang out while I walk the dog. Grab some more coffee. I will be right back. Until then, please enjoy me setting up a console. Have a good night, Bridget. In Set, France. Something totally different. So that when we come back, we can be a little more refreshed. Stand by all.
Hey, what's happening, folks, on Facebook, friends, and family?
Back shortly, folks.
Hi.
Thank you for being here.
Hi.
And
hey,
I appreciate your
what's
support.
going on? And there's nobody watching me right now, but that's okay, because I'm going to show you my office of today, which is pretty darn lovely. See, we're in this amphitheater that's made out of a castle. There's my console. I'll tip the console. That's awesome. I'll get behind you guys and help push while you guys pull. Watch your fingers. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yep. It's not bad, but the toughest thing you gotta do is drop your $100,000 console. Okay, let's pull towards me.
Don't drop the Testarossa.
Both at the same time. Come on. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Whoop. Yep. One more. 1, 2, 3. Ah, yeah. There we go. Beautiful. A little too close. We gotta pull this out a little bit. Should have enough room there.
Adrien, s'il te plaît, tu peux venir?
Yeah. We're gonna have to come up and go down over there. So if you're wondering what I do for a living, be one of the
Ouais, je
things.
viens rapidement, Henri, s'il te plaît aussi.
Put you aside for a second so I can actually work. Hold on there. All right, you can see me now. Ready?
Là, il y en a. Par contre, là, laisse de l'autre côté, s'il te plaît, on va travailler le capot. Tu te mets en face et il t'envoie le capot.
Hello.
Ok.
Ready? Oh, the clock. Let's see. Coming down. Voilà. All right.
Non, non, t'inquiète.
We just pull one side off. Nope, that's this. And it stays in the corner. This wonderful design where it like all fits in as tightly as possible. And then I'll need a little table, either right down there by you, for my record device, playback device.
Okay.
And otherwise, I hand you power here. And if you give me 24 channels,
24?
yeah, 24, 16 down here, 17 through 24 up here. So that's A.
8, 16.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
17.
yes.
And then left, right,
If you want
sub, front fill, voila.
front, alors, deck,
Outfill?
profile,
No, the X-Type, you want
6
on
on
the
11,
processor if you
so 6,
Okay, I'd rather.
the control.
on 1,
The fulfill and the sum one
on 1.
in the processor.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'd rather run directly the processor if I can. Yeah, and actually, if you have
Yes,
the
yes.
CPU,
EBU?
yeah,
Yeah, okay, yeah,
we do.
okay, yeah.
We
I
can
think
also
it's okay.
do. We can also do 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and that's 96.
1, 2, 4.
Yeah, 1, 2, left, right.
Yeah.
3, 4, sub, front fill.
Yes.
Okay.
PC,
Either way, analog or AES.
1,
Okay.
5.
Okay.
It's up to you. You tell me. This is what we're talking. This is what we're talking about, by the way, is outputs on the back of a console. If you're like, what the hell is that Chinese? That's my left. That's my right. That's my sub. That's my front fill. Really high tech. This is my record cables that I'm too lazy to pull out. Out meaning outfill. So if there's extra speakers like out there in the audience, which there isn't tonight because there's only like 1,200 seats, so which is just enough for this. But can you imagine? Come think about this. This is like the local venue. This is the local venue. That doesn't suck at all. No. Beauty. Here, and I'll take that. That's just my record.
By the way, the catering that day was ridiculous. I still have the cup from that catering because I don't want to ever forget the quality.
All right, there.
That was while I was out with Jurassic 5. I was executive assistant in lieu of management, basically managing the company, both on tour and at home. I'm tour manager, production manager, and front of house.
Oh, that's cool. I got it.
Also, that console that I'm carrying is the SSL L300. That belonged to Peter Gabriel himself. That was his Monder console. And the year before, I took the L500, which also belonged to Mr. Gabriel. Except the first time I had to actually call and ask him, which was amazing. Separately.
Oh, I see it.
SSL being the company that he owns. Or did own until just a year or two ago. But yeah, with the L500, when I opened it up, it actually had his show scenes still in it. It was amazing. So complex. He has like 160 channels. So I didn't even have the second box for it. I only had a 64 input. So, but I did have the blue light recorder for both of them, which is amazing. Single rack space,
Nothing else? Okay.
single cable, powers it,
Actually, kind of awesome. That console.
sends 64 channels of audio to it. It's amazing.
Anything.
That console
Unless you
is the
wanna run outboard
Testarossa.
effects or do the record stuff.
Ah, tu la sens par là?
Each record channel,
And what a beautiful day it was.
60 channels.
And I
in one
don't.
mag.
The day before, it actually, I had to get inside. I talk about that in here.
Or you can either.
It had 8 brains, and one of them bounced out.
So.
And I had to pull a weird little USB thing that was on the inside and replace it into the backup area. That's like they had it set up just in case something broke. You could
The playback. You don't have to worry about
replace the brain into
music
another
except for
spot.
in emergency.
Okay.
Because Burt Blackerack spins.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, Bert will be interviewed, I believe, next
He'll play
week
all the
when he
way
gets a
up
little
to
time.
the
Bert
moment that the
Blackerack,
act walks out.
Yep.
my good friend and
And
former stage manager.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and then he'll And
who
the other
is
act
now
starts.
the music supervisor for The Wonder
There'll be no dead
Years
space in a
and
moment.
several other major shows.
Nidobo?
Good on him.
Nidobo.
Talk about coming up.
No, no.
No, what's her name? Nidobo. Nidobo. When she starts,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, when she's done,
Yeah, the joke about
I
me
have
is if it's got
pre-show
buttons, I will make it work.
that starts. So I play pre-show music. after
Katie
the show.
Kaboom, how's it
It's
going?
really easy.
We're just taking a break from the fighters. We're about to get back into it, though. I'm smoking a cigarette, just taking a mental sherbet break for the moment, because obviously it's very dark. We're going to get into the evidence section
But it's okay.
and the chronology,
Should be fine.
which, by the way, will contradict what you heard earlier in the FBI
Oh, no, I
preliminary
didn't need
report,
that.
which is obviously very odd.
And then spare vocal. You need 3 free channels. Yeah, patch up to 20. Will be fine.
Yeah?
We'll figure it out.
If you're asking yourself, Aaron, why were you carrying a console that had 64 inputs and yet you only have about 20? Because the damn thing sounded so goddamn good. It felt so
They
good.
hang out. 12 and 13 are spare.
Like, you could always tell my show from anybody else's immediately.
Or from how it's whatever, like two open channels, just in case. And
My
then,
favorite day when I on tour was at a major festival on the Dooley stage where the 2 stages are next to one another. And Green Day was on the stage
despite
next to
all the high
us.
tech, thank you, man.
And their
Despite all
engineer is
the high tech,
renowned
it
for
still
bringing
comes
his
down to
old
an
analog
8-inch
shit
cable
around
that
with
runs our
him
music
in
out of our
pristine condition,
iPods.
of course.
That's $100,000 console, $2 adapter.
And that is the truth of all rock and roll, by the way. Still to this day, now it's just the Apple dinghy.
Something's wrong in this business.
Oh yeah, Chris, you got to be prepared for anything.
So let me get to the
The
fancy
joke,
part. I'll
the joke for me
turn it
is you
on
give
and
me
get it
2
rocking.
cables and a button, and
then,
I'll make it sound good.
Yeah, 17. You got that straight. That confuses a lot.
And I
of
have
people.
damn near done just
Maybe it
that
does.
before,
Especially
by the
'cause
way.
on some of these consoles.
Oh yeah,
the
that
A
castle,
side,
the
is
whole
actually up
of the
here.
environment
It just
in
depends
set.
on how they put it into the
If
rack.
you get a chance to go to set,
So let's cross our
France,
fingers and
please
hope that
do.
she came to life
Oh my
properly
God,
today.
that place is retirement
My
built.
console had a couple of problems the other day. I had to get inside.
By the way, this is from Facebook Live in the
At least
early
I know
days
how
of
to fix
Facebook
it now.
Live.
And it was surprising because this console is built like a tank.
Yeah, it's totally built like a tank. It absolutely is. Very pretty when it turns on.
I like this portion. Hey Matt, what's happening? Good to see you on.
That's me talking to the console.
You probably really enjoy the.
By the way, the wonderful
that
thing
I'm
about
doing
that
right now.
console is if you're
here we
used
go.
to using any of the other major consoles out there, digital wise, I can show you one of the areas to work on that console that you could just stay there and you can understand it. It's really an amazing device.
Oh, good. And you may be saying, boy, is it stock? No, it just has a lot of memory and a big giant brain going on there.
Big brains. The console, they came out, let's see, this would have been, probably about 2015. They aren't they are used by major bands, but they're very expensive and hard to come by because not so many of them were made. And since Gabriel sold the company, you really only get them on the most expensive productions. Most people use it, like I do, SD9s, which is a Digico. Still about the same cost, but more readily available. And actually, there's a couple new designs from Digico that tend to be what people are using, but I'm still kind of old school in that I'll request an SD9. Similar console, by the way. Similar function.
Let's see if the. Oh yeah, I'm seeing it.
And what a beautiful console. It felt so good. It literally was like, you know how you feel like when you get in a Mercedes or a BMW or something like that? It's exactly how that console felt. But I say my doors used to go up when I come to the console.
I didn't come back talking like that. So today
That's
I'm a happy camper
about,
because they came back
that
talking.
one is about 100 to 125
Thank
without
you,
the case.
SSL, for your support.
With everything included. And
At like 1 in
the
the
blue
morning,
light added
US
brings
time.
it up to about, which is the recording device, brings it up to about 150.
Okay, no sweat.
Yeah, because I have two processors for the system, and we have to.
And by the way, out of all this, that night I was working analog.
Analog is easy peasy. It's funny. It's actually easier than digital. You know, you'd think it'd be the other way, but no.
Yeah, because at the
You know, at
time,
least
every
this
once in a
way,
while,
you
you would
plug
get
it in.
communication
If
errors.
it's not on,
or
you change the cable. Or it's
not
routed,
everybody's
you know,
systems were
like-
well communicating right at that moment. Now it's no
Okay,
problem.
love that.
I always go
We're in a
for
good place.
AESU,
You in a good place, Nico?
AES-EBU contact because it's just. Actually, now it's
By the way,
easier.
that's Norwegian happiness. That's his,
If you don't know what that is, it's
like kind of an
it's
overjoyed
electronic
ecstatic
distribution,
reaction. I'm kind of shocked.
or I'm sorry, digital distribution.
Pour lesquels?
Anyhow, I think I'm about ready to head back in. Stogie is smoked, caffeine is had. Let's get back to it. By the way, the visual at night was incredible. Boats pulled up out there.
And in any case, that's my office for today. Thanks for joining.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome back. Time to move on. And I think we'll go back to my music. The chronology of the finders. See previous material for dates. You ready? Let's go. Contact of U.S. Customs by Tallahassee PD regarding discovery of unidentified children and adult male guardians in City Park. Requested contact with Washington MPD for assistance in locating possible address and relatives of children. Address located with the assistance of MPD Intelligence Division. Second address identified. One residence, one warehouse. Search warrants obtained by MPD Intel. Warehouse site of previous MPD Intel inquiry involving classified maps of underground tunnel. Sewer system. Washington, D.C. They were mapping the tunnels in D.C. During search warrant staging, disclosure of pending search warrant execution made by Tallahassee PD to local media. In other words, they were informed ahead of time by the PD. Tallahassee media representative contacted DC Media for more details. DC Media reps peruse public information at courthouse, are waiting at search warrant sites for MPD search teams. In other words, there was knowledge ahead of time, and the cover was blown. Search warrants executed with MPD and 2 U.S. Customs agents, one at each site, Heidecker and Martinez. FBI not involved until walkthrough on following day. Seizures of numerous documents made to include passports, telexes, computer and electronic media correspondence et al. That apparently in the earlier preliminary didn't exist. After search warrants shut down on first day, news reports carried FBI press release announcing FBI as lead investigating agency. Day after, once search resumed, FBI agent from Washington Field Office, WFO, makes walkthrough of warehouse but does not examine any of the seized evidence. Additional search warrant executed on farm in rural Virginia with support by Virginia State Police. No federal involvement. Evidence of satanic cult ritual discovered. Once again, additional search warrant executed on farm in rural Virginia with support by Virginia State Police. No federal involvement. Evidence of satanic cult ritual discovered. Contrary to the preliminary evidence before. Based on observed documents, customs agent unsuccessfully attempts to gain access to evidence for detailed analysis for use in investigating possible export, Neutrality Act, Mann Act, and child pornography violation. Next portion of the timeline is redacted. Next portion of the timeline, redacted. CIA, which I can assume is this redaction, contacts MPD or State Department. I would guess it's CIA because it's tiny. Contacts MPD intelligence and advised that all reports regarding finders are to be classified at the secret level. CIA also advised that no information was to be turned over to the FBI WFO for investigation. Once again, the CIA advised that no information was to be turned over to the FBI WFO for investigation, and the WFO would not be advised of the redacted, we can guess, State Department involvement in contact. Children discovered in Tallahassee were eventually turned over to the individuals claiming to be parents or guardians. No further MPD, FBI, or Customs involvement. As far as is known, no details of State Department involvement has ever been, quote-unquote, public. So now it was a cover-up. Yeah, so before it was a cover-up, Bridget, yes. And now they want to get serious about the findings years later. Unclassified. 11/5/93. FBI. C4. Finders Group. Priority from a teletype. Unclassified. Regarding the two men's arrest in Tallahassee, an explanation. The Tallahassee Police Department contacted the Metropolitan Police Department, Washington, D.C. to get information on the children, as they had made statements indicating a prior residence in WDC. TPD contacted the local customs office, which subsequently contacted the WC area customs office, which in turn contacted MPD. Martinez Customs provided the information concerning the arrest of the two men to MPD Intelligence, and the information was on their Washington, D.C. addresses. Prior to 2587, MPD had received information from confidential source that a group of people calling themselves the Finders were conducting brainwashing techniques at the addresses listed. The source reported children were used in rituals by the group, but reported source never observed any actual child abuse. Based on the information provided by the TPD and the source, MPD obtained search warrants and executed them at the two addresses. MPD seized computers, software, photographs that earlier were said not to exist, biographical information concerning the Finders Group from these locations. It says no evidence of child exploitation, kidnapping, or any other related crimes was observed or obtained from this search, which contradicts the findings of the other agency. Present at the search were MPD detectives, FBI, SA, redacted, we know what that is, WFO, case agent, and custom agents Martinez, and a memo from SA. Martinez, dated 3/9/87, was located in the redacted. This is his report, redacted. The report was sent to the FBI via facsimile. WMFO investigation of Finders Group revealed through a 2/7/87 interview of a group member, blank, the following. Blank, CIA advised Finder was a group, redacted, in 1972 with the idea of responding to people in emergencies. Redacted advised that the group gathered information for people or companies. Redacted advised that Finders was based out of 1307 4th Street, WC, Redacted described the redacted as the Finders as mysterious and related that no one usually knew where he was. Oh, Petty described the leader Petty as mysterious and related that no one usually knew where he was. Joint investigation by MPD and the WMFO led to the identification and interview of the mothers of the 6 children in question, 2 of the fathers, and several other key witnesses, so-called Finders Group. All persons interviewed claimed the group consisted of an alternative lifestyle, communal-type association made up of intellectuals who have chosen to live the way they do. The mothers were all aware that the children had been taken to Florida on a trip. They were familiar with and thoroughly trusted the men in whose care their children had been placed, and all insisted that the children were well cared for, although in an alternative manner. Everyone interviewed stated emphatically that no one in their group engaged in sex with children, that no ritualized abuse occurred, that the Finders were not a satanic cult, and that the children are, in fact, the offspring of the mothers interviewed. All of the mothers and the 3 fathers interviewed agreed to be polygraphed concerning their testimony. In 1887, the United States Attorney's Office, WC, declined prosecution in caption matter. The files also contained a 10/7/92 extortion case with redacted and redacted. This case was opened as a result redacted. That he and several other members of the Finders group, redacted. Advised that he and his colleagues realized that, redacted. And the others at that time were in a custody battle over the group's property assets, redacted. Purportedly resided at, redacted. We don't know what that means. We don't know what this is. And that is not public information. I looked. U.S. Customs Service indicates that Customs S.A. Martinez will not be available for interview until Monday, 11/8/93. WFO is scheduled to review the MPD file concerning Finders on 11/4/93. Investigation continues at WMFO. Also routine and unclassified. Attached to this memo are copies of the Metropolitan Police Department investigative file. Reports or pertinent information obtained during the writer's review of the MPD case jacket on the Finders group. The MPD case jacket was made available for review by Lieutenant Redacted, MPD Intelligence Division, 300 Indiana Avenue, Northwest, WDC. The MPD case jacket did not contain a listing of specific items seized from 2/5 to 2/6/87. Searches of the Finders group property. So none of the evidence involved is listed. So despite the fact that they say nothing was found, they acknowledge that there was a properties list. In addition, there was no indication of the present status of any items at these searches or a listing of personnel present at the searches, despite the fact that we have in other reports not only the personnel, but the items listed. Lieutenant Redacted indicated that the MPD investigating detective for this case was Detective Redacted, presently retired. Lieutenant Redacted opined that Detective Redacted could answer questions concerning the specifics of the search. In December of 1986, Redacted called the Intelligence Division and reported that she had information concerning a cult operating in the District of Columbia. Redacted was advised that Detective Blank of this office handled cult investigations and was currently out of town, but would contact her after his return. Redacted was contacted in late December by Detective Redacted by telephone, and Redacted advised she would wish to be interviewed concerning this cult. Detective Redacted and Detective Redacted of the Maryland Park Police, because Redacted stated a section of the cult was operating in Maryland. Interviewed by Redacted at a residence in Redacted, stated that a group of individuals were trying to introduce her into a cult. Let me minimize this a little more. Her into a cult, and explained that the nature of the circumstances of this cult. See ROI dated 12/18/86. Results of investigation, by the way. Redacted was advised that although this group was unusual, they were committing no criminal offenses, and the police department would be interested in this group, was involved in criminal activities. In January 1987, Redacted again contacted Detective and Redacted and stated that some of the members were interested in exploring Satanism. Detective Redacted again advised Redacted that although Satanists are not criminals, Detective Redacted was interested in ascertaining what activity this group was involved in, and asked Redacted to call Detective Redacted if additional information became available. Law enforcement information on February 5th, 1987. The detective received a phone call from the U.S. Customs Service in Tallahassee, Florida. Customs was trying to find out if the Intelligence Division had any information concerning a group of subjects known as the Finders, which they did at that time. Customs representative stated that 6 children had been located in Florida and their situation, possibly sexually abused. U.S. Customs stated that they tried to contact representatives of the Finders at the address listed without success. They feared that the other children were being abused at that address and were unsure. And they feared that other children were being abused at the address and were unsure if the children had been kidnapped from their parents. Detective Blank was put in contact with investigator Blank and Blank of the Tallahassee Police, who were led to investigators in the case. Those detectives told Blank, Martinez likely, that the children were recovered in Tallahassee, Florida after a call to police stating that 6 children were being kept in the back of the van. Oh, that's the CI they're talking to. The police responded to the location and determined that the children were in fact in poor condition and tried to question the 2 men, identified as, well, we know who they are, but just to remind you, Houlihan and Ammerman. Robert Houlihan and Douglas Ammerman. One of those is not the person's actual name. Based on the information received from the source and from the authorities in the state of Florida, authorized search warrant for the premises of the address listed in Washington, D.C. Search warrants were executed for the premises of blank by members. I have to expect that's the 1201 address. By members of the MPD Intelligence Division of February 5th, 1987. Although no children were found, large amounts of documents that before were stated as non-existent, dealing with child rearing and shaping, were recovered along with manuals for master plans and dirty tricks for enemies of the Finders Group. All this information was turned over to the Florida authorities for valuation. Medical reports redacted. Psychological report redacted. Detective Blank of the MPD, an expert profiler with extensive training with abused children, interviewed both Blank in Tallahassee, Florida. So it was the two men. The week of February 11th, Detective Blank report is attached and made part of the summary. Interviews. 21 former finders have been interviewed concerning their involvement in the organization. They stated the organization began as an alternative lifestyle in the 1960s, and many of them became disenchanted with the quasi-military order under the direct supervision of Petty. Many of the followers of the former members stated that they feared retribution from the Finders organization. In the case of Blank, the CI, she needed police intervention to stop the harassment of the Finders. In the Blank case, redacted, was burned down and remains an open arson. Basically, the CI's house was burned down. In the Blank case, members of the Finders attempted to infiltrate, we don't know, in the United States. In general, all members of the Finders who had left the group felt that harm would come to them if they spoke out against Petty or his organization. Family members. Detective Blank interviewed all the family members who were willing to talk. Specifically, they all stated that Blank had brainwashed their children and prevented any contact with either their children or grandchildren. This contradicts the earlier preliminary report as stated at the front of this by the FBI, WMFTO. Members of the Finders, according to family members, would stop any contact by sending letters describing explicit sexual acts involving current members, including photographs and drawings. In the redacted case, members of the Finders attempted to take over the redacted family residence and force redacted out of her own home. Virginia State investigation. Special Agent Redacted of the Virginia State Police stated that his organization executed search warrants at the Finders Farm in Madison County, Virginia, and stated that this group appeared to be a survivalist organization with attempts to take over the city government in Culpeper, Virginia. During Virginia State's investigation, information was revealed that bodies were buried on the farm at the Nethers, but excavation revealed nothing. However, cages were discovered on the premises that witnesses revealed were used to keep children during their visits to the farm. Once again, let me read this for you again. During Virginia State's investigation, information was revealed that bodies were buried on the farm at the Nethers, but excavation revealed nothing. However, cages were discovered on the premises that witnesses revealed were used to keep children during their visits to the farm. FBI investigation. The FBI had contact with the Finders since 1971, including a recent report dealing with the CIA. Involvement with at least one of the members of the Finders passing information overseas concerning Quantico. It's no scam. Their farm is less than 20 miles from Quantico. Their address in D.C. is down the street from the White House. They found the tunnels underneath. That's pretty damning. Although the CIA claims their only involvement was that Houlihan was a former employee of the agency, they stated that they were monitoring this investigation from the beginning. Redacted. Summary. It is this writer's belief that the Finders organization is and has been utilized by the Central Intelligence Agency as a disinformation service, spreading non-essential non-critical information to various organizations through the United States and overseas. Once again, this is from the FBI, Branch Domestic Security, in the report of the investigation. The summary says, it is the writer's belief that the Finders organization is and has been utilized by the Central Intelligence Agency as a disinformation service spreading non-essential, non-critical information to various organizations through the United States and overseas. I ask you, to what purpose? This group, to the most part, is made up of overeducated non-achievers who lacked the inborn initiative to succeed on their own. Therefore, they fell in with a charismatic leader who gave them direction and self-importance. To the most part, this organization individually is harmless. However, when directed and monitored by a controlling factor, they are capable of destructive and illegal activities. This coming from the FBI report. As in any cult structure, the main drive is for the group and individual values and the ideology to be lost. Therefore, when a member is asked to perform a task that heretofore may have been objectionable, he or she performs this mission for the good of the group. So I want you to think about the denials after the fact while still calling themselves finders. As to the abuse of the children, I do not think that child abuse was a planned tactic of this group, but as in any cross-section of the society, sick and demented subjects belong to a cult as well. So once again, despite the denials, despite the added lack of quote-unquote visual evidence in this report, but in another, this admission suggests that evidence existed and they were aware of it. As to the abuse of the children, I do not think that child abuse was planned tactics of this group, but as of any cross-section of society, sick and demented subjects belong to a cult as well. I do believe that the shaping of the children is a planned experiment of this group. As in the case of the Nazis, they strove for a perfect society, thereby in their own way tried to form a group of children, and ultimately adults that did not suffer from the ills of normal society, but took only the benefits that afforded them perfection. Where have I heard this before? MK Ultra. The SRI's building was less than 10 minutes away from the farm. Strategic Research Institute developed the format and develop all of what we know now as the Gateway process. Project Stargate, MK Ultra, and all of the sub-groupings of its projects. Lastly, I do not feel that the Finders have disbanded, as reported by their leaders, but instead, as reported by their master plan, have appeared to disband to prevent further detection by law enforcement or social service officials. I firmly believe that this group should be monitored in a general sense, and if further developments occur, they should be noted. At approximately 1530 hours on 2/18/87, Detective Blank spoke with Service Agent Redacted to reference any contact the members of the Finders may have had with the agency. This contradicts earlier the preliminary evidence. This guarded but frank, he was guarded but frank in his responses. He confirmed that Blank, Isabel, now deceased, was an employee of the agency from 1950 until 1990. Then asked if our investigation was treading on anyone's toes out there. Blank replied, sort of. He acknowledged that they have had some working in the case since it's first broke in the news media. He also stated that the agency is aware that during the period 1969 to 1973, Petty traveled to Moscow, the leader of the group, North Korea, and North Vietnam. Redacted. Service agent Redacted stated that he would contact Detective Redacted on 2/19/87 to arrange to come to his office for further discussion. On 1430 hours, 2/19/87, he has not contacted this office. I wonder why. As a practical matter is not being said, what is not being said is as important as what Service Agent Redacted has said. Redacted acknowledged that we are treading on their toes. CIA has acknowledged that, or State Department has acknowledged that we are treading on their toes, and they have someone working on the case since February 5th when it broke. They apparently have a vested interest in Finders and or the group. They have not contacted any of the investigating agencies while they have been working on it in this case. They are also aware that Petty traveled to the prohibited countries during a period of hostilities that could only have been arranged by them. Finally, he stated that Redacted. This could explain a lot about the group using the group's housing, which we have been unable to document at this point. Redacted did not know that the person he turned the information over to in Europe was a source of this office, and is not aware that this source brought the disc back to this office. What disc? We do not know, but it was mentioned in the Redacted. Actually transferred the disc in London. Detective Redacted then turned the disc over to IFO FBI, International Forensic, by the way, Counterintelligence Office for analyzation. We have not been apprised of the results of that analysis, nor do we expect to be. In other words, there's analysis of the records, but it's not public. Regardless of what type of operation they may have been engaged in, there will be no justification for the way the children have been treated, and the matter will be addressed in Family Division Superior Court. Investigative information request for Savannah Information Technology Center from the FBI. Immediate. Search criteria, male. WDC, Finders Group. Conduct LexisNexis check for references to subject and group finders in media and fax results. Attached to the copies of the Investigative Information Services printout, setting forth results of the inquiries conducted by the Investigative Information Services. Also attached are 2 copies of accomplishment reply form. It is requested that you record this in the Investigative Information Services accomplishments on this form. Return 1 copy to the Investigative Information Services and maintain 1 copy together with the computer printouts as a serial in your case file. Set forth below is a brief synopsis of the results of the inquiry. Blank is utilized by the subject. Property data and tax assessor info isn't attached. All other searches were negative. Special Agent Supervisor, copy forwarded, redacted. Credit granting. Extended line holidays. Credit granting. TRW social search. Public Search Information Group, Equifax and affiliates. Redacted information. State issued DC, SSN issued prior to 1951. Union Credit Report. End of network trace. Address located, reported type G. That's a government building. Containing information for more than one consumer. TRW's 93 extended online holiday hours. Blah, blah, blah. These are TRW reports on the actual addresses. Home value. In 97, that was an expensive property. Global Press Review is the name of one of their companies. 1307 4th Street, Northeast. Recognize the address? That's one of the 2 addresses that they actually raided. Finders Group is the name of the owner. Misinformation Program. out of that address. Finders group, tax lien. No tax lien, no tax assessor name, no federal, no judgments, no bankruptcies. Level 1 and level 2. Level 1 printed. The land values. Officer of the Finders Keepers. Officer of Finders Group. Officers of Finders Group. These are the legal documents of their filings in Illinois, Colorado, and Ohio for licenses for their CO. Type, trade name, not available. Finders Group, 629 Oak Street, Columbus, Ohio. Transaction, 2/22/91, canceled by operation of law. Letter renewal notice nailed. Corporate reports suspended after 1/31/93 because they didn't keep up with it. They dissolved the corporation in 92. In order to help better serve your investigative needs, please complete the following. White Slave Traffic Act, sexual exploitation of children. Caption matter was opened on 11/2/93 as a result of the Department of Justice request that the FBI conduct a preliminary inquiry into allegations made by Martinez concerning child sexual abuse. We've read this. It's an explanation of what Martinez did. They seem very interesting, the FBI, in what Martinez, the other agent for the customs, was doing. The WMFO case agent for the 1987 investigation advised that this matter was brought up again sometime in 1989 when TV talk show host Blank was purportedly planning to air a special exposing Finders as a satanic cult. Service agent Blank provided SSA, Special Service Agent Blank of NCAVC Quantico, with information concerning this investigation. In other words, Quantico was informed that a news program was going to air this investigation about the satanic cult. Allegedly. Special Agent Blank advised that when the televised special aired, there was no response to Finders. Leads, Training Division NCAVC at Quantico. So, one of the leads was found via the Training Division at Quantico. Review records concerning the Finders at Quantico and advise FBI HQ and WMFO of any references to Finders, specifically addressing their current status and location if known. Additionally, review all references to Finders and the U.S. intelligence community in an attempt to determine if any correlation exists. Page 2. Played by the United States intelligence... what role, if any, was played by the United States Intelligence Agency? Redacted. Redacted with U.S. Congressman. Once again, the description of Martinez. And the layout of what happened. Bureau Teletype to WMFO. Dated 11/2/93. Reference Bureau Teletype advised that the Department of Justice requested the FBI conduct a preliminary inquiry. Investigation at WMFO indicates that materials seized during the execution of the two February 1987 search warrants of Finders' addresses in Washington, D.C. were probably forwarded to the Tallahassee, Florida Police Department for inclusion in their Finders case lead. Through liaison into the Tallahassee, Florida Police Department, review their investigative files concerning the Finders, ascertain the status of any physical evidence maintained by the TPD, review same, and advise FBI HQ and WMFO locate involved TPD personnel to include then Chief of Police and determine if any outside agency, notably U.S. intelligence community, attempted to influence the outcome of their investigation. Full redacted page. Unclassified, though. To the Director of the FBI, priority. CID, VCU, Special Service Agent redacted. Reference Bureau teletype. Allegations made by Martinez concerning child sexual abuse by a group known as the Fighters, and what role, if any, was played by the United States intelligence community. OLIA FBI HQ was telephonically contacted. RE, the status of these efforts to have both blank U.S. State Department queried. RE, the Finders, and blank had previously been requested by SSA, Special Service Agent redacted, VCU, CID to handle the inquiries of a headquarters level. Redacted advised that he was drafting a letter for approval by the VCU, which would be sent to the respective agencies. They're referring to the agent who qualifies that the Finders have disappeared into the public, which would be sent to the respective agencies. He further advised that Redacted was assisting him in this effort. SSA. Redacted was requested to advise WMFO of the results of his efforts as soon as possible. Jacksonville. Priority. FBI WMFO. The WMFO case file and the finders were reviewed and summarized for FBI IHQ in referenced WMFO 11693 teletype. The Washington Metropolitan Police Department case was reviewed by WMFO. WMFO interviewed FBI SA redacted respective case agents for 1987 finders investigation on 11593. FD 302s reflecting these interviews were sent to FBI HQ via facsimiles. WMFO has not yet interviewed Customs Agent Martinez per instructions of FBI headquarters, but is prepared to do so upon FBI HQ authorization. He was never interviewed. WMFO continues to run indices, checks, and reviews for files, possible connections to caption investigation. Some of the evidence of the day. These are all actually reports. John Cohen, you can find his report in the Tallahassee Diplomat. I don't know what the writing on this means. All these reports are either Washington Post or Tallahassee Diplomat. That's the Washington Post report. The FBI was well aware and these are the two police officers who were in charge of the case at the time, by the way. The reports on the finders were extensive. For Chief, Finders case. Attention, KSAT desk. Made an appointment with the sergeant, 9/22/93. Dear Chief Tucker, as an associate producer on CBS News 48 Hours, I'd like to request that under Florida Chapter 119, you make available all files and materials associated with your investigation into the Finders organization that took place in 1987. I'll be in your city sometime in the middle of next week and would like to examine the records in person. If there's a copying fee, CBS News would reimburse your costs. Thank you for your help in this matter. Please call CBS News, Chief Tucker. We don't know if he did or not. In furtherance of his legislation, Chief Tucker, and oversight responsibilities on the rules of the House, the Committee of House Administration is conducting an investigation into an organization known as the Finders. This is from September 15th, 1993. In order to examine credibility of certain allegations against the Finders organization, the committee must obtain all relevant documentation. It has come to my attention that your office may have certain information which will fulfill this investigation accordingly. I am requesting under Chapter 119 of the Florida Public Records Law that you provide the committee with all reports in your possession concerning the organization known as the Finders. The title of the offending report is Child Abuse. It's hard to read because it's a facsimile. In fact, it's damn near impossible. But we can see these charges and notations are extensive. This writer was dispatched to Myers Park in reference to report of a well-dressed white male with several small children who were unkept. Upon my arrival, I observed 2 white males dressed in coats and ties. They play on the playground at Myers Park, accompanied by several small children. I also observed a redacted, that would be the 1978 or 79 blue Chevy van with no windows, parked on the playground at the Myers Park. This writer noticed that the children, 4 white males and 2 white females, were very dirty and unkept. The children had bug bites on their entire bodies and scratches on their legs. The writer spoke to suspect number 1, who stated that he and suspect number 2 were teachers, which we now know that's not true, from Washington, D.C., and that they were en route to Mexico with the children. Suspect number 1 stated that they were going to Mexico to set up school for brilliant children. When asked about the parents of the children, suspect number 1 became very evasive and stated that the children's parents were in Washington, D.C. Suspect number 2 refused to give this writer any information, and he pretended to faint. He pretended to faint when told he was under arrest for child abuse. Suspect 2 fell face down on the ground, and he refused to stand up. He was carried by this writer and 2 other law enforcement officers and placed in the patrol vehicle. The suspects were transported to the Tallahassee Police Department by this writer and Officer Redacted to be interviewed by Redacted. The children were also transported to the Tallahassee Police Department by Officer Redacted. The children gave their names as Redacted. The children were extremely hungry when they got to the police department, and the older children stated that they hadn't eaten since that morning. The children appeared as if they hadn't bathed in several days, and most of them didn't have any underwear on. The older children stated that they have to do good things to get food as a reward, and that they are given oranges, bananas, carrots, and raw potatoes to eat. One of the older kids stated that Redacted, that blank, Redacted. Suspect 2 refused to talk to interviewer, investigative Redacted, and intake counselors, Redacted, and Redacted with, human services, or child services. The suspect was advised of the Miranda warning by investigator Redacted, after which suspect number 1 continued to be very evasive, and suspects continued to be uncooperative. The children were released to HRS, Child Services likely, and the suspects were transported to the Leon County Jail for processing. Holy shit! Holy shit, I am! I am! Whoa! Bridget, thank you! You are... Whoa! Holy shit! I gotta turn it off now, though. But yes! Wow! Holy shit! Thank you, Bridget. That's astonishing. Holy mackerel. Thank you. Wow. Unexpected. I did not notice. I mean, I set that stuff up a long time ago. I used to be monetized as well, so it probably just turned itself back on when I got it back. Holy mackerel, we're gonna have to look at that stuff. Thanks, YouTube. Well, thank you, Bridget. That's very kind of you. Holy mackerel, you are my first super chat. Very cool. Hold on, I gotta put a heart there. Will not let me heart? Oh, well. Awesome. Very cool, thank you. That's really, really cool. That's exciting. Hopefully this time, one of these days, way down the line, I'll earn more than $100. Which literally, it's at like $87 for a good years. It's at $87. And then I'd have to pay the fee to be 84. Anyways, I'm not, I appreciate you so much. I mean, it's not the focus, obviously. It's not what I'm here for. But I thank you. That's very kind. You know, I know people don't have a lot, so thank you. If anything, make sure to support the missing services, missing children's services. Support homeless shelters. Support, bring them food, bring them clothing, bring them warm sleeping bags. Take a look at the missing persons posters in your neighborhood. These are the things we could do on the ground, and it's more important than anything else. Mostly because it's all about spreading the knowledge of this stuff. Somebody tried to misrepresent my interest in this and compare me to somebody who is a grifter about, child safety and blah, blah, blah. And I just want folks to understand that I'm an altruist. I'm not going to go out on the street and save anybody. That's the job of law enforcement. And I would urge you to not do that as well, but to rather be aware that these things are around us, aware that these people exist. That's what's important. And to support law enforcement, to support the folks who, find folks, like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, that's run by the FBI. Or like I said, simply to support your local homeless or abuse shelters. They take food, they take clothing, some of them take toys. If you support local, things get better. But don't go out in the world and do stupid stuff that's not your job. If you see a crime, though, report it. If it's online, it's IC3. If it's a crime of a national stature, it's FBI, like kidnapping or the like. If it's local and it happens on the ground, it's generally the police or the sheriff. Don't go out on your own. That's the worst thing you can do. Because you'll find that a lot of these channels on YouTube that are out there PDF busting or whatever, they tend to mess up the actual investigations. And there was an investigation still ongoing into a lost child that a group of folks over in one of these wings of the Bash sector totally effed up. In every way, shape, or form. And it wouldn't be the first time, but it's a great example of why you don't go out on the street if you're not an actual investigator, if you don't have a press pass and an actual line of background to follow, legitimately, under the auspices of law enforcement or a proper media outlet. It's not your gig. So please, stay interested, stay kind, do stay involved, but don't be a vigilante. That's my message to you. And definitely don't go bothering these people, and don't bother anyone online. Enjoy the show. I hate to say enjoy the show during this. That's terrible. Recognize it's a show. Back to it. The suspect's vehicle was confiscated and impounded by Deloach City contractor. Sergeant Redacted also responded to the scene. Note, the children's clothing were extremely filthy and they had on mismatched socks. This officer was dispatched to assist Officer Redacted in reference to a white male dressed with some children unkept at Myers Park. Upon my arrival, Officer Redacted was talking to white males dressed in coats and ties. The two men had... Oh, Chris, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That same person who wanted to misrepresent me. Well, let's just say that they kind of do the same thing that they were misrepresenting me about, which I found totally hypocritical, but I don't need to go into it. I thought it was pretty wild. Because essentially they were admitting they'd never watched my show, they didn't know what I'm about, and they just decided to jack it. While the title on their page is "We Bust Liars." Ain't that a fucking hypocritical statement? Anyways, folks will get their own of their own making. Always, folks. The world works. It truly does. Except in the case of secrets held by those in authoritative power. That unravels us all. And I would like to reiterate a message from a colleague of mine. When we destroy the secrets held by power, we free the world. And this is an example. Upon my arrival, Officer Blank was talking to the two white males dressed in coats and ties. The two men had 6 children with them in a blue 1979 or 1978 Chevy van. The children were dirty and unkempt. The van smelled bad. I spoke with the children while Officer Blank continued to talk to the two men. The oldest child was named Blank, redacted. She said she did not know her last name was Blank or Blank. She said that redacted. She also stated that one of the other kids redacted. She identified these other children as redacted or redacted or redacted or redacted. She said that they all lived together in Washington, D.C. I asked where their mothers were, and they said they were in Washington, D.C. I asked them where they were going. They said they didn't know. They were just going different places. I asked where they were staying. They said at campgrounds. They've been sleeping in the van and in a tent. I asked when was the last time they saw their mothers. They said before Christmas. This is February. They said they have no Christmas. They also stated they do not see their mothers much, that they are being weaned from their mothers. They said they didn't go to school. They said the two men teach them. I asked them what they teach them. They said games and how to read. They said they did things for rewards. I asked what type of things. They said they had got food as rewards. They said the adults had to do what the game caller, Mr. Petty, said, and the adults told the children what to do. They said they were not allowed inside the house. They said they were hungry and had not eaten since this morning. I asked what they ate, and they said raw vegetables and fruits. They were transported to the police department and turned over to HRS. The two men were arrested for child abuse. See the other report. In reference to the above case number, the 6 children who were wearing the following clothing. It describes the clothing and how dirty they were. Mismatched socks, no diaper, green shorts, red sleeveless jacket, tank tops, extremely dirty, blue long sleeve, white striped shirt, sweatpants, tennis shoes, extremely dirty. All of these are closed files, by the way, folks. Blouse, lavender and white shorts, mismatched socks, tennis shoes, extremely filthy. It is to be noted that the suspect number 2 had several AKAs redacted, but no valid identification. It was later revealed that the reporting person who did not wish to be contacted was Blank, white female, with the address and telephone number of Blank. This describes the same scenario in typing. When asked when her last name was, she said which one of one of the girls. She stated that Blank also stated that Blank. The following address was given as the home address in Washington, D.C. Also given to investigators a home phone number. The investigator questioned on the purpose of their trip. She began to tell the investigators that the younger children needed to be weaned from their mothers. She stated that they left D.C. Christmas time and been living in the van and camping. Told the adults to put the children in the van. Oh, according to Blank, Blank told the adults to put the children in the van, that would be Petty, and leave to wean the younger children. She was unclear as to when she had last had a shower or bath. They had last eaten an orange in the van sometime before the police stopped them. When questioned about school, replied they didn't go to school. She was asked what they were taught. This investigator then asked about the house on Blank Street. She stated that the kids were not allowed to go inside the house. When asked why, she said that the game caller, Petty, said that they could not. Sorry. But we have to bother others online. LOL. True. No, but don't. Righteously so. Make it fun. Don't be mean. That's all I'm saying. Don't be one of those cruel frothing faces, mouth breathers. Anything contrarian is real because I say it 3 times and I'm going to jack at you. Oh, I'm going to go to a lolly site after. Yeah, that's what those people are. For real. Or they sit in the dark and pretend to have something to say while stopping the media every 3 seconds so you can't make heads or tails of it. Maybe I should do that from now on. No, I'll stay forthright. I don't fuck with that bullshit. I'll watch it to know what it is, but I don't fuck with it. It likes to fuck with me, though. Why? Come on, you folks have been watching long enough. This is a web for them. It culls the good, and it culls the bad. And when the bad get here, they either get deprogrammed, or they run away with their hair on fire. We've all seen it happen over and over again. We've also seen people chill, just simply because I offer them my friendship and the friendship of others. That here, you are welcome. Home of the awkward, friend of the friendless. I believe in you. The beauty of this place is you can't take away what it is, because it's a platform on the internet, on a massive space that has no walls or fences, nor specific community. It is the world on the 3rd largest search engine. It's TV, folks, in the modern day. Don't get caught up, because there's a cult mindset out there that people own ground where there is none. But Bridget knows what I mean. But it never stops those folks from just asserting the wildest nonsense. What is it? The investigator told blank that I did not understand. She stated that they were, quote unquote, different. She stated that they had a man on the roof, the game caller, who told us what to do. They stated that they read bulletin boards and take notes on notepads, said they would go to people's houses and babysit. They stated that this was fun because they got to eat what was there and do what those people wanted them to do. She would not elaborate. The investigator asked blank who the other man was in the van. She stated that blank, redacted. She said that he was also called himself blank at another point in the interview, also called him blank, so would guess father. The investigator asked blank if the police had ever been to the house in D.C. She relayed a confusing story of blank having a fight. She said that blank had kicked blank and the police came. Blank said that she was in a big house for children. Then they came and got her out. She was not any clearer about that incident. Later in the evening, the investigator spoke with blank and blank together. He was unclear of many things. He said, redacted, when asked questions pertaining to time. He appeared to have poor understanding or concept of time, probably Max. He was also very curious about various office implements such as stapler, typewriter. This investigator then asked about some of the games that they played. They described the game. Always some drama every day, Bridget. Yeah, over in that world, folks that are looking for it will definitely find it because they love molding. They love seething. They love the anger because their brains are experiencing aphasia. Their brains are slowly molding to an anger state. And that's where they'll stay. And it causes brain shrinkage too. Aphasia is brain damage in very tiny, almost imperceivable amounts. Brain damage at the neurological level, at the neural synapse level, meaning that they burn out. for real. They become unusable, and your brain starts to use other areas to translate information and emotions. High frame rate and stress cause aphasia in young people. It also causes comprehension problems, anger problems, emotional regulation issues, you name it. So if you feel like you're seeing something confusing with a whole bunch of people out here, I will be covering this topic at some point coming up soon. I'm still doing a bunch of research on it. There are only 2 research papers on that side of aphasia out of 10, and the actual full study is not complete. Another game was described as... Oh, I'm sorry. The games were described as taking off the man's clothes and putting them on, then going through the pockets for money. When this investigator asked about the men and if all the clothes were off, both blank and blank said no, that they stated that they only removed the men's jackets. Another game was described as taking a shirt that had holes in it and running away with it, then tearing it up. Both blank and blank advised that the women had come downstairs at Christmas time with no clothes on. Both children felt that this was very funny and went along with the concept of it being a game. Blank also reiterated that what blank had conveyed to this investigator about not being allowed to live in the house. He stated that the men were told to put the kids outside and that they would like to make the men stay outside. The other children were too small, inarticulate to interview. The investigator did observe certain behavior that was consistent with the indications that these children were not used to being in a house or using indoor plumbing. Both blank and blank wet urinated in their pants, wanted to go outside to go to the bathroom. When the van was checked for clothing for the children, several boxes of fruit and vegetables were found. The children were extremely hungry and were given bananas and carrots to eat. Redacted ate approximately 8 bananas and a carrot. The other children were similarly hungry. AC Redacted of HRS responded to the TPD to take the children into custody. They were placed in protective custody before prints were taken and photos cached. During this process, Blank saw the van registration on the investigator's pad. She stated that the address which the van was registered to was the warehouse. She stated that they would go there sometimes. Yeah, this is gnarly, right, Chris? It makes me pissed. When I read this, it's why it took me so long to come around to it, because it brings up a lot of just anger. It brings up anger for me. An impotent anger, because there's nothing to do about this. The law enforcement failed. Our authorities failed. And that's probably the most important portion of all of this message. We have been failed by this. That's what I believe. This investigator contacted the National Center for Exploited Children in Washington, D.C. and gave the information to the concerning the children. They stated that they would give the information to one of their investigators in the morning. They also checked for any children currently missing that matched the description given. The investigators also contacted Sergeant Blank of Metro PD in Washington, D.C. He was given the telephone number and the address of the warehouse. He stated that he would call the number and see who was there. Sergeant Blank called the investigator back, stated the phone number had an answering machine hookup, which had very weird message on it. He did not say what the message was. He stated that he was going to send a cruiser to the house. He then transferred the investigator to Desk Sergeant Blank. She took information from the investigator in regards to this child abuse charges. She also stated that the message on the answering machine was strange. She stated that the message had some kind of biblical passage on it. Sergeant Blank also stated that she would send another cruiser by the house. Metro DC did not recontact this investigator that night. The investigators attempted to interview both suspects. They were read their rights per Miranda and asked to sign an acknowledgement. Both refused. Suspect Blank asked what the charges were. He was advised that the charges of child abuse. Suspect Blank laid on the floor of the holding cell and jerked his body. He refused to open his eyes or acknowledge this investigator. The van was involved in inventory by patrol and towed to Deloach. The children were scheduled to have doctor appointments on the following day. Additional information. This investigator spoke to Detective Blank of Metro Intelligence Unit. He asked the investigator if I thought there was a possibility that there may be more children at either of the locations, blank or blank. This investigator stated that that may be true, but I did not have any specific child that I knew of that was there. He stated that he was going to get search warrants on both the locations and try to serve them later that day. This investigator was advised that both suspects were given a $100,000 cash bond at first appearance. The investigator spoke to Captain Blank at LCJ and arranged for the suspects to be placed in isolation. Due to their overcrowding at the jail, the suspects had to be placed together. The investigator was also advised by Blank. Following another group of interviews for an unrelated case. This investigator went through some items removed from the van by investigators. A piece of paper titled The Ballad of Ballads was found. See copy and case files. The ballad made reference to warehouse, a house in the mountains, Miami, Hawaii, San Diego, and China. Computer disks were also found in the van. Investigator Blank advised that when he ran them, they proved to be program disks, not databases. Later that night, Detective MPD contacted the investigator. He advised that he had been on the search warrant at the warehouse. He found a large amount of computer goods, a hot tub, sauna, large TV room, a library of books, some concerning mind control, a satellite dish on the roof, and various stage-like settings of rooms that were roped off. Detective Blank advised that there were computers at the house and various materials. He stated that he hadn't had the time to go through all of the information yet. 2687. On February 687, this investigator met with Blank of the FBI. He stated that the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI would be involved in the case. The investigator Blank and Agent Blank went to LCJ to interview suspect Blank upon arrival. We were informed that suspect Blank was there. We spoke to him first. We described suspect Blank as a loner. He stated that he had not been seen in 3 to 4 years. They're talking about Petty now. And stated that Petty had shown up at Blank in Gainesville approximately 2 weeks ago with Blank. He stated that the Blank redacted suspect and Blank retained at Blank for approximately, it's all redacted. Why? He told them that they were en route to Miami, gave the investigator a letter had received as a reply to a letter he wrote Blank. The letter contained 2 pieces of paper, one a handwritten letter signed by Redacted, stating that the suspect Redacted was en route to China via Hawaii. This letter was written on a piece of paper with a letterhead of Gung Ho Traders, Blank. By the way, Gung Ho Traders is the trading company associated to Air America, the CIA front known to traffic cocaine in the 80s associated with Iran-Contra. That's the direct connection right there, folks. Right here. The other slip paper contained in the letter was to Blank. It was a letter which pornographically described suspects' genitals and thanked Blank for having such a stud for a son. It appeared to be computer generated. The letter was signed by the wives of Gung Ho. The letter was posted dated May 19, 1986. Suspect Blank refused to talk to Blank of these investigations. Suspect Blank did speak to the investigators, but only to give basic information and to ask questions about the children. He did ask if the children had been seen by a doctor and if anything was found. He also asked where the children were. He advised that the children were in protective custody and were not in need of any immediate medical attention. Several leads from other cases outside of Tallahassee were given to the FBI following up on Agent Blank also spoke with suspect Blank on the telephone. He is located in the New York area. Agents in the Gainesville area were also sent to interview people who had seen the suspects and children in their area recently. The investigator and Agent Blank also went to the treehouse, where Blank and Blank were being held in protective custody. Agent Blank took 35mm pictures, black and white color, of the 3 children used for use by his agency. The children appeared to be in good spirits. The investigator was advised that there was a bomb threat telephoned into the treehouse. Telephoned into the treehouse. The children were taken by sheriff's deputies to LCSI, where they remained until the security could be arranged. This agency for the treehouse. Blank and blank agents arranged to have several plainclothes investigative and security detail. Then the children were moved back to the treehouse. So in other words, the children's lives were threatened by bomb threat. This investigator was also advised by FBI supervisor Blank that they were going to be secure search warrants for the van and would be serving it to this day. The investigator advised them of the materials that were in TPD property from the van. They advised that they would have to take an agent to go through them. Blank came to TPD and went through the materials. More leads from Gainesville area were given to the FBI follow-up on this date. So there's plenty of evidence handed to the FBI from the MPD and the TPD. Blank from the National Child Safety Council came to TPD to assist this agency in any way possible. In looking through one of his publications, this investigator felt that missing child blank may be blank. This investigator spoke with investigator Blank from Montgomery PD, who advised that Blank had seen the pictures and stated that Blank was not in fact blank. Was also listed as having blue eyes, and that child has brown eyes. The investigator asked the investigator to get a copy of the 35mm picture that the agent Blank will be sending to Washington and have Blank look at it. He stated that he would. The investigator also spoke with Blank of Marshall, California, and advised that he, Blank, of the child listed, and he stated that Blank, real name is redacted, advised that he's never seen this child, but whose name was Blank, approximately 5 years ago in Gainesville. He stated that he went to Gainesville to visit Redacted, who was then living in a van? Oh, in a cooperative, in a support cooperative. I can't read that first word. He stated that they lived in a rented house and had a van and lived with two other women, Blank and Blank. Stated that he was there for 48 hours. And when he left, he realized he'd been very well manipulated. He really knew little of what was going on in Blank's life, and Blank was pregnant at the time. Blank stated that approximately 1 year ago, he and his ex-wife went to visit Blank in D.C. That'd be Petty. His ex-wife was living there at the time. He stated that they went to the warehouse address, knocked, and got no answer. They stated that they were walking away, turned around and saw someone looking out a window at him. The next day, they returned to the house. This time someone came to the door and let them in, but refused to tell them anything. Blank stated that he became extremely agitated and left. He stated shortly afterward that he received a letter from Blank saying that she had been in Miami acting like a rich person, and that he, Blank, had been talking to her husband. Blank also advised the investigator that Blank and another woman named Redacted had trashed Blank house sometime in 1985. She lived in Washington, D.C. I think they're talking about the CI here. And he stated that she finally had to have the police come and evict them from their house. Yeah, they're talking about the CI report. This may help to explain the story of Blank kicking this lady and its police coming to the house. Blank advised that he would be interested in getting custody of the children. Investigator advised him that he should contact a lawyer. Petty was advised that the children were fine and in good health. Investigator was advised that some memo from Blank was given to the ABC News and that it would be forwarded to his agency. And of this writing, as of this writing, this memo has not been read. We've seen that memo. We saw the CBS memo. This investigation has also been contacted by Detective Blank, who advised he would be in Tallahassee, cleared of arrest. It's advised, and that the consensus was at the time the children will remain in the respective foster care homes. At the meeting, Detective Blank advised that no evidence of a satanic cult was found at either residence, Washington, D.C. He was concerned about information he received from 3 separate sources concerning the basement of the house on blank. He indicated that there may have been a hole dug in the walls of the floor of the basement for unknown reasons. He stated that the reason being in Tallahassee is to interview the children and to see if they have any information. The investigator, Detective Blank, made arrangements to interview at the treehouse that evening. The agent would be present. A list of known members of the finders were discussed. See the case file. They went to the treehouse, introduced the detective. When asked, the children, she stated that she only knew about 6 here in Tallahassee and a baby named Blank. She stated that she was still being held by Blank and could not make the trip. When asked if she knew Blank, she stated no. Also, named 10 Finder adult members. She stated that she knew thousands of adults, but she had trouble coming up with last name of the group of 10. When this investigator suggested that the boss, who was suggested the boss, she asked who? The investigator told her she knew who I was talking about. She then said Petty. She appeared to be agitated with the investigator. Of the adult members, Blank was asked who she liked the most. She said Blank. She stated that she didn't like any of the men. When asked which member she didn't like, she said Blank. Went on to explain that Blank told secrets and stated that Blank took Blank to her to a restaurant one day to get away from Blank, another Finders member who was acting crazy, and apparently wrote a letter to Blank telling him that they took children to the restaurant without explanation of why. Probably petty. According to Blank, got in trouble. She did not elaborate on what that trouble was. Detective Blank asked about some of the games the children play. She said she couldn't remember any. He asked her why she played at Blank. She stated that sometimes they play on the porch, in the rear, in a closet. Stated that they put on black clothes and make monster noises. She stated that this was scary sometimes. Also stated that they went down in the basement with the lights off and they were scary too. We tried to question them about the basement at the time and she didn't want to talk about it. Detective Blank then started naming some adult names. He was making references to names to see if they were credible. She stated that she did not know any of the people he had mentioned until he mentioned Blank. When we learned earlier that Blank had mentioned redacted in connection to the basement, their eyes lit up and she stated that she knew Blank. She stated that Blank used to be boy Secuse. He lived in Highfields. There were no houses there. She stated that there was sort of a road covered by tall, high grass. She stated that it had lots of medicine and cured an earache she had once. Also stated that he liked to be by himself and listen to the birds. Note, information from FBI identifies it redacted as redacted. From the conversation, we started talking about the basement again. Described the basement as 4 separate rooms, one being a laundry room, one a food room, and one a tool room. She stated that the floors were concrete. She stated that only hole down there was the one in the wall in the food room. We then started talking about the farm. She stated that they had goats and cats at the farm. She stated that they ate the goats. Also said that the cats went away, quote unquote. Said that they had gone to the farm on the way down to Florida. The itinerary was, according to Blank, Washington, D.C. to Virginia, to Kentucky to Gainesville, to Tallahassee. They were in Berea, Kentucky, while in that state, stated on either occasion that she had gone to Tampa, Florida. When Blank was asked about the warehouse, she didn't go there that often. She said that they would stay in tents and sleep with electric blankets. Also mentioned that there would be guard over the children, but she said she couldn't remember what that was. The only game that she could mention was the game she described earlier to this investigator. The investigator asked her to tell detective about the game with the holy shirts. She was consistent with her description of the game. Additional interviews will proceed with need. HRS Youth Services is contacted by me and asked if he needs any information. Blank advises that he would like to know what is in the photography taken out of the impounded van. I obtained this evidence from property section and opened it. Blank is contacted by me and told of the photo contents. contents not mentioned. Talks about where the car was impounded, where it was made. Questions about the van. The van was probably made in Canada. Suggests he contacted Troy. Van is made in Canada, shipped to Kirby Dodge in Arlington, Virginia. Arlington, Virginia. Advised that the van was then purchased by a company organization called ISCC, 1701 Northwest Pennsylvania Avenue. 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue is the White House. 1700 Pennsylvania Avenue is the former League of Just Men, now known as the World Trade Organization. 1701 is the name. It's fucking A. Excuse me. 1701 Northwest I5CC, ISCC, is the name of the company that purchased the van. And it's next door, down the street from the White House. This is a detail of the phone calls and of the day of the investigator. Stated that blank, that he is or was a farmhand on her neighbor's farm. Stated that the farm belongs to blank and is used for watermelon growing. Blank selected that at the beginning of last week, she saw blank walk up and down her street with 10 children. Stated that the children were living in the watermelon field belonging to blank, the finders. Stated that all the children were white and young. She thought it strange that the children were not in school since she was seeing them during the middle of the day. Blank stated that the children and blank were in a van, but she does not remember any descriptions about the van. He told blank that the children we had belonged to a cult that has a name of Finders. It says developmental training program blank. She stated that on Tuesday, February 8th, 1987, she referred to her something size and noticed that the trash dumpster was set across as it was not something as it should have been. Blank said that she called the city of Tallahassee, asked why. Picked up. She stated that the person that she talked with, name unknown, told her that the truck driver could not access the dumpster because a blue van blocking his access to the dumpster. Stated that she did not see the van when she came back. She also, unreadable. Independent living on Ocala Road. Works for the Center for Independent, called me back. Independent living on Ocala Road. Stated that that on Wednesday, one of her clients, blank, ran an ad for a local newspaper to have someone work for him. Stated that on Wednesday, a person answered that ad and acted strange. Stated that she was told by blank that the stranger said he was a transient from Washington, D.C., and that he was on his way to Mexico. That he wanted no money, but that he would take it if he could bring children to blank's apartment so they could take a bath. Blank stated that the stranger left on Wednesday and returned on Friday. Again worked for her. Blank stated that blank then issued the individual a check and that the check was made payable to redacted. Stated that he had borrowed a buddy's van, but that on both days he walked to and from the location and was described as a blank. Blank stated that blank carried a dark blue backpack. Blank stated that she'd been talking with Detective Blank of the Metro PD and that she thinks she is blank, one of the children our department has in custody. Stated that she is blank. I advised I would have to verify the identity and call her back. I then called the Metro Police Department DC, who verified that I had been talking with them about the child named blank, and advised that redacted is probably one of the children. While talking with the sergeant, he advised that after the news broadcast in Washington, he had gotten many phone calls from citizens identifying one of the suspects we have in custody. Stated that she called the caller ID that they were employed by the computer company, and that he had recently been working with the State Department and the CIA. Sergeant stated that his agency served the search warrant on 2587. They found no one, but they did find a computer bulletin board message that said that the group in Tallahassee had been caught. We are scared and hiding. Blank also stated that a piece of paper was found in the house that said mail for blank and to Miami, Florida in care of general delivery. Sergeant Blank gave information on missing child from Maryland. It is as follows. Redacted. And then called back and stated that Blank had entered a small cult in Washington about 2 years ago. He stated that the other members of the cult and their children stated that the children names Blank. This goes on to reiterate where they slept outside and the conditions. Describes how the children once again talk about who their mothers and fathers were, and the whole page is redacted. Also gave the name of the person who had called from Gainesville with information on the two men. This talks about the men answering an ad. One of them identified themselves, one of those two guys, as a graduate of University of Florida. Hey, buddy. Come on. Yeah, I think we can change the music back now. You gonna change the show for me, pal? He's trying to produce over here. He is one of the producers, by the way. Homer. So this goes on to provide information about the children as they contact the parents. It tracks their whereabouts back all the way to DC and the farm. Several different authorities contact them to find out if these children, or if any of the children, are somebody they're looking for. All over the country, people reach out. Blank received a phone call from an anonymous caller about a suspicious person in the neighborhood. Stated that a white male moved in 3 days ago, and that he had 2 young children with him, and that he would not let the children play with the other children in the neighborhood, or let them out of the house. Stated that the caller said that a blank only description has been seen at the house a couple of occasions. No other information. Suffolk County, New York. He said he'd been in contact with one of the arrested suspect's parents, and that the parents wanted the arrestee to contact them. No information provided. 1205, contact with Lieutenant Blank of Culpeper, Virginia Police Department, stated that he worked on a case in the past, and through this investigation learned that Blank at one time lived in Ocala, Florida. Stated that he did not know where Blank was at this time, and he stated that he was familiar with Petty and in contact with the cult. Hey, you're in the middle of space, buddy. Hi, sweetheart. What's going on? That's Ruby. She defies gravity. He had a contact with the cult finders. Blank said that the contact told him that Blank put the word out to the members to flee and hide. He stated that Blank himself would probably go to Andrews Air Force Base, that would be Petty, and get military plane flight to China. That would only be possible with access. That would only be possible with access via the CIA or the military, Department of Defense, DID, or one of the other letters. Blank stated that he has a photo of Petty and would send a copy of said photo to me. At the time period, it would have been him. That's who we're talking about. The world would send a copy of said photo to me. I'm sorry, they would send a copy of said photo to me. Contact with Officer Blank of the Tampa, Florida Police Department. Stated that he received a phone call from Blank and stated that Blank told him that she knows the name of the parents of the 2 children we have in custody. Blank provided the following and said that the men, the 2 in Tampa Park, unknown location of the 2 at this time, the 2 at one time. Are you trying to come over here too? Come here. Come here, Ruby. She compiled, contact with Blank, who works for People magazine, and wanted names of suspects to check it against. A list she has compiled over the years working child abuse cases. No information was given to her. She provided me with information regarding the child abuse cases. No information. See above narrative for contact information. Called again and stated that a female who thinks one of the children we have in custody may be hers and is willing to come to Tallahassee and try and identify her child. I stated that this is not possible at this time. Inspector Blank of San Francisco Police Department stated that a legal paper has printed an article that indicates that San Francisco is involved in this case. I advised that I knew of no information indicating San Francisco. I advised him of the new media contact with Blank. Investigator of Niagara County, New York Sheriff's Office. He had a missing person case, advised of the following. Missing child is blank, white male. FBI has fingerprint classification. The number is blank. Attempted to contact Blank. Central Recruiting Act advises that the number cannot be reached. Unable to locate. Blank says she is blank and wants information on what's going on to happen to the children, and they will be identified. I explained the identification procedure. No other information. Blank stated that he observed Wednesday running with a person in his hands. Blank stated that the male man drove a blue van I can't tell what that word is. Went to a blue van sitting in the parking lot. Stated that he didn't think the van had anything to do with the running male, but that the child did run toward the van. Stated that after he saw a dirty white van travel into the Myers Park area, stated that he did not get a tag number, and that was prior to our agency picking the arrestees up. That's a second van, by the way. Attempted contact with Blank, no answer. Contacted Blank Children's Clearinghouse, South Carolina. Said that one of the children we have in custody looks like a missing child in their registry. Blank gave the following information. Advised that this information has been given to FDLE. Blank was contacted by the state and thinks that one of the children looks similar to her friend's child. Stated that the friend has moved to Columbus, Georgia before Christmas and did not know if the child was still with her. Stated that she did not know if a phone number or not. I then contacted Columbus Police Department, who went to Blank and checked on Blank. CPD advised that both were there, and the child was in good. So basically, this is the reports that were happening all day. Anonymous caller from Beaumont, Texas called. She stated that there is a strange occurrence going on in a small town called Buena, Texas. Stated that there is a property blank that is surrounded by a barbed wire fence and an electronic hurricane fence at the driveway. She stated that men with semi-automatic weapons walk around inside of the fence. She stated that information has it that the people who occupy the space are running a church, and said that the church leader is blank, and that blank owns a business in Buena, Texas, using the name of blank. The caller said she could offer no information on our case. Continued report. A small microcomputer, TRS-80, was taken from the van by FBI authorities in a subsequent check of the van on Sunday, February 8th. The computer was examined by agents and found to contain one message that was copied down. A copy of the message was given to TPD. Also on February 8th, a part-time employee at TPD, also an FSU student, brought another TRS-80 computer to TPD and turned it over to the investigator. He indicated that he was in front of the SFSU library and found it at an outside phone on Thursday morning. He indicated that he had learned how to work it and found messages on it that had names of TPD investigators and others. He thought it might have something to do with this case and therefore brought it to TPD. This investigator examined the computer and transcribed several pages of messages from it. The messages indicated that they were being sent via phone lines to a central computer system where members of the same group can exchange messages. A message taken from this computer indicates that they were confused why the men with the kids hadn't left any messages. Another message indicated that the two men had been arrested in Tallahassee and the children were being held. It was later learned that this computer was inadvertently left at the FSU phone by members of the same group, but traveling separately. That would be the white van. Information obtained by the van was also confusing. Suspect had two Miranda rights forms that appeared to be similar. One indicated that his name was blank and the other blank. Both forms were indicated his right to remain silent. One of the forms began, "I have something to hide." The other form began, "I have nothing to hide." February 6th, special agent of the FBI and this investigator went to Leon County Jail in an attempt to speak with both suspects. While at the jail, we met with both of them. He granted an interview where he explained that he hadn't seen blank Petty for several years and had recently been in Gainesville where blank had stopped by to see blank for an hour and had blank with him at the time. It isn't known to have any children. All redacted. Redacted. Indicated that he, blank, is an attorney and that several members of the group, he did not recognize the name finders, had worked for him in the past doing research. He indicated that he would attempt to contact blank and have him contact redacted or this investigator. This investigator never received a message from blank. Contact with the mothers. They were concerned about the portrayal of the satanic cult. They said that they would be treated fairly, and if they came, as of that time, there were no warrants for any of them. I indicated that would be interviewed a minimum of persons involved, and she indicated she needed to discuss the situation. She recalled this investigator on Wednesday and indicated that she and other mothers would be coming to Tallahassee and expect to arrive on Thursday, about noon or thereafter, which is where we get this picture of the four mothers who arrived. This investigator learned on Friday through a local news article that the women had arrived and seeking meeting with HRS officials concerning their children. This investigator was not contacted by the group until Monday. A conversation with their attorney indicated that the women wanted to cooperate with law enforcement investigators. A schedule was set up to interview the mothers during the next 3 days. By Wednesday evening, February 18th, this investigator had interviewed all 5 mothers separately. No other person present. As you notice, there's only 4 in the picture. Each mother filled out questionnaires regarding their identity and that of their children. That information is being verified. Finders. It seemed that the finders aspect of the group is the business-related part of the group. The social aspects of the group has no name. The mothers indicated that they haven't used or heard the name finders for a long time. Several mothers identified finders business cards, but that they didn't know the cards were still around. One mother indicated that the cards were probably buried in the material of the van for a long time. The investigator carried information into the interviews that had been collected and analyzed. Each woman gave essentially the same information as follows. Approximately 8 December, the group of 20 adults and 7 children were living in Washington, D.C. After Christmas, the children and several of the men took the 6 oldest children, those in custody, to work in Barra, Kentucky. The men were going to participate in the construction of a retirement settlement called the New Hope, which is being developed by the Reverend blank. The women went to California to work for 5 to 6 weeks doing temporary employment duties, ranging from clerical to writing and editing for different employers. When the men arrived in Kentucky, they were informed that the project was behind schedule. This investigator located information in the van materials, which was identified as the New Hope Prospectus, which was a schedule of events regarding the construction of that retirement settlement. The dates involved in this project are as listed on the prospectus were similar to those being given by the mothers. None of the mothers had seen the New Hope Prospectus I held. Other information given by the women was consistent with the information on the material. Since the project was at a standstill, the 2 men used their computers to communicate the new circumstance to the working women in California. It was decided that the men would take the children upon an adventure to Florida. For several weeks, the group stayed near Gainesville. During this time, they went to see blank. The men in the group did various types of work for travel money. Supposedly, the men had started out their trip with about $1,500 of cash along the way. They answered ads from people requesting odd jobs and help. For reasons this investigator was unable to determine, the men and children using 2 vans moved north to the Tallahassee area. They were known, strong possibility, to have been in Gainesville on Monday, as Gainesville newspaper with that date was in the van. They traveled to Tallahassee soon afterwards, and they were taken into custody on Wednesday evening, February 4th. Deception. Regarding the deception apparent in this case, the mothers indicated that they didn't know why blank had 2 forms of Miranda rights with him, each identifying him differently, and one saying that he had something to hide. None of the mothers understood why an intercepted message that contained the information that blank, another group member, had called TPD early in the case using the name blank. It was guesstimated that blank used the wrong name so as not to give away his true identity and preclude his getting any information from case investigators. It was blank's computer and message that was found at the library. When this investigator asked the mothers why the 2 suspects had indicated that they were taking the children to Mexico to a school for brilliant children, the mothers indicated that they had talked about taking the children there possibly one day. None of the mothers seemed to know that a message told the men to use that story if stopped by the authorities. The mothers seemed to agree that it was poor for the men to have made that statement. It wasn't appropriate. They further conceded that the 2 men, blank, weren't articulate and handled the conversation with the patrol officers poorly. Each mother indicated that it was understandable why the officers be suspicious. Each mother maintained that there is nothing particular that they are hiding. Regarding the deception in general, the mothers indicated that they don't wish to give out information about the group, in that a lot of people don't take the time to understand them. They indicated that they don't particularly have anything to hide, but they don't feel obligated to explain themselves. Some of the mothers pointed out to the group had suffered from the latest news blitz, which identifies the group as satanic and sacrificing. They vehemently denies those accusations and said they were better off to say little or nothing than give information that can be misconstrued. Sexual abuse. This investigator asked questions regarding the possible sexual abuse of the 2 children. Several of the mothers were skeptical that there was, in fact, any sexual abuse. Each indicated that it would be reprehensible for any member of the group to commit a sexual act upon a child. Each indicated that their way of life doesn't abuse children, but rather holds them in high esteem. No mother could believe that any of the men traveling with the children could have committed a sexual act upon the children. Lifestyle of the group. The lifestyle of this group, as conveyed to this investigator, seems to be a modified idea of the 1960s commune concept. The group system involved a co-ownership of property and elimination of private property. While major items are owned in common, individual items can be owned by the individual members. It was posed that each member has the independence to come and go from the group temporarily or permanently at will. The group, to include all members, centers upon an ongoing loyalty, dependence, devotion, etc. to each other, much like conventional husband and wife team. This larger team also shares mutual responsibilities. A group leader is chosen, sometimes several a day, depending upon the circumstances. The group chooses the most knowledgeable member in whatever idea or area is being considered. For example, if a vehicle having a mechanical problem, a leader who has experience with the vehicles would moderate concerning how best to achieve repairs. This all sounds decent, right? This group believes in experiential, or what this investigator terms hands-on training. They prefer to educate their children by showing them by the best means available. Going to zoos, living in the woods, etc. is a preferred learning experience to conventional methods. And while classroom techniques are apparently acceptable to them, the group, they prefer as much diversity as possible. Several of the mothers quoted philosophical followings or refuted educators and explained how the mothers feel that their children are being given a better life. The picture of the children with their slaughtered goats was not a ritual sacrifice, they claim, but rather an attempt at a hands-on experience, they're saying. So the admission of the slaughtered goat images are admitted right here, despite earlier in the findings it being denied that there were any pictures. Make that make sense. One mother who wasn't sure that the ordeal was necessary or that she approved, she indicated that only the 3 men were present at the time, thought that the experience was well-intentioned as an experience for the children to learn. She likened the slaughter to that of what is done in conventional biology classes. She likened it to a biology class. Fuck. Several mothers indicated that the robes being worn by the men were actually sheets the men wore during the slaughter to protect their clothing. The slaughter of the 2 goats on the Virginia farm was at the end of the summer, and the goats couldn't be left there alive. The meat from the goats was taken... That's absurd. The meat from the goats was taken back to Washington, D.C. in the group where they ate the meat. The children had the experience to see where the meat comes from, an experience most children get while they're growing up. Yeah, and there's a reason for it. It tends to be that it can really traumatize kids. Regarding eating, the mothers expressed concern that their children eat properly. The mothers indicated knowledge of diet and nutrition. They indicated that the children eat balanced diets of fruits and vegetables. They go get food whenever they are hungry rather than during prescribed meal times. The group does have conventional meals upon occasion. The mother indicated that they feel that their children are healthy. Evidence, contents of van taken into TPD custody. 1 TRS-80 taken into custody from the van. From FSU. 1 TRS-80 obtained by FBI during search of van. Photos of van by TPD. Photos of the children. Non-described. Despite the fact that earlier FBI preliminary report says they don't exist. This case began on February 4th. 1987, when a citizen observed a group of unkempt children and 2 men in Myers Park. Describes the investigation. My involvement has been as an assisting investigator from this beginning. I observed the children the night they were taken into custody at police headquarters. I saw the generally dirty state of their clothes and bodies. They appeared tired and cranky. As an assisting investigator, I worked full-time on this case to ascertain the identity of the children and the men. On Wednesday, February 11th, I was made the lead investigator of the case. During my investigation, I was concerned with the welfare of the children and the 2 men being held. I have 1, attempted to learn their identity of the children, if they were in fact abused or neglected at the time of the arrest by the suspects, and 3, if the lifestyle of the group abuses or neglects the children in any way. The children, mother, and the 2 suspects are part of a group that live in an alternate lifestyle. No information came to me indicating that their lifestyle abuses or neglects their children at the time of the arrest. The arresting officers certainly had probable cause for arrest. It was reasonable to expect a further investigation to follow up on the strange circumstances. The identities of the children have strongly appears to be accurate, that the true mothers have come forward. They have been given personal information that suggests the children are theirs. At this time, the information that they gave about their children and themselves is being verified through the FBI, which is assisted through the case. As to whether the children had actually been abused or neglected at the time of arrest seems to hinge on whether these children, being dirty, possibly hungry, and living under camping-like conditions during the situation, constitutes abuse or neglect. Probably the two men caretakers could have provided a better atmosphere for the children and been more open during interview by the police. Regarding the overall lifestyle of the group, it is difficult to compile complete information. The group appears to be one family, with all members having roles which include working, making decisions, and having other responsibilities. As to whether this lifestyle is appropriate and acceptable is a subjective matter, the investigator says. This investigator has learned of no group or individual actions that appear abusive or neglectful. There's another summary, the findings of the parks. The investigator and detective conducted the interview with blank and Detective Blank. An agent interviewed blank and interviewed first shown some pictures the FBI confiscated from their search on the van. She stated that she did not recognize the pictures of the old man in the garden. She stated that she remembers the house because it had a swimming pool in the house. She could not remember where the house was located. The picture of blank and blank playing by a wood structure was identified as being in high fields where Petty lives, and stated that the structure was behind the building by Petty. It was being built in the area. It's hard to read. Sorry, folks. Also, I identified two pictures containing blank. None of this investigator is blank. She stated that these photos were taken at the White Cabin. When blank was shown the hand-drawn map, she describes the area labeled White Cabin as the White Cabin in the picture described above. Described the Red Cabin as the place where blank stays with blank. According to them, Paradise is the place they play and camp. It is located on a trail. She also identified blank in the photos depicting adults around a dining table. This investigator had to clarify several items mentioned in the previous interview. First, the fourth basement is the junk basement. The punishment blank received for taking them to the restaurant was a letter from blank which made her feel bad. Said her letter told bad things about herself. This was the second clarification. Described the holes dug for defecation in the outdoors. The only hole in the basement is in the food basement, and she indicated that was used to put things that aren't used. Also advised the investigator that blank. The investigator discussed going on trips. Stated that she'd been on an airplane. She'd been twice, just with blank and once with blank. She stated that she'd been to Gainesville and Tampa. While in Gainesville, they visited blank. Allowed to listen to a tape of a phone call, National Center for Exploited Children. On the tape, an anonymous male caller gave information in regards to the children to the operator on duty. Was extremely interested in this tape. They stated that and it sounded like blank. Detective Blank and I had decided earlier to only play part of the tape, but blank was insistent about hearing the entirety of it. She stated that Petty covers the phones and that the information on the tape appeared to be known by him. While listening to the tape, the male asked, away from the phone, which blank kids? When talking about blank, the reason we're talking was because blank told them not to. Blank demonstrated how she was able to count to 10 in Chinese. She stated that she learned to count in Chinese from a Chinese man who guested at the warehouse. HRS contacted blank for the Chicago area to interview the children from a psychological perspective. His preliminary report was unavailable at the time of this writing. Child abuse. Located a small computer at a public phone booth. State University FSU campus in the library. We took it home with him. On Saturday, February 2nd, he took it out of its case and attempted to determine who the owner was. He figured out how to run it and attempted to learn who the owner was by reading the information in it. He read information concerning TPD police investigators on Sunday, September 8th. He brought it to TPD and turned it over to myself. Upon learning how it worked, this investigator copied the messages from the computer. Wow. Can't believe I was able to read that. The information disclosed that the owner was obviously persons who were involved with a group called the Finders. Friends of the owners had been arrested in Tallahassee on February 4th and charged with child abuse. A transcription of the information exists in the report file. The investigation continues. That's the report of the person who reported the children. Complete Tallahassee Police Department case file concerning the finders. A letter from Congressman Charlie Rose. Copy of letter to Chief Tucker. Tallahassee Police Department memorandum to Chief Tucker from blank concerning being interviewed by U.S. Customs agent concerning an FBI agent blank. The caption mattered. 2 memos purportedly authentic U.S. Customs memos concerning the finders case, and a copy of an article from the city paper concerning the finders case. On 11/6/93, contact with Tallahassee Police. Mel Tucker revealed that there were never any outside agency, in or outside the United States intelligence community who contacted anyone in his department with an attempt to influence in any way the investigation of the finders group. All evidences in the case was either returned to its owners or otherwise destroyed. Chief Tucker advises that he has been contacted by a number of individuals recently concerning the finders case. One was Congressman Charlie Rose, chairman committee on the House Administration, good old Charlie Rose, always in the right, who both telephonically and in writing expressed an interest in the facts of the circumstances surrounding the finders case in Tallahassee, Florida. Additionally, Chief Tucker was contacted by blank, redacted, blank, redacted, for the information of the Bureau, Tallahassee SSRA, blank, redacted. Tallahassee portion of this investigation, which also resolved whether there are any improper influence by any agency brought to bear on the TPD. We will never know. The following names were searched in the WFO indices at the request of the SSA blank, FBI, HQ, CID, VCU. Finders Transnational, Ragged Mountain, Women's Network Services, General Scientific Corporation, blank, Isabel Petty, blank, Future Enterprises. Why would they redact 2 of these names unless they are government organizations or associated? Attached to this insert are the results of this query. Future Enterprises, General Scientific Group, the address and confirmation, Women's Network Services, all references. They owned many businesses, many covers, confidential offices of search, CFR. No, I'm sorry, confidential. Two names that weren't listed that don't make any sense. WMFU. Request of information with the address and the confirmation information. Screening. Isabel Petty. Finder Group. Finders Transnational, Ragged Mountain. Confirmations of the telephone numbers and the addresses. These existed. And then you get these. The EINs for unnamed companies. Once again, EINs for unnamed companies. Finders, member, no data, extortion. Finders Transnational, Rugged Mountain Research Center. Report files, EIN numbers. Victim advised that he was a member of this cult headed by Petty, which was also known as the Finders, who described the cult as an alternative lifestyle group related an incident detailing the death of a member, Barbara Matea. WMFO contacted MPD and was advised that Matea had died as a result of refusing medical attention for religious reasons, and that no homicide investigation had been conducted. File reflected that the case was closed, and the AUSA for Alexandria would not consider any prosecution. Index to General Scientific Corporation. Index to Women's Network Services. No reference. Both redacted. The following files were reviewed on November 22nd and 23rd, 1993 as a result of the listings of WFMO, FOIMS indices. Listed below are the results of the review. Index to Finders. Redacted. Were members of this group. This case was closed upon resolution by interview. Redacted. Index to General Scientific. Redacted. Index to redacted. Same information as detailed above. Index to redacted. Same information as detailed above. Redacted. EIN number request for FOIPA. Information by concerning a blank. FOIPA file has been destroyed. Index of Future Enterprises. Led on Philadelphia Division. Investigation of blank. Redacted. Advised that based on recent discussions with VCU Unit Chief and Section Chief Cahoe, the interview of U.S. Customs Service SA, it is noted that as of 11/23/93, the formal written request for the FBI HQ, both blank and the U.S. DOS, has not been sent out of the FBI. The purpose of this memo is to address allegations or potential allegations concerning child abuse in Stuart, Florida area during the period of August through September 1992, blank. Subsequent to this request, Special Agent blank, at his offices, it should be noted that blank, redacted, identified as one of those assaulted, redacted, proceeded to advise Special Agent of much of the information as he related to the letter to blank on 7/21/93, referring to the finders. While not going into as much detail as set forth in this letter, blank did allude to U.S. Customs Service not following through on investigation. And that would be because they were told the investigation was closed and that the State Department had handled it. He did mention allegations of computer chips being planted in children's heads, an organization in Stuart, Florida involved in Satan worship and possibly child abuse, and the fact that individuals involved in such activities were at the highest levels of government. When pushed for any substantive evidence concerning those allegations, blank could not provide any, and alluded to the fact that no one could be trusted in this matter. I think we know this to be true. Blank was advised by Special Agent that if he obtained any evidence or witnesses concerning child abuse or any other evidence to substantiate his allegations, he should contact SA. At the time of the contact with blank, no documentation of this meeting occurred by the Special Agent. Due to this fact, the Special Agent felt his allegations to be extremely broad, far-fetched, and unsubstantiated in any way. It should be noted, redacted. During the summer of '93, rumors again surfaced in the Stuart, Florida area concerning satanic worship and child abuse. The attached letter was received. State Attorney, Fort Pierce, Florida, was contacted and advised his office had conducted the investigation and prosecution of blank sexual abuse case. Since then, that time, he advised blank has maintained contact with him to the recent past and continued to make allegations of further sexual abuse, none of which are substantiated. According to the blank, admitted to him, he has found no connection to date between the blank actions and any nationwide organizations or activities. Interesting. Blank did provide the attached copy of communication concerning the finders, which blank had provided him on 9/14/93. He advised blank that is now claiming a group called the Finders, which was part of the Washington, D.C. intelligence community, had a splinter group, which involved in child sexual abuse. One of the members of the group was supposedly resides in blank. Blank was provided with a copy of page 2 of a letter dated 7/21/93, which he read and advised that this was misleading and certain statements somebody made were in fact redacted. Advised that the state's attorney's office investigation did not uncover others having been involved than were charged. Sergeant Redacted. He stated he has maintained that there is a nationwide conspiracy among individuals involved in satanic worship and sexual child abuse, with members being located in the Stuart, Florida area. To date, Sergeant Blank advised that he has located no hard evidence of organized sexual abuse in the area, but noted that there's a similarity in sexual abuse cases that have occurred in different parts of the country. Sergeant did not volunteer, but when asked, admitted he was looking into a group called the Finders. However, he did not have any confirmed criminal activity at this time. Why would you be looking into that group if there was no evidence to support the information? Blank operates a day school from which, during the past year, he advised numerous parents have withdrawn their children, according to Blank, occurring at or being done with individuals at the Jensen Beach Preschool, concerning the Jensen Beach Elementary School, where parents also withdrew their children from attendance. Blank stated that he himself did extensive checking of the school and found absolutely no indication of child abuse. He further advised to those espousing Redacted. Jensen Beach Elementary School was contacted, advised that in the past year, 3 to 5 families have withdrawn their children from the Jensen Beach Elementary School based on rumors of cult activities and child abuse involving employees at their school. Blank stated she did extensive work to attempt to substantiate these rumors with negative results. In 93, Lieutenant Blank was contacted and advised that he and the school are aware of individuals within the Stuart and Port Lucie, Florida areas involved in Satan worship. To date, he advised neither he nor anyone else, to his knowledge, has revealed any evidence that these practices are in any way related to sexual child abuse. All individuals contacted above were advised that they were to obtain any information concerning sexual abuse of children, they would immediately report it to the authorities. In view of the lack of any evidence or substantiation of allegations that set forth the attached letter they wrote relate to the Stuart, Florida area, no further inquiries are made on this matter beyond that time. This is the letter. This is just a memo regarding the further response. Interview of Blank. He advised he would provide the following: November 16, 1993, talking about the other agent, the Finder's location in Washington, D.C., and the attorney. To date, he has not provided this information. Further, he initially was reluctant to discuss the matter with Special Agent until it was pointed out to him that if he was withholding information concerning child abuse, he himself might be in some criminal liability. In view of the fact that no investigation remains outstanding, Miami is considering this matter is an RUC status. Unconfirmed. Obstruction of justice. Exploitation of children. Please hand carry to SSA Squad C4. The USCS informed the MPD that they were unsure if the 6 children had been kidnapped from their parents and that they had attempted unsuccessfully to contact representatives of the Finders at the address. They feared that other children were being abused at that address. Based on the information received from MPD source from the above authorities in Florida, the MPD contacted AUSA. This goes through the search warrants, medical and psychological reports redacted. Talks about the alternative lifestyle and an overview of the report. The overview report also noted that the family members of the 6 children had been interviewed and they had stated that Petty had brainwashed their children and prevented any contact with their children or grandchildren. Members of the Finders, according to the family members, would stop any contact by sending letters describing explicit sexual acts involving current members, including photographs and drawings. The information obtained from the children and the authorities in Tallahassee, Florida, reflected that the children had not verbalized any complaints of sexual abuse. During the interviews conducted by the MPD in this matter, no documented evidence was developed concerning sexual abuse of the children by members of the Finders group. That's because they didn't collect that evidence. The DC Metro Police did. And that evidence was brought to the State Department, never to be seen again. Had stated that people in the Finders group were a commune type group. They were hardworking type, work ethic. He indicated that they had shown that they were willing to work at any project to benefit the group. Indicated not involved in devil worship, child abuse, repeated over and over. Yet, of the Finders, stated the Finders have been known to send harassing letters. That this is an example of blank. He stated that although the Finders' behaviors were often bizarre, he did not recall ever seeing child mistreated by the Finders. The final disposition. During the course of this investigation, the District of Columbia Child Protection Office was advised of this matter to the MPD. Copies of all documents seized during the execution of search warrants related to child neglect, abuse, or suspected neglect, abuse were provided for review to the Child Protection Services. During meetings between the Child Protection Services Office and representatives of the MPD, it was determined that the children involved in this matter were not under the jurisdiction of the District of Columbia. The state of Florida dropped all charges in this matter in late March 1987. The MPD file contains 3 references to the Central Intelligence Agency, located in a report dated 9/15/86, 2/19/87, and 4/13/87. There is no documentation in the files of any direct or interference of the MPD's Finders investigation of the CIA. No, that's right, because it came from the State Department via the FBI. An MPD report prepared by Detective Blank and dated 9/15/86 documents a meeting with MPD sources who redacted. The report indicates that redacted was introduced to the Finders Organization in 1988 at a party in Washington, D.C. by redacted. An MPD report prepared that Sergeant J.H. Stitcher, deceased, dated 2/19/87, and captioned Finders' involvement with the Central Intelligence Agency, indicated that on 2/18/87, Detective Blank spoke with Special Agent, believed to be abbreviation for Special Agent, Blank of the Central Intelligence Agency, concerning any contact that members of the Finders may have had with the CIA. Blank confirmed that Blank, Isabel, deceased at the time of the report, was a CIA employee from 1950 until 1971. That's Isabel Petty. Blank had asked Special Agent if our investigation was treading on anyone's toes out there. The response was, sort of. He acknowledged that he had someone working on the case since it was first broke, but on the news media. Future Enterprises, redacted, and then Future Enterprise operates out of the warehouse at 1307. Special Agent had indicated that the CIA had been aware that during the period 1969 to 1971, Petty had traveled to Moscow, North Korea, and North Vietnam. This report stated that the CIA apparently has a vested interest in Petty and or the group. They have not had any contact in the investigative agencies, though, while they have been working on the case. In summary, there will be no justification for the way the children have been treated. In other words, here's an admission that people recognize that children were treated poorly or badly, and the matter will be addressed in Family Division Superior Court. The report was marked confidential and do not disseminate, and was signed by MPD Sergeant J.H. Stitcher. So yeah, there wasn't any direct involvement because the police chief did it for himself. It is noted that throughout this report, the name Stitcher has been lined out, and the name Stitcher had been penciled in above the line, out the name. An overview report prepared for Detective Blank and dated 4/13/87 indicated that Blank was a former employee of the agency, but that the CIA had been monitoring the MPD investigation from the beginning. So yes, there's involvement with the Finders group. This report stated that it is the writer's belief that the Finders organization is and has been utilized by the CIA as a disinformation service, spreading non-essential, non-critical information to various organizations throughout the United States and overseas. This group, to the most part, is made up of overeducated non-achievers, we've heard this, but I'll read it again, who lacked the inborn initiative to succeed on their own. Therefore, they fell in with a charismatic leader who gave them the direction and self-importance. To the most part of this organization, individually is harmless. As to the abuse of children, I do not think that child abuse was a planned tactic of this group. And that is the admission. And that's where I'm going to leave you guys today. Who, in their right minds, in their right spirits, would build such a program, build such a process, try to meld minds and change them from a young age to create a superior being? I know of one organization. It's called SRI, Strategic Research Institute. The oversight for MK Ultra. The same organization that was built out of the experiments in Canada that put people to sleep for up to 60 days and tortured them with LSD and electroshock therapy. The unthinkable was normal in those experiments. Dosing people with LSD unknowingly to see their reaction. Dosing government officials so that they would tell the truth as if it was truth serum. All to work towards what the Monroe Institute later found was a meditative process. But in those processes, finding their way, many, many different formats of the hemisync were developed, including brainwashing. In one of the programs, MK Monarch, there is a description of the breakdown of the human mind by torture and stress, a bifurcation, a separation, using DID, dissociative identity disorder, multiple personality disorder. Because at a young age, when your personalities are broken, they won't fuse when you're an adult. My friends, what I have just read is the first portion of the report that denies the evidence of another agency, denies that the evidence was collected and taken away by the State Department, despite the fact that Customs, the Treasury, says that the evidence was removed by the federal government, confiscated. The local sheriff says that he was not told to keep quiet, yet upon further review, you find that he knew the investigation was stepping on toes. Where in Central Intelligence? Why are they working, and why did they work on our own soil? That is not their mandate, but it's something we need to be aware of. More importantly, recognize that these people had planned to disappear if they were caught, that they planned to lie, that they planned to have stories, and even now, those that were involved deny everything. Even the children don't remember any of it, not clearly. Which brings me to one final piece that I found in CNN the other day. In 1982, John David Gosch disappeared. 9/5/82 from Yuba City, California. Johnny Gosch left home for the last time on a warm Sunday in late summer. In the pale morning light before sunrise, he was 12 years old. He liked building model rockets. A neighbor heard a wagon rattling through the yard and figured it was Johnny taking his usual shortcut on his way to pick up his newspapers. Another paperboy recalled seeing Johnny near the newspaper drop site. The boys saw a blue car pull up and saw Johnny talking to a stranger. What happened in the next few minutes would resonate for the next 4 decades. Johnny would become a tragic abstraction, a face on a milk carton, a story that warned other kids from paper routes and changed the way police handled missing children's cases. The reason for Johnny's disappearance would be fiercely debated. Theories would proliferate. Some would call it an impenetrable mystery, insisting that countless hours of police work had led nowhere near the truth. Johnny's mother would open a parallel investigation, one that continues to this day. In August of 2023, not long before her 80th birthday, she pointed to her own skull and said, "I've got pretty much all of it in the file cabinet up here." By then, she had named the names of more than half a dozen alleged perpetrators and potential suspects, none of whom have been arrested. She'd been ignored and dismissed, threatened, and ridiculed, but Noreen Ghosh kept searching for answers. She said it convinced her of the corruption in our institutions, the injustice in our justice system, the breathtaking power behind the men who took her son, a force none other than evil itself. The Ghosh case is a vast labyrinth. I spent several months there while reporting this story, trying to reconcile Noreen's findings with those of the authorities, hoping to gather all the objective facts. Many of those facts remain undiscovered, and so warning, any conclusion you make about the fate of Johnny Ghosh will require some combination of guesswork and faith. Most who study the case eventually settle on one of the following two theories. You can choose to believe that Johnny was murdered soon after his disappearance, even though no killer has been identified and no remains have been found, or you can believe that Noreen Ghosh, who says she saw Johnny years later, very much alive, and talked to him just long enough to get to know why he had disappeared again. About 41 years after Johnny vanished, his mother rode through the quiet streets that used to be her neighborhood. Noreen Ghosh wore dark sunglasses and her nails were painted a glittering blue. She had the calm reserve of a farm girl from the northern prairie. She had once survived a tornado that destroyed her house, and she became a widow at the young age of when her first husband died of cancer in 1965. Noreen married another man, John Ghosh. Their son Johnny was born in 1969. He's 5 years older than me. She'd gotten very good at controlling, his own mom. Even when talking about the worst thing a mother could imagine. There, she said, on Marcourt Lane, just off 42nd Street, that's where Johnny was kidnapped. The twists and turns of her investigation, the compounding horrors and astounding revelations. She'd also been imagining what it might have been, if not for the one morning. Noreen had other stories about Johnny, better ones. Johnny was a bully puncher. 4 boys in the neighborhood liked to terrorize smaller children, steal and smash their lunchboxes. One day, Johnny walked by and saw the bullies picking on the little kid. Johnny was big for his age. He knocked down the bullies and led the little boy home. Then he went to his own house and said nothing about what he'd done. This little boy's mother told Noreen about this a few days after that terrible morning when Johnny was outnumbered again. Good morning, Mystery Sky. You're kind of coming in at the end, but thank you for being here. I so do appreciate it. We're just covering the last little piece that I found just recently that seems to somehow resemble or mirror the rest of the case that I've been covering. And we're just in part 1. I have not gotten to the manifesto. On September 5th, 1982, when the stranger in the blue car pulled up near Johnny, witnesses would later say the car was two-tone blue, perhaps a Ford Fairmont. The driver was described as a white male in his 30s, possibly having a mustache and somewhat dark complected. According to a police report, According to the police report, Johnny was on his way to a newspaper drop site when the man stopped his car, backed up, stopped again near Johnny, and asked for directions to 86th Street. In the span of about 10 minutes, the stranger in the blue car asked at least 3 people for directions. And near the newspaper drop site, another stranger appeared. Now, don't forget, they were looking for work and taking work all across the country. Two other paper carriers saw Johnny on Marcourt Lane. And by the way, they were active during this time period. This is 5 years earlier from the 1987 date. So just remember that they were active. For reasons not made clear in the police report, Johnny stopped pulling his wagon and sat down. I'm talking about the finders, by the way. When the other carriers picked up their papers and returned to the same place, Johnny's wagon was still there. Another witness looked out his bedroom window and saw what may have been a silver or black Ford Fairmont running a stop sign, turning left on 42nd Street and heading north towards the interstate. Thank you, Mystery Sky. I appreciate you so much. Crucial minutes passed. Almost 2 hours after Johnny was last seen on the streets of West Des Moines, the phone started ringing at the Gosh house. Subscribers were asking why Johnny hadn't delivered the papers. His father went out and delivered the papers for him. And then I had to put a call into the police, but he waited almost an hour for them to come. She said the police chief was corrupt. And she knows a lot more about him now. Orville Cooney's name and photograph appeared on the front page of the Des Moines Register on February 27th, 1951, when he was 17 years old. The story said that he was among 5 youths accused of taking a teenage boy for a ride and severely beating him. In June, he pleaded guilty to assault with the intent to inflict great bodily harm. This is the police chief who presided over the case of Johnny Ghosh. He was sentenced to 30 days in jail. The paper said later he served in the Marines and worked as an upholsterer before becoming the police officer. In 1976, after 8 years with the agency, Cooney was appointed chief of the West Des Moines Police Department. The reporter interviewed 18 employees of the West Des Moines Police Department, including 14 of the 20 patrol officers who alleged that Cooney had beaten a handcuffed prisoner, compromised a burglary investigation, implicating one of his sons, and threatened and harassed his own officers. They say they have smelled alcohol in his breath when he was on the street at night checking up on them, and that they have seen some beer cans in the vehicles he uses. The report said the department had no black employees at the time and cited 3 employees who said they heard Cooney say he would never hire a black or a woman as an officer. The sources also accused Cooney of using the N-word. The city opened its own investigation. It spared Cooney, but that's less important. Noreen believed in the system until that day. She says an officer asked her if Johnny had ever run away before. And even though it was obvious to her that Johnny had been kidnapped, she says the police did far too little to investigate the case in the first 72 hours. And she said that as a volunteer, searched the woods and fields for Johnny. Some reported that Chief Cooney had told them to go home because the kid is probably just a damn runaway. Two nights before Johnny disappeared, the Ghosts went to Valley High School to watch their oldest son's JV football game. Johnny left to get some popcorn from the concession stand. When he didn't return right away, his father went looking for him and found him under the bleachers talking to a police officer. Noreen says she questioned Johnny about the encounter. He didn't seem upset about it. In fact, he told her the officer was very nice. But it seemed strange to Noreen that a cop had called to her son from under the bleachers so they could have a private conversation in the dark. He was a policeman, Johnny said, after being asked why'd he go. Don't you have to do what he says? Johnny pointed out the officer. Noreen got a good look at his face. And after Johnny disappeared, Noreen went to question the officer, but first she had to find out who he was. Noreen made an appointment at the West Des Moines Police Department, went to the school board office and obtained a list of cops who'd been hired to provide security at the football stadium. She brought it to her meeting with Chief Cooney, where pictures of the department's officers were laid out on the table. None of the pictures resembled the man who'd been under the bleachers with Johnny. Noreen insisted that some of the pictures must be missing. Another officer left the room, came back with more pictures. Noreen says she recognized one as the cop from the football game. And with the roster of officers who worked security, she figured out his name. It's possible there was an innocent explanation for the encounter. Other officers told me the cop in question was interviewed by investigators after Johnny disappeared and that he'd done nothing wrong, but Noreen felt stonewalled. She says Cooney started yelling and stamping his feet. She had 2 copies of the roster. Noreen asked if she could question the officer, but Cooney told her that wouldn't be possible. The West Des Moines Police Department declined to release its full investigative case file, by the way. The ghost case is still active. There's interaction with the sheriff. But what's more important, 4 days after Johnny disappeared, a picture of his mother and father were published on the front page of the Des Moines Tribune. They were holding hands. John Gush stood on the front porch, and Noreen sat on the brick ledge in front of him, looking mournful. Behind them, the porch light burned. Oh, thank you, Chris. I appreciate that very much. This has been weighing heavy on me to make sure that I cover this properly. And there's more. There's way more. What we've gotten to today is the Stonewall. The next episode will be the truth. If he'd been killed in those early days, as some people suspected, no such evidence came to light. In fact, there were signs that Johnny might be alive. About 6 months after he vanished, he may have been seen in Oklahoma. A woman reported that she'd seen a boy on a street corner, out of breath and asking for help. He said, "My name is John David Gosh," he told her, before two men grabbed him and dragged him away. It's not clear whether the police were told about what she'd seen. Her name was not made public. We still don't know who this is. And a reporter from the Chicago Tribune later interviewed her on condition of anonymity. In any case, according to the news reports, the woman was apparently unaware of the Gosh disappearance until months after the encounter, when she saw a story about Johnny's case on TV and recognized his picture. According to the story from the Associated Press, the woman got in touch with a private investigator working for the Goshes. We in the FBI checked it out. We're both convinced it was positively Johnny. The AP story said an FBI spokesman declined to comment on an ongoing investigation. Decades later, when I inquired with the FBI about this incident, a spokesperson replied, "We don't confirm or deny investigations." That's fucking ruthless. About a year, just after midnight, after the possible sighting in Oklahoma, the phone rang at the Gosh house in West Des Moines. Noreen picked up and someone said, "Mom." She thought it sounded like Johnny. She later said his words were slurred. He was asking for help. When she asked where he was, someone hung up the phone. She answered two more brief calls in the next few minutes, again from someone who sounded like Johnny. Noreen told him she loved him and that he could try to get away to a police officer. The line went dead. She informed the police, but said she was told the calls were untraceable. AP published a story about a month later, reported sightings of Johnny, this time in Texas. Guy Genovese, sheriff's investigator in Nueces County. By the way, Guy Genovese wrote one of the quintessential short books on the JFK assassination. I believe the boy's alive, and I believe he can be found, he says, but I'm not saying when or anything like this. It seemed possible that Johnny was out there in the hands of bad men, hoping to be rescued. Other sightings would be reported in the years following. Noreen herself would eventually swear under penalty of perjury that she'd seen Johnny again. But first a man came forward with new information about the case. He claimed to be one of the kidnappers. One day in 1991, Noreen got a call from a private investigator in Nebraska. He worked with a lawyer whose client was in prison for child molestation. This prison inmate said he'd taken part in kidnapping Johnny. The investigator had several hours worth of recorded interviews with the supposed kidnapper. He offered to visit Noreen and play the tapes. By then, almost 9 years after Johnny disappeared, Noreen was desperate for reliable information, and she was used to going about this mundane business of daily life as she contemplated the awful details of what happened to her son. She told the investigator to come by on a Saturday that they would spend much of the day going over the tapes. Roy Stevens, the investigator, sat down at the kitchen table and he put in a tape and pressed play. The tape belonged to Paul Bonacci, then 23 years old. He had endured a miserable childhood full of sexual abuse and horrors. Once told a psychiatrist that his first stepfather chopped up toys with an axe. Bonacci met a boy named Mike in a park outside of Omaha. Bonacci told him about some of the abuse he suffered. Mike seemed interested in this and introduced him to a man named Emilio, who produced child pornography. According to Bonacci, it was 1982. Bonacci was 15. Just before Labor Day weekend, Mike and Emilio invited Bonacci on a trip with them. They were going to Iowa. Is any of this sounding familiar? Bonacci has told the story many times since the early 90s. This account is drawn from his sworn testimony he gave at court hearings. In September 1982, Bonacci said he accepted the invitation to go on a road trip with Mike and Emilio. They stayed at a hotel on the west side of Des Moines. Another man came in holding a paper bag full of photographs. "This is the one," he said, pointing to a picture of Johnny Gosh. Bonacci said he wasn't exactly sure how Johnny was chosen, but it had a lot to do with the fact the way he looked, because the color of his hair, his eyes, and everything. It could make more money. I guess. Once he realized he'd been drawn into a kidnapping plot, Bonacci said he tried to back out. But then, he said, Emilio took me for a little drive, stuck a gun in his head on a dirt road and told him that he either did this or he's going to blow his brains out right there and then. Bonacci agreed to help the kidnapping. Back at the hotel, the conspirators rehearsed the plan, which involved 3 vehicles and about a half dozen people. They arranged chairs to serve as models for seats in the kidnap car and practiced where they would go sit. Paul and Mike would be in the back. The driver would pull up to Johnny, ask him a question, then drive around the block. Then Paul would get out and ask Johnny a question. He was small and unthreatening. As he later said, children are sometimes frightened by strange adults. But when kids your own age are asking you about that stuff, you normally aren't frightened of them. Paul said he was there to lure him or get him close enough to the car where he could get him in. Early the next morning, they carried out the plan. Paul got out and asked Johnny a question. He said, which, by the way, this means they knew where he was. They knew when he'd be there. This is orchestrated in an intensely military style. It's very organized. He said a man named Tony pushed Johnny into the car. Paul helped incapacitate Johnny by putting a chloroform-soaked rag over his face. They drove out of town. Once they made their gateway, the kidnapper switched Johnny from one vehicle to another. The original kidnap car apparently drove east toward Chicago. A station wagon went south, out in the country, where the corn would have been high enough in late summer that the kidnappers put Johnny into a van that drove west towards Omaha and then north to a house near Sioux City. That night, at first, Emilio and this couple other guys went into town to drink, Bonacci said, according to court transcript. And they left Mike, me, and Johnny in a room that had no windows on it, that they had locked from the outside of the room and stuff. They locked us all 3 in the room, and that night they got back. They ordered me and Mike to do some things with, sexual things with Johnny. And they filmed it so they could sell the film or whatever they were going to do with it. And then a couple months later, I got a chance to take a trip out to Colorado. Bonacci said he was driven back to Omaha the next day, and Johnny stayed behind in Sioux City. And that's where I seen Johnny Ghost the second time. And at that point, he was staying with a guy that I only knew as the Colonel. A dude known as the Colonel. Oh, thank you, Easy has been exposed. Yeah, I didn't realize it actually happened till tonight. I didn't think it was turned on. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And that's at that point he was staying with a guy that I only knew as the Colonel. And it was kind of a ranch house, but it was out. He had a raised floor. Underneath there was a space that had been dug out. And that's where they kept some of the kids and stuff when they caused trouble or were bad. Sounding familiar? There have been plenty of questions about Bonacci's claims. America's Most Wanted depicted Bonacci leading a camera crew to an abandoned house in Colorado where he said Johnny had been kept. Producer Paul Sparrow said on the film Who Took Johnny that the house was a secret underground chamber with what he thought were children's initials carved into the wood. The film did not show independent confirmation of that. After that episode, America's Most Wanted was broadcast, the Omaha Herald published a story that said sheriff's investigators in Colorado had examined Bonacci's claims about the house and don't have any substantiation that Gosh was ever held there, that any of the laws were violated. Isn't that familiar as well? Even though we're hearing evidence that it was clearly violated. It's not clear how they reached that determination. The information was requested, the documents of the investigation from the Chaffee County Sheriff's Office, even though the agency found and provided records dating back to 1982 in response to a related request. A records manager said she could find nothing in the system about 1993 investigation of Bonacci's claims. Once again, the date. The investigation into Bonacci again in 1993. Same time they were reinvestigating the finders. If there was any good news in Bonacci's account, it was that Johnny might still be alive, but the story made it sound as if he was living in captivity. It was the sort of... I'm sorry, let's just cut to the chase. She thought Paul Bonacci could not have made it up. Had not made the story up. It was clear to her that he talked extensively to Johnny. He knew that Johnny had bought a dirt bike to ride around the vacant lot near their house. He knew that Johnny sometimes went to the yoga classes that Noreen taught. And he knew where Noreen and Johnny liked to go afterwards, a Mexican restaurant called Chi-Chi's. The private investigator had a question for Noreen. Would you like to go to the prison to talk to Bonacci yourself? Noreen said yes. Before she faced him, she had to work through the anger. I can't imagine. The day arrived. She'd made arrangements to go to the prison in Lincoln, Nebraska, and the private investigator and news crew from WHO, a TV station in Des Moines. Some of the footage would later appear on newscasts in the documentary film Who Took Johnny. Bonacci, thin and pale in his prison student jumpsuit, did not know in advance who he'd be meeting. When someone told him this woman was Johnny's mother, he nearly broke down. She asked, just tell me what happened, please. He says, I feel so bad about it, he said, fighting back tears, because of what they made me do. He was a lost boy, similar in some ways to her own son, and she was filled with compassion. The TV reporter, Jim Strickland, who went to the prison, was struck by Noreen's quiet composure. This is her in Johnny's room. Bonacci had previously accused others of sexual wrongdoing in Omaha, Nebraska during a wide-ranging investigation that involved the collapse of the Franklin Community Credit Union and widespread allegations of child abuse. Once again, Bonacci had previously accused others of sexual wrongdoing in Omaha, Nebraska. Oh, holy shit! Thank you, Mystery Sky! That is so kind of you. Very unnecessary, but super kind of you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And what a surprise tonight. I had no clue. I didn't see it. I didn't notice it. I would gather that the buttons had just been turned on forever. So I guess when it came back, here it is. Wow. Very cool. I'm going to have to go look at it and see what's going on with it. I did not expect that to be on. And thank you. And actually, Bridget caught it earlier. And I was like, really? What? What a great surprise. It's a wonderful surprise. Especially with all the things going on, That's in the midst of this, that's a light. Thank you for that. Very kind of you. And thank you for supporting the art and the information and the show. I actually, I have a new camera. I have yet to install it. That was purchased by supporters. And so there will be a second view that's a lot better than this one. That one's pretty okay, but no, it's going to be the same as this one. So it'll look like really crystal. And I have it. I just have to get another little piece. I do, Chris. I have Cash App and PayPal, but the PayPal is in. Hold on one second. I think it's tip. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know. It comes around every once in a while. Yes, thank you, Bridget. Thank all of you for being here. It means a lot. Oh, thank you. There it is. That's a PayPal, I believe. Yeah. Not necessary, by the way. Not necessary to watch the show, or not expected, by the way. And I've talked about this a bit, but I intend to make memberships at some point once I get enough people that make it worthwhile. Yes, the PayPal does go directly to me. And thank you for that, by the way. Thank you. YouTube does take a percentage of the others, but, it's just gravy, and it's really wonderful. And it's just kind of one of those things where it's unexpected, and I appreciate it because, you don't normally throw money at the TV screen unless you're buying something off of, what is it? The shopping network, right? I don't know. But so thank you. I appreciate it. I will be opening my website, Arbit0, fully in the coming months. I hope to do that once I hit 1,000 subs. Not that I really care about the count so much, but more as knowing that people will start using it, so I'll have a reason to actually update the website fully, which is a very complex website. It's a distribution, streaming, friendly user site that is esoteric and odd and pretty, and that's where, if I'm going to make an income truly off of YouTube, I believe it'll be that. And also, my niece is basically a massive marketing person for a bunch of the major marijuana growers and groups that grow marijuana in the West. And we've been talking about finding a proper representative. Oh yeah, I think my is my Cash App AronMSound? I think it is. I don't know. I literally have only paid other people. Which, by the way, Zed. If you're not familiar with Zed's channel, please go check it out. Oh, thank you, Mystery Sky. I appreciate. That's really, I appreciate it. It's above and beyond, and the fact that you're here is meaningful enough to me. You know, it means a lot. I don't ever expect that I'm going to be inundated with 1,000 viewers, or I'm not BJ Investigates or anything like that. It's kind of a niche zone, So.
Your patronage will not be forgotten.
Oh shit!
This person is
Holy shit, folks! Thank you! Holy wow! Oh damn! What the hey? Thank you. So that's a lot, man. Thank you, guys. I'm gonna have to figure something out, because that's a lot tonight, guys. I'm gonna have to. I gotta buy something with it. I'm gonna maybe some new lights or something to add it. I don't know what I'm gonna add. You know what? I'll add it to the El Gato fund. I'll add it to the El Gato fund, because right now I do all the switching over here. It'd be so much easier to do. You guys are righteous, by the way. Thank you so much. Really, it means more than you know to me. I don't expect ever to make money off of the art or this. It's not what I do for a living. So it's nice to have folks who thinks it's worthwhile. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, everyone. And by the way, have I got a little chuggy? A little chuggy? I do. Thankfully, it's not that high def that you could tell. All right. So, Bonacci had previously accused others of sexual wrongdoing in Omaha, Nebraska, during a wide-ranging investigation that involved the collapse of the Franklin Community Credit Union, with widespread allegations of child abuse. But state and federal authorities found little or no veracity in the most salacious of those claims. Of course. Isn't that how it seems to be constantly? The grand jury called many of the allegations a hoax. One witness was convicted of perjury. Bonacci was also charged with perjury in that case, though a prosecutor later dismissed the charges against Bonacci in the interests of justice. Since the 80s, other people have examined some of Bonacci's claims and determined that he was likely telling the truth. Lauren Schmidt, who investigated the Franklin scandal as a Nebraska state senator, wrote in 1991 affidavit that the senator now believes that Paul Bonacci did tell the truth to the Franklin committee and the committee investigator. Sound familiar? Bonacci shared more details of the crime about Johnny. He drew what Noreen thought was an accurate map of the crime scene. Did you ever see any marks or anything on Johnny's body? When we got him in there, he had a birthmark on his chest, or something on his chest. It was looked like South America. Noreen knew he was right about that. He also knew about a burn mark on Johnny's leg near the ankle. Credible, Strickland, the reporter said. It seemed possible that Paul Bonacci was the key to solving one of the most notorious missing persons cases in modern history. Why wouldn't you just drive 2 hours and talk to that guy, Strickland wondered. Do you want to solve it or not? Wondering about why the police decided not to interview him. The police thought he was insane, basically, or lying. The long version is important. In 1991, the same year Noreen met Bonacci in prison, Bonacci filed a federal lawsuit against more than a dozen defendants, including former top official of the Franklin Community Credit Union, Lawrence King, who had political connections that reached all the way to the White House. Bonacci accused King of vicious sexual abuse, amongst other atrocities. By then, King was on his way to prison for embezzlement, and he did not respond to the lawsuit. though he was quoted in a 1990 Washington Post story calling sex abuse allegations against him garbage. In 1999, a federal judge entered a default judgment in Bonacci's favor, awarding him $1 million. Senior District Judge Warren K. Urbom had previously called some of Bonacci's testimony bizarre. He wrote a memorandum of decision in Bonacci's favor. Between December 1980 and 1988, the complaint alleges the defendant King continually subjected the plaintiff to repeated sexual assaults, false imprisonment, infliction of extreme emotional distress, organized and directed satanic rituals, forced the plaintiff to scavenge for children to be a part of the defendant's King's sexual abuse and pornography ring, forced the plaintiff to engage in numerous sexual contacts with the defendant King and others, and participate in deviant sexual games and masochistic orgies with other minor children. Is this sounding familiar at all? And that is him, King, Lawrence E. King. King was never charged for sexual abuse, and the judge wrote that there was reasons to question the credibility of the plaintiff's testimony. But the judge also wrote that King's failure to respond to Bonacci's allegations has made those allegations true as to him. The now uncontradicted evidence is that the plaintiff has suffered much. He has suffered burns, broken fingers, beatings of the head, wrongful actions of the defendant King. He's a victim of multiple personality disorder, DID, involving as many as 14 distinct personalities aside from his primary personality. Sounding familiar? Bonacci gave us a real explanation for his condition, which is known as dissociative identity disorder. At one point, another personality surfaced, and this other personality, known as West Lee, was separately sworn in as a witness. West Lee said that he'd been created by a secret government program called Monarch. And this, my friends, is the direct link and why I share this with you. He said this program involved sexually abusing children, intentionally splitting their personalities, and using them in espionage. This confirms what it says in the reports of the Senate Judiciary Committees. It confirms what it also says in the full report on MKUltra. Except they weren't doing it to children then. They were doing it to adults, with missions that included entrapping and sexually blackmailing politicians. This program's existence has never been confirmed, except it has. And an attorney who has questioned Bonacci called this story preposterous. I filed Freedom of Information Act requests with several branches of the U.S. military intelligence community looking for more information. No documents were released. A Navy FOIA officers wrote that the Navy didn't have records like these, but the CIA might have them. The CIA claimed in a letter it did not find any such records. Well, that's funny because I can find them for her, and I probably need to. In his sworn testimony against the Omaha businessman Lawrence E. King, Paul Bonacci said King had been both a target of Monarch, that is someone to be sexually compromised, and one of the people who controlled Bonacci into sexually compromising others. According to a court transcript, he said King brought him to parties in Omaha, on Embassy Row in Washington, D.C. On Embassy Row in Washington, D.C. On Embassy Row in Washington, D.C. That same street the warehouse of the Finders is on, and elsewhere. If they wanted to get something passed through the legislature or whatever, we would put some people that were against it in a compromising position. Bonacci told the judge in 1999, though he didn't show proof of that allegation by using us boys and girls. Was this by you being the sexual partner of that person? Yes, Bonacci said. He said he'd been a photographer for Lawrence King. King obviously was into pimping gay prostitutes and children for influence purposes, whether it be politicians or whatever. Nelson said he knew who Paul Bonacci was and said King wanted me to take pictures of Paul, various other children, or various other people in compromising positions, sexual type things. When Nelson was asked what happened to his pictures, he said King has a lot of them. Others were given to Gary Caradori, an investigator who died in a plane crash while he was looking into allegations of child sexual abuse in connection with the failure of the Franklin Community Credit Union in Nebraska. Nelson said that the FBI had some of his pictures, and police in Oregon might have others. We inquired about the claim with the FBI and the Oregon State Police. Both agencies told me to file records requests. The FBI then refused to confirm or deny it had records on Nelson. Sound familiar? And the OSP said it did have records on Nelson, but declined to release them because records related to child abuse are confidential. One of these pictures that may be in those of Johnny, one of those pictures that may be in those is of Johnny Gosh, Nelson said of the witness stand, although he did not supply further details about the picture. So in other words, they know that there's pictures of Johnny in there. Noreen always believed that what Paul Bonacci said about her son. She says she got further confirmation on March 18th, 1997, from Johnny himself. Noreen says Johnny visited her and told her what happened to him. He's alive, and he visited. 1997, Johnny had been missing for 15 years. His parents were divorced, and Noreen had moved to her own apartment. She was asleep in the middle of the night when she was awakened by someone knocking on the door. She'd gotten various threats since her son disappeared, but she put her face to the door and looked through the peephole. Two men stood in the doorway. She thought one looked like Johnny. This account is based on sworn testimony she gave at one of Bonacci's court hearings, a summary of the interview with a police detective, and a description of the encounter in her book, Why Johnny Can't Come Home. Who is it? Noreen asked the man at the door in 1997. It's me, Mom. It's Johnny. Noreen was shaking. She'd imagined that moment for years. Johnny would have been 27 by then, and he was a full-grown man, but she recognized the eyes. The eyes don't change, she said later, and this man had the same eyes as her little boy once did. She opened the door. They hugged. It felt good but strange, considering he'd been gone for more than half his life. Regardless, the hug felt further convinced Noreen that this was indeed her son. People have their own vibration, she said. And it felt like Johnny. She invited both men to sit down in the living room where she and Johnny proved... She said Johnny proved his identity by opening his shirt and showing her the South America-shaped birthmark on his chest. The other man didn't say much, although he and Johnny sometimes exchanged glances. She wondered if he was controlling Johnny somehow. When she asked Johnny where he'd been living, he looked at the other man, who told him not to answer that question. Later, Noreen would be heavily criticized for not calling the police, but she had long since lost trust in the police and had come to suspect more than one law enforcement official of complicity in Johnny's disappearance. Who the hell would call the police that didn't do anything in the first place, she says. Why would I do that? No, I wouldn't put my son in danger from them again. She did offer to call Roy Stevens, the private investigator who brought her the Bonacci tapes, but the idea seemed to terrify Johnny. She says he asked her not to and said that he would leave immediately if she did. So Noreen didn't call the investigator and said she tried to catch up on the last 14 and a half years. Johnny told her he'd been pulled off the sidewalk into a car. He lost consciousness. He woke up in a basement. He was bound and gagged. Johnny was scared, started crying, saw another man. It was Paul Bonacci. And Paul told him, just do what they tell you, and it will be all right. Johnny didn't tell his mother the details of the sexual abuse, but according to Noreen, Johnny told a story that echoed Paul Bonacci's story. Johnny said that he was locked in a basement for days until a man came to buy him from the Kidnappers. The man counted out a large sum of cash on the table. He was known as the Colonel. Noreen says Johnny told her he was taken away, moved around the country, and used to sexually compromise businessmen and politicians. Noreen said the visit lasted only an hour or two, so there wasn't time for Johnny to tell the whole story. Johnny said he was on the run, hiding from the people who took him, barely able to support himself. He'd been unsure if visiting Noreen was a good idea, because during his captivity, he'd been told she'd be killed if he tried to contact her. Sound familiar? She said Johnny told her he wouldn't be safe until the perpetrators were arrested and brought to justice. He asked her to do something about it. And much too soon, Johnny stood up and said he had to go. She didn't try to stop him. Her little boy was already gone. She hugged him and let him vanish again. She watched him walk off into the night. "26 years later, with her work still unfinished, Noreen poured coffee into a dark blue mug and sat at the kitchen table. Now her kitchen was in the cabin of a boat that was docked in East Dubuque, Illinois, on a waterway that led to the Mississippi River. It was August 2023, and she was spending the summer on the 41-foot boat with her husband, George Hartney, who would also become her partner in the long investigation. Through a window behind Noreen, an American flag could be seen on the bow. Noreen had complicated feelings about the flag. I was just a mom doing my job, raising my kids and cooking, she said, recalling how innocent she was before September 5th, 1982. She didn't know words like PDF or phrases like human trafficking. She had no idea any of the stuff was happening around her. She learned more through independent research. She said, but this is America. Her husband said, the dark side. If you don't see the similarity in this story, I urge you to look back through the rest of the video. This is not the only one. I also found the lady who ran the 2 boarding schools in Florida. I didn't just find her. The news found her. And the FBI found her after being on the run. She is now in jail. And if I'm not mistaken, she just passed away in prison. There's more to this story to come. I'm going to be spreading this out over time, so I won't be doing this directly one after the other. It's just a little too dark for me, folks. But I hope you get the message here. There are much darker forces at play. There are strange connections in our politics. There are secrets behind the veil. There are men like the Colonel or Petty, who may be one and the same, who would abuse, control, and manifest atrocity. Not even for the almighty dollar, but for the idea that they can create a better human that can be used as a weapon or a remote viewer, or an object of sexuality to be used for compromat. This all falls in line with the practices and intentions of MK Ultra, and specifically MK Monarch. And the fact that someone who's been in prison since before it was reported names it, the credibility level is high. Not to mention, he directly states that he was brought to a farm in Texas, that a man named the Colonel purchases Johnny. The practices are exactly the same. One of the men is described as even looks like somebody else we've seen. Coincidences are only that until they are connections. How does one resolve this? I can't tell you. The only thing I can tell you is that when you see something, say something, do something. Don't let people intimidate you into not doing the right thing because they themselves are afraid of the repercussion. Because that's how you get people looking the other way in the police department, in our services, on our streets. When a child like Johnny is apprehended, taken away by kidnappers, or when 6 children, dirty, covered in bites. And there's more to be covered on that because the information is not disclosed in that FBI record there. There's way more information to come. Be aware, folks. Pizzagate is not real. But the finders, they are. Except they aren't called that anymore. They don't have a name. And they'll deny to you that they are who they are. At all costs. A darker evil? I could not imagine. What does all this mean? It means that we must do better. It means that we need to be more aware. It means that you and I can't take everything for granted, because it may just be that some of the powers that be, hidden under the system via secrets and cult gathering, are harming people, are changing the systems for their own advantage, and are doing it not for the better of humanity, but for the idealism of control and power. There's nothing acceptable about this situation. And that's why I brought it to you, so that you can see it. I thank you for being here, and I thank you for spending the time to watch this. I know it's a long one. I'll be back Tuesday with a lighthearted, sketchy entertainment show. Gonna see how long I can go before they take me down, as usual, because that's the fun part. See how long I can play the stupid stuff before somebody goes, "Ah, that's copywritten." Anyhow, despite the darkness, you and I are here, and that matters, because it means that there are those who will reach their hand out and offer the help when you fall, who will help pull you out of the mental prison that you put yourself in, or perhaps the prison that somebody else put you in. Either way, the outstretched hand is the well-meaning heart of love, the extension of kindness to pull others from the darkness. Because we can smash all the constructs of power and pain together. But the only way to do that is make sure when somebody's head is just about to smash into the bar because it's way too low, it's up to you and I together to say very clearly, look up. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. I really appreciate your time, your donations. That's astonishing. Thank you, Mystery Sky. Once again, if you are aware of any information regarding lost or missing people, do not search them out yourself. If you are not law enforcement, do not act as some justice that you are not. Make sure to contact law enforcement immediately at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and People. There's a 24-hour call center. It is 1-800-843-5678. Once again, the 24-hour call center for missing and exploited people and children, 1-800-843-5678. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mystery Sky. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you to everybody who joined. I know I'm missing folks early on. Jack probably fell asleep. No Scam Zone. Katie, thanks for coming in. Black Spy. Just Frank. Everybody, I really appreciate you all for being here. This has been really hard to get here, to be honest with you. I'm glad this one's in the can, because the next section, at least, I can talk about the manifesto. And that, my friends, will open some eyes. But first, make sure your head is high and that every one of you takes the time to step outside, take a deep breath of fresh air, and in awe and wonder at the universe we live in, take a moment and look up. Be kind to one another. Click.